The White House, for the past 12 years, home to Republicans. Will that be changing?
The Capitol, for more than a generation, a power base for Democrats. In a year of voter anger, we'll see how it will be changing.
The White House, the Congress, the prospect of change. Our focus tonight, Election Night 92.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night. From election headquarters in New York, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
Good evening. This should be a historic passage tonight. We have a political child of John F. Kennedy, who protested against the Vietnam War, running against a World War II hero whose patron saint in American politics was Ronald Reagan. One generation against another, and then a third-party candidate, an eccentric billionaire with a keen sense of the new technology and the possibilities of that in the American electoral system. I'm Tom Brokaw here with Bryant Gumbel, who's going to be keeping track of a lot of the change tonight as well. Brian.
Well, Tom, clearly Clinton's road to Election Day has been like no other we've seen in some time, and the same could be said of the 103rd Congress that is being decided tonight. As we've noted, retirements, defections, some defeats in the primary have already guaranteed us turnover of considerable note. 91 new members at a minimum, a third of the Senate to be decided tonight. We've got some projections to get to. We'll get to them shortly.
And you and your partner working both ends of the clock, Katie Curry, keeping track of the trends and the analysis tonight.
That's right, Tom. Thanks to our NBC National Exit Poll. By the time this night is over, we will have talked to 50,000 people all across the country as they leave their polling places, asking them, in the words of Admiral Stockdale, who are they and why are they here? The answer should be very enlightening.
And John Chancellor, you're going to be keeping track of all of that from your corner, the Sage corner over there, telling us what it means and what it's likely to mean for the future.
Tom, I'm wondering if another 16-year cycle is going. We elected John F. Kennedy, the Democrats did, in 1960. 16 years later, Jimmy Carter was elected in 1976, and now it's 16 years later again, and we don't know how this is going to come out, but if Clinton wins tonight, people will be talking about that 16-year cycle.
All right, John, we've had polls have closed now in 2 states, in Indiana and Kentucky, and at 7 o'clock at this hour, we've got a rush of votes closing in some important states. There they are all together. We've got 66 electoral votes. We're looking for a total of 270 for a win tonight. Florida, Georgia, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. So that's what's closing at this time. We want to show you the national map now so that we can show you what's going on. We'll be coloring tonight the states that Bush wins in blue. Clinton will be in red, and Ross Perot will have that kind of neutral color for you. We do have some projections that we can call at this hour. Let's begin, and it's good news now for Bill Clinton. He is the projected winner in the state of Georgia with 13 electoral votes. It last went for a Democrat in 1980. Favorite son, Jimmy Carter, of course. That's a very big win for Bill Clinton in the state of Georgia, 13 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, he said, if you give me a chance in this election, I'll be with you till the last dog dies. The dog has not yet died, and neither has Bill Clinton. He wins tonight in New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes, an important win in New England. That's a staunch Republican part of the country. Vermont, same thing, right next door in New England, a very good sign for Bill Clinton. So on our map now, we'll begin to color in the maps, the states that Bill Clinton has won. Red in Georgia, also up there, the tiny states, but important to him, of New Hampshire first, and then Vermont. It was in New Hampshire that he survived. Now, how does that translate into electoral votes? 270 required. Bill Clinton has got 20 so far. No states have shown up yet for George Bush or for Ross Perot. We'll also want to remind you, this is the national vote as we have it. 2% counted so far. Bush with a small lead at this time. That is inconsequential. So, John Chancellor, as we look at the first returns that we're getting, that's very heartening news for Bill Clinton.
I think it's very important. Georgia has gone Democratic in the last 28 years, only the 2 times that Jimmy Carter was on the ticket. The Republicans got that lock on it back in 1968. And Vermont and New Hampshire have only gone Democratic in the great Johnson landslide of 1964. So these are really, they may be small states, but it really is interesting to see the historical turn here. If this carries throughout the country, it looks good, as you say, for Clinton.
We want to remind people about the projection policy that we have as well, because we do know that it can be controversial. We do not project a state until all or most of the polls in that state have closed. And then because you elect a president in this country state by state, in the Electoral College will compile those votes state by state. And it is possible for a candidate to win the presidency before we count the votes, say, west of the Mississippi, just as an example. So we'll be talking about that throughout the evening. We do remind you, wherever you live in this country, if the polls still are open, it's important for you to go to the voting place and exercise your most fundamental right of democracy. Brian Campbell.
Tom, we're going to be talking in greater detail as the night goes on about the makeup of the House. As everyone knows, all 435 seats are up for grabs on this evening. We'll talk about that a little later, but first we want to talk about the Senate and take a look at its present makeup. Right now, the Democrats enjoy an advantage of 57 to 43. Tonight, there are 34 seats at issue, 20 of them Democrats. There was a time when the Republicans had high hopes of making inroads into the Democratic majority, but those hopes have been moderated somewhat. And so we can give you some projections at this hour, starting in Florida, where Bob Graham has been returned to Washington for a second term. One of the freshman class of '86 turned back the challenge of Congressman Bill Grant. And Tom noted that Clinton had carried Vermont. Patrick Leahy up there has won a fourth term, turning back Vermont Secretary of State James Douglas. Some projections from earlier out of Kentucky. Wendell Ford is going back for a fourth term after beating David Williams, an attractive candidate who we will be hearing from further down the road, but tonight was not his night. And in Indiana, the man who took over Dan Quayle's seat after Quayle was appointed or won election to vice president, Dan Coates has won re-election to his first full term. He beat Joe Hogsett. Interestingly enough, Tom, both Ford and Patrick Leahy had voted against the Gulf War. It was one of those factors that the Republicans had been counting on to turn things their way once November came, and it just didn't work out that way. There are a couple of other Senate races we want to bring you up to date on that we are going to be watching closely, a couple of face-offs that we'll be following very closely as the night goes on. In one of the nastier races in the nation, Al D'Amato is trying to turn back the challenge of New York's Attorney General Robert Abrams. That one's still too close to call. Arlen Specter going against Lynn Yackel. This one attracting an awful lot of national attention after Yackel took on Specter for his treatment of Anita Hill during the Clarence Thomas hearings. In Illinois, Carol Mosley Braun, the Cook County Recorder of Deeds, trying to become the first black Democrat and the first African-American woman to be elected to the Senate. After defeating Alan Dixon in the primary, she's going against Rich Williamson. In Ohio, John Glenn, once considered the Democrats' most vulnerable incumbent this November, is in a tough race against Michael DeWine. And in California, one of two Senate seats at issue, on the Barbara Boxer going for Alan Cranston's vacated seat, being opposed there by TV commentator Bruce Hershenson in a matchup of the extreme liberal and conservative philosophies. Tom?
Dan Quayle is breathing a lot easier at this hour. We're now able to project that the state of Indiana, which is Dan Quayle's home state, of course, won by President Bush tonight 12 electoral votes. That is rock rib Republican territory out there. Last voted in 1964, and it was a long time before that they voted Republican. It was in 1964 for Lyndon Johnson. So the state of Indiana now goes blue for President Bush. As you can see, Georgia, Vermont, and New Hampshire are already colored in for Bill Clinton. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes? 20 to 12 at this hour. There is the possibility that Ross Perot could win an electoral vote without winning a state, by the way, because in Maine and in Nebraska, they award electoral votes by congressional districts, and there's a possibility in both of those independent-minded places that Ross Perot may, in fact, pick up one of those congressional districts. We'll be back with more on Decision 92 right after this.
Decision 92 Election Night is being sponsored in part by Aetna, a policy to do more. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than a question. It's an answer.
Ask anyone who's driven a Ford lately. They're the best ones to explain how satisfied customers become repeat customers. Because they've given Ford more repeat buyers than any other car and truck division in America. Simply put, when you build quality products, your customers come back for more. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than just a question. It's an answer.
No one has to tell you that doing business today is more challenging than ever. But all over the world, one company is helping you meet those challenges head on, no matter what it takes. New challenges, new thinking.
What could be a better time of year to reflect on the importance and benefits we all get from having a two-party system? For the hundreds of thousands of businesses in America who use 800 service, that freedom of choice means, finally, the chance to get competitive service, better prices, and often unique and better ways to do things.
We're back now with Decision 92, and it's already been an exceptional year in American presidential politics. A three-man race, one generation against another. We're able to make a call now in the governor's race in the state of Vermont, a state that we awarded already to Bill Clinton in the presidential contest. And Howard Dean, who is running for a full term after the death of the late Richard Snelling, Howard Dean has been elected to a full term, according to our projection. It appears tonight that we will have a record turnout of voters across the country, a lot of interest generated by these three presidential candidates, and then the exceptional array of information and media outlets that were available to the candidates and to the voters this year. We want to show you some of the polling that is going on around the country, if we can right now. These are we're going to go live to Boston, that's right, City Hall Plaza. 2,500 registered voters expected to cast ballots. 600 had voted by noon, despite very bad weather in that place. Some waited in 2 hours in line. It may stay open after 8 o'clock tonight to handle the latecomers. Voters are a mix, some from the Beacon Hill area, others from downtown and the waterfront area. Massachusetts, of course, has been solidly in the Democratic camp for some time now. This is in Seattle, one of 600 voting places in King County. This is the John Jay Elementary School in Seattle, grades kindergarten through 5th. Voting place for 6 precincts. We want to remind especially those of you in the Mountain Time Zone, those kids don't look quite old enough to vote. Old enough to ride a bicycle, but maybe not quite old enough to vote out there in King County with their bicycle helmets on. We do want to remind all of you, especially in the Central, Mountain, and the Western Time Zones, that it's important to go to the polling places. However, this presidential race begins to stack up here this evening, because your votes do count for a wide variety of local issues and, of course, for those important congressional races as well. Let's go now to Little Rock, Arkansas, to one of the boy wonders of the Clinton campaign, George Stephanopoulos, who has been the communications director and a senior advisor from the beginning of that, a former Rhodes Scholar himself, a former aide to Richard Gephardt. He's looking pretty happy tonight because, based on what they're hearing from around the country, it does look rather optimistic at this hour for Bill Clinton. Is it fair to say that you are heartened, Mr. Stephanopoulos?
Well, we feel real good right now, Tom, but as you said just a minute ago, it's very important for everybody to get out and vote. Polls are still open across the country. We need every vote. We need every vote for change we can get tonight, and we hope everybody gets to the polls before they close.
Stephanopoulos, if it does go the way that you want it to tonight, will you begin the transition to a new government by sending signals immediately, not only in this country but around the world, and what may those signals be?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to say anything. The president-elect, if Governor Clinton wins, can speak for himself, but obviously he would want to reassure the financial markets and reassure foreign governments about our continuity in foreign policy, but there'll be plenty of time for that tomorrow. The polls are still open, and we hope that everybody continues to get out there and vote, and we'll deal with everything else later.
I think that we both have underscored the importance of voting by now. Let's just talk theoretically then. if Bill Clinton is the winner tonight, will you draw a new government from beyond the Democratic Party?
Governor Clinton has said throughout this campaign that he wants to reach out to all Americans, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. And he said consistently throughout this campaign that he would reach for the best people of real excellence, as he did with Senator Gore when he chose him for vice president. So I feel quite confident that it wouldn't necessarily be exclusive to the Democratic Party.
Finally, Mr. Stephanopoulos, Ross Perot says that he demonstrated that the American people are willing to go through some pain to correct their problems. Do you share that assessment?
Well, as Governor Clinton said many times in this campaign, the middle class in this country have suffered quite enough pain. Of course, everybody in this country has to assume more responsibility, has to shoulder their common load. Solving our problems isn't going to be real easy, but if we all pull together, and as we see tonight through record turnout and record youth turnout, people are ready to do this, people are ready to vote for change, and I think people are ready to accept that kind of responsibility, and that makes us just as heartened as the early numbers coming in tonight.
Thank you very much, George Stephanopoulos. Now let's go to the other side, to the George Bush campaign. Fred Malek, who is in Houston tonight with the president. Mr. Malek, you and I have known each other a long time, and I know you're a very pragmatic man. As you look at that map showing that Vermont, New Hampshire, and Georgia have gone for Bill Clinton, where are you building your fire breaks at this hour?
Well, Tom, I would caution you not to put a whole lot of credence in exit polls. You might remember the last time we ran in New Hampshire last February, the exit polls showed us at 1 point dead even with Buchanan. They ended up having us 6 points ahead, and we ended up winning by about 18. So I don't think the exit polls tell the whole story. I think people are going to vote their conscience tonight, and it's a large turnout. I think that's good for us, and we are still hopeful that we can pull this out.
Well, that's a fair caution, Mr. Malek, but then let me ask you the question. Where are your best hopes tonight?
Well, I think our best hopes are to have a very strong showing in the South and in the Rocky Mountain states, and to win some of the big Midwestern states such as Ohio, Michigan, New Jersey in the East, Connecticut. I think that all these are within our reach, and we can see putting these together into an electoral majority.
Earlier, John Cochran said that there was no one in the Bush campaign who believed that if they went on longer, it would really change the outcome. Is that your belief as well, that we ran this campaign as long as we needed to?
I'm not so sure about that. It seems like it's been a very long campaign. We were coming together very, very close in the polls as of last Friday. I don't know how accurate the polls have been, but on Friday we were very close. And then we had this very, very unfortunate news with the Walsh indictment of Camp Weinberger, and the polls started to diverge again. I think if we had a little more time, people would get to hear more about President Bush's message and realize that what this economy needs to get it moving is a tax reduction that President Bush is offering, and not the tax increase that Bill Clinton's calling about. So yes, I think a little more time would be useful.
Mr. Malek, do you think that the president hurt himself when he was trying to appear presidential and then called his opponents bozos and crazy?
Oh, I don't think so. I think that he was doing that in good humor, and I think most people understood that. I think the key thing here is that he's got a program to fix the economic woes of this country and to grow this economy over the next 4 years, to get spending under control and balance the budget. And I think the American people, when they get into that voting booth, are going to identify with that and not with the tax increases and the bigger government, bigger bureaucracy that Bill Clinton is for. So I'm still hopeful we're going to pull this out, Tom.
Thank you very much, Fred Malek, tonight. Brian Campbell.
Tom, thanks very much. Whatever your feelings about Bill Clinton, one has to give him high marks for staying with his message. As we've oft said, the sign at Clinton headquarters said the answer is the economy, stupid. It proved to be that tonight. Katie Kurt's got more in the polling on that.
Right. Brian, by far the economy was the most important issue for voters today. In our national poll, we surveyed more than 10,000 people as they left their polling places. We asked them what one or two issues mattered the most to them when selecting a president. And the top three choices all involve the economy, an issue that Bill Clinton embraced. More than 4 in 10 people told us the economy and jobs were most important. The federal budget deficit was cited by 23% and health care by 21%. Now, issues pushed by the Republicans did not go over nearly as well with voters. Only 14% cited family values as important, and taxes were mentioned by only 13% of the people we asked. And when we asked voters more specifically about the condition of the economy, this is what they had to say. Only 1 in 5, or 20%, said it was good. 4 out of 5 people said it was not so good or poor. And among those who said it was poor, Bill Clinton leads by a margin of about 7-1. So the bottom line is, not only do people care about the economy, but most people do not think it's in very good shape. So indeed, that sign that's hanging up in the Clinton headquarters, "It's the economy, stupid," may turn out to be a very intelligent slogan, Brian.
Katie, the central themes were change versus trust. You told us about change / the economy. What about trust? What's the early polling showing on that?
Well, it turns out that that did not have a lot of impact with the people we spoke to as they left the polls, and we're going to have some numbers for you on that a little bit later.
Okay, and whatever impact it did have had to be modified somewhat by the revelations of Friday that you noted a little bit earlier with Mr. Mallett.
And James Carville, who in whose office that sign was hanging at the Clinton headquarters, often called the Raging Cajun, the Louisiana strategist. Unusual situation. He has a romance with Mary Matlin, who is the political director for George Bush. However this all turns out, we have been told by a very reliable source that Thursday of this week, they lift off together for Venice. James Carville has said he's not interested in going into Washington. He said, the only thing I'm going to run from now on is my mouth, and I'm going to do that for a fee. He was breaking out a bottle of 1964 scotch, I think.
I didn't know we had the social register going tonight, too.
Right, we're doing
Thanks
what we can.
for filling us in on the really
we'll have a complete
stuff.
analysis of that later on. Okay, well, we just want to remind you that at this hour, Bill Clinton has won New Hampshire, Vermont, and Georgia. We project that George Bush is the winner in Indiana. We want to tell you that Florida has, the polls have closed, also South Carolina, also the state of Virginia. We've not been able to make a call yet in the state of Kentucky. Bill Clinton in the last hour was out and exercising his right to exercise. He's had the Battle of the Waistline. That's his daughter Chelsea, named for the song Chelsea Morning. Shortly before she was born, Hillary and Bill Clinton were in London on a fine morning, and Bill Clinton began to sing the song, so they named his 13-year-old daughter now Chelsea. John, Chancellor is with us now. If Bill Clinton, in fact, does win, Chelsea would be the first time that we've had a single child in the White House, an only child, the first teenager. A lot of pressure.
Amy Carter?
Well, but she had siblings. They came and went. Remember, brothers and sisters. She was there as a teenager,
right.
but the only child.
She just seemed to be the only child. I mean, her father used to have these wonderful talks about what a nuclear policy with Amy Carter. I think you have to feel sorry for these kids, though, when they go into that fishbowl. Chelsea's going to have a lot of backbone.
But you've got to give them high marks. They did a very good job of keeping her out of the limelight throughout these past 8 or 9 months.
Amy Carter?
No, Chelsea Clinton.
Well, I think they have, and I think they're going to have much tougher when you're in Washington.
Sure.
We haven't gotten them there yet, folks. There's a lot more ahead of us tonight. We'll be back with more on Decision 92 after this.
Here from Washington is Bob Kerr.
Good evening. It is still early this election night, but already several important states to both Clinton and Bush have closed their polls. New Hampshire and Georgia and Vermont have already projected winners for Bill Clinton. Indiana has been projected a winner for President Bush. Indiana, a state that hasn't elected a Democrat since Lyndon Johnson back in 1964. Kentucky and Florida have completed their voting now, and shortly Ohio and North Carolina will have finished as well. The votes in each of the other states, those states might well indicate how this night will turn out for Mr. Bush and Mr. Clinton. Even before the returns are in, though, we know some big changes are in store in the House and Senate. In the House, possibly the biggest turnover since 1932. And in the Senate, several familiar faces may become victims of the anti-incumbent mood today. The Democrats are expected to remain dominant on the Hill, and if Bill Clinton wins, Democrats will control the legislative and executive branches for the first time since 1980. NBC's Odetta Rogers is at the Capitol tonight. Odetta, how different is the place likely to look next year?
Bob, it's expected to look very different. In fact, there could be 140 new members coming up here in January. There will definitely, according to most political observers, be more women and more minorities. That's due to the fact that 108 women are running, including incumbents. And there are also 11 women running for the Senate, and 3 are pretty secure to win those positions. There are more minorities also in the race because of redistricting, which means that there are more communities where minorities live, and as a result, it gives minorities a better shot of getting into the Congress this year. It looks as though there will be a 50% increase in the number of minorities and women coming up for the 103rd Congress.
Now, Odetta, the Republicans had very high hopes this year of really turning things around in the House. They were hoping to make real good use against the Democrats of the post office scandal up there, the bank scandal. How's that looking to turn out?
It's not faring as well as the Republicans had hoped that it would. They were hoping optimistically months ago that they would have 40 new seats in the House. And right before the election, they were boiling that down to only about 20. And it looks as though, according to some political observers, that it may only be about 10, possibly 12. They weren't able to use the scandal in the House Bank and the House Post Office to their advantage as much as they would have hoped. Of course, there were 66 members who retired. Some retired because they thought that they didn't have a chance of being reelected. Then there were 19 members who were defeated on primary day, but it still did not deliver to the Republicans what they had hoped for. Now, it looks at this point as though the Republicans will be able to get some gains, but surely it won't be what they had hoped that they would get. They were hoping also, because of redistricting, that it would make the voter ground more feudal or more advantageous for them. But as it turns out, redistricting has not given them the boost that they would have hoped for.
Odetta, thank you, and we'll check with you again later. The prospect of so many new members in Congress is not stopping voters in 14 states today from deciding whether to limit by law the time their legislators can remain in office. Term limits is one of about 70 issues to be decided on various ballots today. It's a post-World War II record for such ballot questions. And we've asked NBC's and National Public Radio's Scott Simon to join us tonight to tell us about these ballot initiatives.
Okay. Here are a few term limitation proposals are on the ballots in 14 states, from Florida to California to Wyoming. And if passed, they could change the faces of Congress more effectively than any act since the voting rights laws of the 1960s. Most of those proposals would limit the number of terms that a legislator can serve to about 3 terms. In most states, though, those laws would not take effect until after the year 2000. That would leave the most powerful members of Congress effectively untouched. Colorado and Oregon are voting on proposals that would reverse gay rights rulings. They would prevent anti-discrimination laws in housing or employment from being applied to protect people of a different sexual preference. The measures are shown as running behind in both states, but by only small margins. Now, if Californians approve Proposition 161, California would become the first state, really the first legal entity in the world, to permit doctors to help a terminally ill patient die. This amounts to legal medically assisted suicide. Public opinion surveys show huge public support for that proposition, but over the past few weeks, many religious and medical groups have organized against it. Voters in Arizona will decide again if they want to make Martin Luther King's birthday a state holiday. The state has been criticized for refusing to honor the late civil rights leader. Similar proposal was narrowly defeated in 1990. This year's is narrowly favored. The Equal Rights Amendment for women is emerging again on the ballot in Iowa. Polls have had the amendment ahead, but opponents, including some familiar names like Phyllis Schlafly, have organized, and the margin seems to be growing closer. Finally, the District of Columbia is voting on capital punishment today. Washington, D.C. has often had the highest murder rate in the nation in recent years, but the proposition was actually placed on the ballot by Congress and not a citizens group, which of course doesn't mean it won't pass.
These are some very weighty and in some cases emotional issues, and increasingly it seems people are trying to make laws by themselves, circumvent the system. What does it say about the people or the system?
Well, maybe it's just that people don't trust the system of representative democracy, don't feel that the people who they've elected to Congress are sitting there and representing them, ballot propositions that give them the opportunity to assert themselves directly.
Well, we hope you can come back later and tell us how these things are coming out. Scott, thanks. And NBC's election night coverage will continue. Decision 92 from New York in just a few seconds. And we'll be back throughout the evening to bring you analysis from a panel, including Senator William Cohen of Maine and outgoing Congressman Marty Russo of Illinois. We'll see you in a little while.
They took a vow of eternal love. Now, after 7 years, Lilith is caught with another man.
Oh, my God.
There's never been a landmark cheers like this one. You'll laugh.
You slut!
You'll cry.
I think I'm in love with him, and I'm leaving you.
You won't want to miss the episode of the year. Lilith Says Goodbye, NBC Thursday.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
Good evening once again. It is now 7:30 in the East, and we've had polls close in states that represent 126 electoral votes. A reminder that 270 are required. Polls now closing in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Those top two states especially pivotal in this election. We'll be watching them carefully. We are still not able to make a call in the state of Florida, for example. President Bush is counting on that heavily. The state of Kentucky, which will be hotly contested during the course of this race. We want to show you what we have at this hour, however, because we have been able to make some calls around the country. We color the states in red for Bill Clinton and blue for George Bush, and up there in the corner, those should be red, Vermont and New Hampshire. We had called them earlier. There's the paintbrush. It finally came through. We got the little person in the back, and they're doing the best that they can. They don't always get to color them as quickly as we'd like them to from time to time. What does that mean in terms of the electoral? Well, we can now project another state for Bill Clinton, West Virginia. This is solid Democratic territory. Bill Clinton would have been expected to win West Virginia. In 2 out of the 3 last elections, it has gone Democratic. Bill Clinton gets the 5 electoral votes in West Virginia. Back to the map again. There they are. Everything now in the appropriate colors. Red for Clinton, blue, that's Indiana, for George Bush, Dan Quayle's home state. What does that mean in terms of the electoral vote? Well, let us show you, because that's the number that we'll want to watch very carefully all evening long here. 270 required. Bill Clinton now with 25. George Bush with 12. There are some big states still out there, of course, that have just closed. The national vote, that is the popular vote, as it's being counted slowly. 2% of it is in so far. And George Bush holds a 4-point lead. And it'll be interesting to see if Ross Perot can stay at that 16-point mark, because if he can, then he becomes a historic figure, close to Teddy Roosevelt in terms of how well he's been doing. A couple of governors now we can project winners. In the state of North Carolina, Jim Hunt retains that seat. North Carolina, Democrats gain the seat in North Carolina. And in the state of West Virginia, Gaston Caperton, Democrat, and he holds a seat in the state of West Virginia. NBC's Tim Russert, who is our moderator of Meet the Press and Washington bureau chief and political analyst and all-around political gadfly, has been working the telephones for most of this day. Tim, what are the signs that we're seeing that are good for Clinton or bad for Clinton, good for Bush or bad for Bush?
Tom, the thing that our people on the phone here are pointing out, conversations in Ohio, Michigan, California, one is turnout. Cook County now estimates in Chicago their turnout is going to be 79%. In Michigan, they have gone to court to keep the polls open. The lines are so long. And 2 key groups, Tom. A Democrat has not carried the white vote since 1964. Catholic ethnic groups and independents who live in the suburbs. The states that Governor Clinton has won so far, he has carried both those groups. If that trend continues through the Midwest and South and Western states, it could be a very good night indeed for Bill Clinton.
All right, thank you very much, Tim Russert. Bryant Gumbel, you've been keeping track of the congressional races and other national.
Yeah, Tom, you noted a couple of moments ago that North Carolina, Ohio, the polls have closed right now, but you can't project either state. We also can't project a couple of Senate races there that we are watching very carefully because a couple of incumbents are in danger. In North Carolina, Terry Sanford being opposed by Locke Faircloth. That race is a very tight one. And as we noted a little bit earlier, in Ohio, John Glenn being challenged by Michael DeWine. We're keeping an eye on that one, too. But moving on to the House, we said we'd talk about it a little later. Here's an opportunity to. As I think you know right now, the present House allows the Democrats to enjoy a 100-plus advantage. And with all seats up, the Republicans had hoped to make some serious inroads. For a time, they had talked of a swing of 35 to 40 seats. But now, realistically, they are looking at perhaps only half that many. Odetta Rogers is standing by on Capitol Hill this morning. And Odetta, we're talking about a minimum of 91 new members for the 103rd Congress. Are we yet in any position to tell what that new Congress may look like?
It will definitely look like, Bryant, there will be more women and more minorities. In fact, there are 108 women running, including incumbents, and there are women running for the Senate also. It's definitely expected that there will be more representation. And as one person put it today that I talked with earlier, it's said that it would look more like the country in terms of having more women and minorities included. Remember also that many of the people who will be coming to Washington will be coming in on an anti-incumbent campaign, and they'll want change when they get here. And of course, that's something leaders here are looking at, and they're hoping hoping, at least the Democratic Party has mentioned, where they'll have the majority in the House, that they can make the Democratic Party very cohesive. They don't want a lot of people coming in, newcomers, saying that they want change, they want reform, which is what we saw back in 1974 after Watergate, and you had 90-plus new members coming in. So there's an effort on the part of Democratic leadership to make sure that they branch out to all these newcomers. And in fact, this upcoming Sunday, they'll be starting what they call seminars, where they'll be meeting with the newcomers. They'll be doing that in Los Angeles, in Atlanta, and in Chicago. This is a year that the Republicans had hoped they would have a lot more members coming in, as you mentioned, but it's looking like they won't. And as a result, I'm told that Republicans will be looking to the conservative Democrats in the House, hoping that they can form some kind of coalition with them.
Okay. Odetta Rogers, thank you. We'll talk a little bit later this evening. We noted some of the voluntary defections from Capitol Hill. We're joined by a couple of them this evening. Senator Warren Rudman of New Hampshire, Senator Tim Wirth of Colorado. Tim Wirth is in Little Rock, Arkansas. We'll get to him momentarily. We understand Warren Rudman is at WBZ in Boston. Senator Rudman, good evening. The new faces that are going to be a part of the 103rd Congress, do they equate to a new way of doing business in Washington, or are they more likely to be co-opted by the old way?
You know, that's a very good question, and frankly, I wish I had an answer. I don't. The question really comes down to this. Are these people who are truly going to be independent, or will they be overwhelmed, particularly those who are Democrats, by a new Democratic president if, in fact, the trend continues and Bill Clinton is elected tonight? My own sense is that you'll have a mixed bag. I don't think you can say there's any uniformity. I've watched some of these congressional races, and quite honestly, the basic issues facing the country have not been faced in those particular campaigns any more than, in my view, they have been generally in the presidential campaign. So I guess what I will have to say is we'll have to wait and see. I would make this observation to you. The first real test of this Congress and this president in a real economic sense will come in February or March, when the United States of America will have to raise its borrowing limit from a present $4 trillion to something beyond that, or else close down the government. That will be the time that we will see whether or not this new Congress can govern and whether the new president can get it into line.
Senator Rudman, as opposed to 74 when Watergate brought a rush of new faces to Capitol Hill, or 64 when an awful lot came to help LBJ build his great society, these new freshmen are somewhat more unfocused, are they not, than those classes?
Very much unfocused. As a matter of fact, as I've looked at the campaigns around the country, and I've helped in a few of them, it seems to me that they're running pretty much as individuals. They have run as outsiders. They have not connected themselves to any specific issues, and generally there's been a lot of demagoguery in these campaigns. The question that I am now wondering about is when they come to the point of casting responsible, difficult votes, which could jeopardize their re-election 2 years from now, those in the House, what will they do? And only the next 3 or 4 months is going to tell that.
Okay, Senator Rudman, we'll talk a little bit later. I want to go to Little Rock, Arkansas right now, where Senator Tim Wirth is standing by. Senator Wirth, good evening.
Good evening. How are you tonight?
I'm fine, thank you. The old saying about be careful of what you want because you might get it. Democrats have talked about being able to control both the executive and legislative branches. It might be goodbye divided government. Does that prospect frighten you?
Well, I think it's a very good thing for the country. There's no longer going to have blame of people pointing up and down Pennsylvania Avenue, Republicans and Democrats, the Congress to the White House. The responsibility is going to be with the Democratic Party. I think also the Congress, I listened very carefully to Warren Rudman's good comments. I think the Congress is so desirous of leadership. It has not had any for a decade. And I think that's going to be enormously helpful. I think Bill Clinton's going to come in not only with a national mandate, it looks like that tonight, but he's also going to come in with the kind of direction that the Congress is looking for. And that's going to make a big, big difference. I think it's very positive for the country.
But you stepped away in disgust and frustration. Bill Clinton's theme was change on Capitol Hill. Do you suspect we'll see real change?
I think we're going to see real change. I think that's got to start. Clearly, the Clinton program is going to be health care, education, and putting a floor under this economy. Going to move right away as well on campaign finance reform, I would expect, and family and medical leave program. There'll be motor voter legislation, get a number of things going. that really demonstrate the fact that there is a change out there. I think the Congress is going to be eager for that. It's going to be eager for the kind of leadership and program and the kind of change that Bill Clinton is going to bring. That's what the American public, I think, is voting overwhelmingly on today, Brian.
Okay. All right. Senator Tim Wirth, thank you. We'll talk as the evening moves along.
Thank you. See you later.
Appreciate it. Let's move it on over to Katie right now.
Brian, of course, we heard an awful lot about gridlock between Congress and the president during the course of this campaign. And interestingly enough, voters today, by better than a 2-to-1 margin, told us they want the president and Congress to be from the same party. Tom?
Thank you. We just heard from Jim Mikulski, who is one of our White House correspondents, of course. He's down in Houston. He saw the president in passing. He said, "How are you, Mr. President?" The president responded, "I've been better. We'll see. I've been happier. Exit polls don't vote. People do. It does not look good." The president now is having some private time with his friends in Houston. We do want to remind you that we do not project a state until all or most of those polls have closed. We also want to remind you that the Electoral College can elect a president before we get all the way across the country. And for those of you who are living, especially in the Midwest, the Mountain, and the West Coast states, it is important for you to go to the polls tonight, however the outcome of this presidential race. Also, I should tell you that I can escape only on a technicality. Margaret Truman, of course, was only a child, but I did not think of her as a child when she was living in the White House. That's the technicality, folks. We'll be back with more after this.
In a world of sweeping changes, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the Prudential, rock solid in securities, insurance, and real estate.
There's something pure about a real sports coupe. It's 1 part power, 1 part control, and 1 stunningly simple piece of sculpture. And at a time when most sports coupes have sold their soul for a few gadgets, isn't it time for a car like this? The all-new 24-valve Ford Probe GT. Have you driven a Ford lately?
You're just in time. If you hurry to Red Lobster, you can get one of our 3 new trios. Enjoy it.
Thanks.
Like our seafood trio, sweet snow crab, shrimp scampi, and broiled fish. It's just $9.99. It's so good. We've also got a big new shrimp trio and a new mixed grill. 3 trios you'll love for just $9.99. So hurry in for something great. Tonight at Red Lobster.
We chose AT&T because our 800 service is our front door. If it shuts down, we shut down. To us, a single 800 call could be worth thousands of dollars. If a customer dials our 800 number and can't get through, it's like telling them to take their business somewhere else. When you have competition like I do, you better be there for your customers.
Wednesday, it's a woman's fear. Her doctor assaults her.
This guy is not gonna stop.
And the case hits close to home when his latest victim is a police co-worker.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
But when the law can't stop him,
Your Honor,
his victims will. A powerful new Law and Order on NBC Wednesday.
Decision 92 Election Night continues.
We're back now, and however the votes turn out tonight, we will elect a southpaw as president. All 3 of these presidential candidates are left-handed. We don't think that that will be a determinant in any of the voting that goes on here tonight. We want to show you now the states that we have not been able to call at this hour. It's coming up on 7:45 in the east. Those are the important states, as you can see, of Ohio and Kentucky and Florida and South and North Carolina and the state of Virginia. Several of those states, of course, the president was counting on, especially Florida with 25 electoral votes, Virginia with 13. Ohio is a state that both candidates desperately want. They've been in and out of there. 21 votes on the electoral side in Ohio. In Kentucky, which we've not been able to project yet, here's the raw vote as we have been counting it thus far. 80% of the vote approaching that in, as you can tell, it is too close to call. It's a very, very tight race In Kentucky, about, 20,000 votes separating them, just 2 percentage points at this hour. So we'll be watching Kentucky carefully. Both candidates were in there twice in the closing days of the campaign. They went to Paducah, Kentucky, and other stops because that was one of the crucial battlegrounds, the middle border states of Kentucky. Now we want to show you some voting that has been going on in Macomb County. This is the bowling alley, actually. They go directly from the voting place to the bowling alley. They know how to live in Macomb County, Michigan. And there's Fred Briggs. Fred, how are you?
Fine, Tom. Well, the polls are about to close here in 15 minutes. We have some voters we thought you'd like to find. And just in this county alone, this bellwether county, supposedly of former Reagan Democrats, or Reagan Democrats, here are a lot of 8,500 new voters, mostly young, and this is Cindy Goff. This is one of them.
Hi.
You voted for Bill Clinton. Why?
I voted for Bill Clinton because he's more in tune with the younger generation and the needs that we have for our future and for our children.
Was this a sudden decision, or?
No, it was pretty much all along I decided to vote for him.
And here's Barbara Szymanski. You were going to vote for Clinton, you say, but what did you wind up doing?
Yes, I was voting for Clinton all the way up till this morning, and then I decided to vote for Perot because I figure, well, I voted Democrat, I voted Republican, and I figure maybe a businessman can do what a politician can't.
Lest you get the idea that this is all going for Clinton or Perot, we'd like to speak to you, Rick Strobel. You voted for George Bush. Can you step up a little bit?
Certainly.
Why?
I have a lot of faith, never a doubt. I really believe that the economy is going to be on an upswing very soon. I think all economic indicators point to that. I didn't like all the negativity that there was in the campaign. I think we're painting a much bleaker picture about America. I think I'm living the American dream, and I resented that when they said the American dream is dead. I believe if we just stay the course, to borrow it from the president, I think we're going to do something.
Well, what do you think is going to happen in Michigan tonight?
This is a swing state. It's very important, and we had a very good turnout from what I understand, but I think it's a toss-up. I think what's happening here in Michigan, we have a lot of unemployment. The auto industry right now is down. If people would buy American cars, maybe that wouldn't be a problem. But that's the whole thing. I think when they talk about spending, let's do it ourselves. Let's spend our money. Let's build houses. Let's buy cars.
Okay, well, thanks very much. You got an idea. There's hardly unity in this county. Tom?
Thank you very much, Fred Briggs in Macomb County at the bowling alley tonight. Michigan is one of those states that has voted Republican in the last 3 elections, 18 electoral votes. The polls closed there in about 12 minutes now altogether. This has been called the Year of the Woman, but a woman in Texas today took it to the extreme. She was on the way to the hospital in labor pains when she directed her husband to make a detour to the polling place. The election administrators came to the curbside as onlookers looked on in a combination of shock and horror and amazement. She cast her ballot and then went on to the hospital to have her baby. We'll be back with more after this.
Decision 92 Election Night is being sponsored in part by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than a question. It's an answer. And by the Business Services Division of MCI.
What could be a better time of year to reflect on the importance and benefits we all get from having a two-party system? For the hundreds of thousands of businesses in America who use 800 servers, that freedom of choice means, finally, the chance to get competitive service, better prices, and often unique and better ways to do things.
Comfort in a 4-wheel drive. Amazing.
I got a big crew and I need a lot of space.
It makes me feel tall.
It's tough but refined, kind of like me.
It's got it all.
Why do more people find themselves in a Ford Explorer than any other vehicle in its class? For as many reasons as there are Explorers.
Finders keepers.
Find yourself in an Explorer.
Have you driven a Ford lately? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lisa. Happy birthday to you.
con man Thomas Johnson has been elected to Congress.
It's the con of a lifetime.
And he's speaking out on gun control.
Men like a nice warm Uzi.
On taxes.
Read my lips.
On the economy. And on sex education.
Hey, 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 hey.
Eddie Murphy, the distinguished gentleman.
Yeah, I'm the man.
This film is not yet rated. Coming December 4th to theaters everywhere.
Decision 92, our election night coverage continues. As we headed for commercial, we were checking in with Fred Briggs in Macomb County, who was obviously talking there to some Reagan Democrats, just how some of them may have broken on this day. It's Katie Couric's department. Katie?
Right, that's a group we've been watching very carefully in our NBC National Exit Poll. Of course, Reagan Democrats can include ethnic, blue-collar, conservative, suburban, white voters who have been turned off by their party's nominee in the past. They were, of course, crucial to a Reagan victory in both 1980 and 1984. Many of them stuck with George Bush in 1988, about 44%. How are they behaving today? Well, only about 1/4 of those so-called Reagan Democrats voted for Bush today. 56% voted for Clinton. Incidentally, that's about the same number that voted for Michael Dukakis 4 years ago. And only 1 in 5 gave their vote to Ross Perot. So what does this all mean? Well, Bill Clinton held on to about the same number of Reagan Democrats as Michael Dukakis did in 1988. But apparently, Ross Perot is taking a big chunk of support from these voters away from George Bush. This may prove to be key to the outcome of this election. So in other words, some of those Reagan Democrats are now becoming Perot independents. Com?
Thank you, Katie. We were listening to Warren Rudman talk about that new House and how it may behave in the next couple of years. Dave McCurdy, who's a member of the House right now, the congressman from Oklahoma, said they'll be carrying pitchforks and torches to storm the castle. John Chancellor, is that your assessment of what is likely to happen?
Yeah, but what the interesting thing is that they'll need permanent staff members on the Hill to show them where the castle is. That these people are going to go up there. They're all going to be newcomers to the Hill. The staffs are going to be more important than they are now, and they're far too important now. All these innocents are going to be coming in from all over the country, and the happiest campers on Capitol Hill tonight have to be that permanent civilization of staff members on the committees, the legislative aides, the administrative aides, who will say, this is what you ought to do.
All right, we'll be back in a few moments. Polls closing at 8 o'clock, 205 electoral votes. We're getting down to it.
Here from Washington is Bob Kerr.
Hello again. We're back on a night that is young, but already is giving hints that it might be a very long night for President Bush. Early returns from several states are producing ominous signs that Mr. Bush's support is soft at best. West Virginia, Georgia, New Hampshire, Vermont, already projected for Bill Clinton now. New Hampshire is a state that has a rich Republican tradition. Indiana, the home of Dan Quayle, has gone to Bush, but he just squeaked by there with a 5% margin of victory. That could be ominous. In Ohio, where the polls just closed, signs are pointing to a strong showing by Bill Clinton. Ohio has 21 important electoral votes. With me tonight to discuss the campaign, help interpret the results, and look ahead, two political professionals. Republican Senator William Cohen of Maine, a veteran of the House and Senate, are here. Some would say that Senator Cohen has the healthy advantage of also being a poet and the author of 7 books, among them several spy mysteries. And Congressman Marty Russo of Illinois is here, too. After 18 years in the House, Mr. Russo, a Democrat, was defeated in the primary this year. He may not be a poet, but anyone who knows the language of Chicago politics has something worthwhile to contribute to analyzing any political campaign. Gentlemen, good to have you here.
Good to be here, Bob.
Well, the polls are about to close in each of your states. Congressman Russo, let's begin with you. What do you hear?
Well, what we're hearing is that Carol Moseley Braun is going to win that race. It's going to be a historic moment for Illinois, the first African-American woman to go to U.S. Senate. I think Governor Clinton is doing a great job in Illinois. I think he'll win the state big. And it just goes to show that the public was ready for change. The democracy was served well today by the huge turnout. I believe in Cook County we have a 79% turnout.
A big change for Illinois, which has gone Republican a lot in the recent past. Senator Cohen, what are you hearing about Maine?
Well, the latest update that I can count on was going back just shortly after noon, and it looks as if it was going 40% for Bill Clinton, 30% for President Bush, and 30% for Mr. Perot.
30% for Perot?
Those were the projections at that time, or the exit polling showed that they're about 30%, which is not surprising in Maine. As you know, we are perhaps the only state, or certainly the first state, who ever elected an independent governor. There's a strong independent streak running through Maine's political history, so it doesn't surprise me that he would show very strongly in Maine.
Let me ask both of you this. Do you think that the Perot factor, him as a magnet for voters this time, is simply a vehicle for current voter discontent, or is this candidacy sending some sort of message to those of you in Congress and to the White House, for example, some sort of message that from now on things are going to be different?
Well, I think things are going to be different. The makeup of the Congress is going to be enormously different in the 103rd Congress. You're going to have more women, you're going to have more Hispanics, more African Americans. You're going to have things totally different than we've ever seen it here in Washington since I got here in the '74 class, which was supposed to turn this place upside down.
That's one measure of difference, different faces. But what about the attitude that Ross Perot has fostered among the voting public? How's that going to change things, if at all?
Well, I think there are two things that Ross Perot has done. Number one, he has really keyed into the anti-incumbent sentiment. There's anger out there, deep anger directed toward Congress. Secondly, he has raised the issue of the deficit. You ask whether things are going to change. It depends. The polling shows that the public, on the one hand, ranks jobs and economy uppermost in their minds, and yet way below that is the deficit. There is a direct connection between the deficit and jobs and economy, and yet that has not been linked in the minds of the public. Ross Perot has done a great deal to try and focus that. The question is, will these new congressmen and women and senators follow that line of focusing on the deficit? That remains to be seen.
I think for years a lot of us have tried to talk about what the deficit is, the huge deficit is doing to our country, but nobody was really paying attention to it. I think what Ross Perot did by his half-hour informational commercials was to highlight what the deficit was meaning. He was able to put it down so people can see on the charts what's going on. And I think if you look at the different exit polling on what were the key issues here, the economy was ranked 1, the deficit was ranked 2, and health care was 3.
Let me ask you one about the exit polls. One of the things we found is the main motivating factor for voters today was an effort to end gridlock. Now, you guys are political animals. Are you going to be any more willing? You're lucky because you're not going to be there in a way. But are you going to be any more willing to make a very tough political vote in the sake of what some would consider progress?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have been characterized as one of those kamikaze senators, those who have decided to take the tough votes.
Well, then talk to me about the others.
Well, we only had one very tough critical vote about capping entitlements. We had 28. Whether that's going to change next year remains to be seen.
You know the House, Congressman Russo. What if Bill Clinton comes to members and says, hey, let's cap some entitlements? That's tough.
I think what's going to happen, he's going to have his 100-day grace period. Then with all these new coalitions that are going to be forming, it's going to be interesting to watch with more women, more Hispanics, more African Americans, but even more conservative Democrats coming from the South. He's going to have to really be able to put this coalition together, and I think he needs to strike early to be able to keep them all together.
Thanks a lot, and we'll check with you gentlemen throughout the evenings. Good to have you here. And our coverage of Decision 92 from New York here on NBC will continue right after this message. I'm Bob Kerr, NBC News in Washington.
Today is a clear winner, says the New York Times, the morning show that handles hard news best. Join Brian Gumbel and Katie Couric and find out why today has become America's #1 morning show.
You voted, America. Now what happens? What lies ahead for the economy, healthcare, education, and your future? A special America Close-Up tomorrow on NBC Nightly News.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
Good evening once again. We're now getting to the crucial part of the evening with a substantial number of polls closing in states around the country, representing altogether 205 electoral votes. And the way it's shaping up right now, this could be another passage year as it was in 1960 when the torch was passed to a new generation, as it was in 1980 when a new Republican Party took over with Ronald Reagan. Here are the polls closing. As you can see, all of those states now, the polls are closing at this hour. And based on our analysis of interviews with the voters that we have seen in many of those states, we can now make these projections for Bill Clinton. All good news for him. 23 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In Illinois, 22 electoral votes. The battleground state of Michigan, which has gone Republican the last 3 times, 18 electoral votes. In New Jersey, 15 electoral votes. Bill Clinton the winner there. In Massachusetts, which has been safely for the Democrats in recent elections, that goes to Bill Clinton's column. Missouri, 10. Maryland, 11. Connecticut, 8. Now, Connecticut is the ancestral home of the George Bush family, obviously. And Bill Clinton is our projected winner in Connecticut tonight as well. And this will not go over well with the Bush family. They, of course, have their summer home at Walker's Point in Maine. We are projecting that Maine is the winner for Bill Clinton. Now, one of those electoral votes could go to Ross Perot, because in Maine and Nebraska, they divide their electoral votes by the congressional districts, and there's a possibility that Ross Perot could pick off one of those electoral votes, but then, after all, he spent $60 million. He ought to get something for it. In the District of Columbia, which has been safely Democratic as well, 3 electoral votes to Bill Clinton. What does that mean now on our national map? We want to show you as we begin to color that in red. As you can see, the lone state that we've been able to call for President Bush tonight is the state of Indiana, Dan Quayle's home state, and it's been one of the most safely Republican states in this century for the Republicans. Electoral votes, 270 required. Bill Clinton now beginning very swiftly to close in on that number with 151. And remember, it's only 8 o'clock in the evening in the East. Polls will remain open across the country. We remind you to go vote. Let's take a look now at the national popular vote as it has been counted so far. Only 4% of it in so far. George Bush can take some comfort, some solace in the fact that he continues to lead in that, but by a very small margin. And that, of course, if these current trends continue, that too will change during the course of the evening. As you look at that map, Bill Clinton is in red, but George Bush is bleeding, in a manner of speaking, at this hour. Those are states that he had to have to win this election.
Well, blue should be the appropriate color. When Fred Malek of the Bush headquarters was on our program here a few minutes ago, he said that they could win if they held on to the South, they held on to the mountain areas, and if they held on to states like Ohio, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Well, New Jersey, according to our projection, is gone. Connecticut is gone. If New Jersey is going, it means that Ohio is in peril for the Republicans. It's beginning to look like a bit of a wipeout, Tom.
Yeah, John, these are Democrats coming home, in a matter of speaking. In Michigan, Clinton is winning the Ronald Reagan Democrats, so-called. Those are white, male, conservative Democrats by a margin of 3-1. Unions voting for Bill Clinton 3-1. In New Jersey, blacks, Hispanics, and women are giving Clinton the edge at this hour. So we are seeing a really historic shift once again in American voting patterns.
I don't think, and the early indications we had were that the white male Reagan Union Democrats were not behaving too differently. But I think all of the other elements of those Democrats who went to Reagan in 1980 and in 1984 are now beginning to split apart.
Thank you, John. We're watching a lot of Senate races as well.
One of those instances, Tom, where people have crossed racial lines to vote, it seems, is in Illinois, where Carol Moseley Braun tops our list of projected winners in Illinois. She divided the white vote evenly with her opponent, Rich Williamson, and assumes the seat of Alan Dixon, who she defeated in the primary. A consummate candidate in this year of the woman, Carol Moseley Braun becoming the first black Democrat, the first African-American woman elected to the United States Senate. In Alabama, Richard Shelby, another member of that freshman class of '86, a man who won a tough primary, had an easy time of it tonight, defeating Richard Sellers, a former Washington lobbyist. In Connecticut, Chris Dodd goes back to Washington for a third term. Initially, he was seen as one of those who was quite vulnerable, but instead ran a very good campaign and defeated Brooke Johnson, a millionaire businessman who we must assume will go back to his textile business. In Kansas, no surprise, Bob Dole, Minority Leader of the Senate, beats Gloria Odell in a race that she had characterized as Gloria versus Goliath. Well, Goliath won this one fairly easily. Bob Dole, very popular in the state of Kansas, and to a certain extent ran away from George Bush. In Maryland, Barbara Mikulski, another member of the freshman '86 class, beat Alan Keyes, one of a very small number of influential African-American Republicans and one who had feuded somewhat with the Senate Campaign Finance Committee. Mikulski with an easy victory. In North Dakota, Byron Dorgan, again a Democrat, winning the retired seat vacated by Democrat Kent Conrad. He defeated Steve Sidness, Conrad running in a separate race. And in Oklahoma, Don Nickles, as expected, beat Steve Lewis, a lawyer, a former Speaker of the Oklahoma House. Nickles won this one fairly easily. He's very young, very conservative, got an awful lot of attention this summer as the Republican who chaired the GOP Platform Committee. Interestingly enough, we had talk going into this night of all the anti-incumbency fever, but so far we have been able to project 11 Senate races, and 10 of those 11, I should say 9 of those 11, have gone to the incumbent. The other 2 were vacant seats. One incumbent who is sitting on the bubble still is in Pennsylvania. It's a race we're watching. It's the one that has Arlen Specter matched up against Lynn Yackel. We want to go to both their headquarters right now up in Pennsylvania, starting by going to Yackel's headquarters and checking in with Bob Hager. Bob, good evening.
Good evening, Brian. Well, the excitement's starting to pick up here on word that the race is close. Could be something important going on. Arlen Specter in trouble, a veteran, wily politician, knows Philadelphia like the back of his hand, in the race of his life today from Lynn Yackel. An observer of this race said that Specter had 2 big problems. One was Anita Hill, the other President Bush. Anita Hill, he couldn't do anything about, couldn't take back the remarks that he'd made about her during the Senate hearings. President Bush, he couldn't do anything about because he couldn't get any coattails from Bush in this state, which you've seen Bush has lost tonight. Yackel, on the other hand, took advantage of both, tried to link Specter to Bush, talked about the Bush-Specter trickle-down economics, and pushed the Anita Hill tapes of Specter cross-examining Hill on TV at every possible moment. Spent $1 million on those TV ads in the last week of this campaign. A couple of other interesting points. The turnout has been big in Pennsylvania. That tends to help Democratic candidates because Democrats have an edge here. And an interesting point from the exit poll, when voters were asked whether they thought it was very important to elect a woman to the Senate, 1/3 of the voters after voting today said that they did. Brian?
Okay, Bob, thanks very much. We want to go across town, I would assume, to Arlen Specter headquarters, where Tom Pettit is standing by. Specter was one of those who ran away from George Bush, didn't even go to the Bush rallies. Tom, good evening.
Good evening, Brian.
Tom, what's the mood there at Specter headquarters?
Well, the mood here is very, very nervous, to be generous about it. The candidate himself was in here earlier, a couple of hours ago, doing last-minute TV interviews on the local stations. This campaign now has what one might say is the smell of death about it. That's not for sure, but there are no Bush shirt tails, as Bob Hager pointed out, and he needed them. He needed something, and he didn't get it, and it looks very grim for Mr. Specter.
Tom, exit polling has shown that Pennsylvanians were almost equally divided on the question of whether or not Clarence Thomas should ultimately have been confirmed. Is that not good news for Specter?
That is good news for Specter. He also was expected to do well in the black community of Pennsylvania. So that part of it is good news, but Anita Hill was not the sole issue in this campaign. After all, he had had the disadvantage of being an incumbent. He had served 12 years, and he was a Republican running in a Democratic year. So it was not a single-issue campaign, as she tried to make it out to be.
Okay, Tom Pettit. We'll talk later. Tom Brokaw, the incumbent's 9 of 9 on the Senate front. That throw the bums out evidently doesn't apply when it's your bum.
It's beginning to shape up as a very good night for the Democratic Party. It's been looking for a revival for some time now. We're going to call a couple of governor's races for you at this hour. In the state of Missouri, the winner is Mel Carnahan. He was the lieutenant governor in 1988, the only Democrat holding statewide office in that state, and he beat William Webster of the controversial Webster abortion case in the state of Missouri. In Delaware, Democrat, the winner there, that's Tom Carper. He's a 5-term congressman. The sitting governor decided to run for Congress, and Mr. Carper decided to come back, and the Democrats gained the state house in the state of Delaware. So that's the situation at this hour. We'll remind you that we are now, as I say, in the heart of the evening, in which in the next 30 minutes or so, we should have many more projections for you in that important presidential race, but it's looking very strong now for Bill Clinton. But a reminder that we'll have for you throughout the evening, go and vote wherever the polls are open. Of course, if you live there and if you're registered. We wouldn't want to suggest you do anything illegal. We'll be back after this.
Decision 92 Election Night is being sponsored in part by HP Laser Jet Printers. If it isn't a laser jet, it's only a laser printer. And by the Business Services Division of MCI. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than a question. It's an answer.
Comfort in a four-wheel drive. Amazing.
I got a big crew and I need a lot of space.
It makes me feel tall.
It's tough but refined. Kind of like me.
It's got it all.
Why do more people find themselves in a Ford Explorer than any other vehicle in its class? For as many reasons as there are explorers.
Finders keepers.
Find yourself in an Explorer.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
This can't go on. Let me see that. There's got to be a better way. It's time to rethink everything.
Where do we start?
Other laser printers have been playing leapfrog for years in a futile effort to catch up with the HP LaserJet. Now they're truly up against it. Hewlett-Packard introduces the HP LaserJet 4, a new generation, a new standard to reach for. Good luck, fellas. If it isn't a LaserJet, it's only a laser printer.
This is a Powers That Be update.
In the nation's most bizarre senatorial race, incumbent Bill Powers is running unopposed, but voters weary of seeing him compare himself to the late President Harry Truman are writing in Truman's name, and in very large numbers. Stay tuned for more updates as this unusual race develops.
We're back with Decision 92 now. Kentucky politicians used to be fond of saying that their state was the home of fast horses, fine bourbon, and beautiful women, and then they decided that was no longer politically correct. We can tell you at this hour that Kentucky is the home of Bill Clinton and 8 electoral votes that go into his column. This is a big, big win for Bill Clinton. That was one of those battleground middle border states. He goes into the Clinton column after having voted with the Republicans the last 3 times. And as you can see, we color in the state of Kentucky. Only Indiana so far tonight for George Bush, according to our projection. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes? In Kentucky, there are 8 altogether. Bill Clinton now has climbed up to 159. He has been on a steady ascendancy. And George Bush is stuck at 12 at this hour with only Indiana in his column. The popular vote still at 4%. George Bush continues to hold a narrow lead. That will be changing given these projections that we are seeing so far tonight. So that's an important win for Bill Clinton. It was a state that they both contested very strongly. Tim Russert, some thoughts?
Tom Brokaw, I've just got off the phone with some Democratic Party analysts who talked about the Electoral College lock. They believe that the lock's not even broken, that the vault's been pushed wide open. They're pointing out to 1988 figures, Tom, amongst independent voters in Michigan. George Bush won 61% in 88, 33% tonight. In Pennsylvania, Catholics in 88, 51%, 28% tonight. And the other figure they point to, independent voters in Illinois, 55% in 88, 25% now. In Michigan, Tom, they have closed the polls officially. The lines are still so long, they have voting inspectors going outside with books, letting people still vote. Tom Brokaw.
Tim Russert, I'm not surprised that things are changing so swiftly in this country. We tend to forget here as we live in Fortress America what has happened in the last 4 years around the world. 4 years ago, there was still a Soviet Union. 4 years ago, there was still a Berlin Wall. 4 years ago, there was still in Eastern Europe and a Soviet bloc, and things have changed profoundly in the rest of the world. And it looks tonight like they're beginning to change here as well.
Tom, we talked a little bit earlier about the issue of trust and to what extent George Bush's argument was compromised by how people thought of him with regards to his true role in the Iran-Contra affair, and also to a certain extent Iraq-Gate. And Katie Couric has some answers on that. Katie?
Well, Brian, if you didn't hear an awful lot about trust during this campaign, you were living under a rock. Of course, George Bush questioned Bill Clinton about his draft status, while Bill Clinton questioned Bush's role in the Iran-Contra affair and in Iraq-Gate as well. So we put it to our voters in our national poll, were the candidates telling the truth? Well, on Clinton's draft record, they were split. 43% told us Bill Clinton has told the truth. 50% said no, he has not told the truth. Of course, of those who believe that Bill Clinton didn't tell the truth, Bush won big, not surprisingly. But the focus on trust during this campaign may have, in fact, backfired on the Republicans who emphasized it so much. Only about 1/4 of those we talked with today think Bush has told the truth about Iran-Contra, while almost 70% say he hasn't. And it's a little surprised that Clinton has a commanding lead among those who don't think Bush has come clean on Iran-Contra. While voters told us they don't necessarily believe either candidates, it's interesting to note that it really didn't matter to most voters when we asked them about what was important when it came to selecting a president. Well, only 14% said it was trust. Brian?
All right, Katie, thanks very much. We've still got lots more to get to on this Tuesday evening. Decision 92, our election night coverage continues right after this.
If your business relies on 800 service, you may think of your phone line as your lifeline. So choosing AT&T 800 service is important. With another carrier, you could lose more 800 calls day in and day out, and they're twice as likely to have an outage. But relax. With AT&T, the most reliable 800 service, you can get more 800 sales and a healthier bottom line.
I feel energetic and ready to face the day.
Zane Hunter discovers breakfast with grape nuts for a week.
I love grape nuts. It kept me going the whole morning.
Grape nuts, the fat-free natural energy source.
It just had a real crunchy, nutty, different kind of flavor that stayed fresh. Old cereal's out, grape nuts is in.
Breakfast with post-grape nut cereal helps keep you going strong all morning long.
You just try it for a week, and this will become your new cereal.
The Carlsons have always loved Freedent. They love how it won't stick to their dental work. But since they've discovered our new Winter Fresh flavor, things have cooled off considerably. That is, at least as far as their breath is concerned. Because after all, when your mouth feels cooler, your breath feels fresher. So try new Winter Fresh Freedent, a cooler flavor for fresher breath.
Decision 92 Election Night continues.
We're back now, and there are a number of states that have gone into the Bill Clinton column at this hour. Only one for George Bush, but there are some important states out there that we're not able to make a projection on, even though the polls have closed. The polls have closed, but we've not called these states. We're beginning to move into the heartland now. That's North Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, down south. You can see there's Alabama and Mississippi, Florida, the Carolinas, also Virginia, Tennessee. That's the home state of Al Gore. In just a few moments, by the way, the polls will be closing in Arkansas, and we are not able to call up in New England as well. Here's the electoral vote at this hour. We're going to take one away from Bill Clinton. It's not an arbitrary decision. What has happened is that in one of those Maine congressional districts where they award the electoral votes district by district, it is now too close to make the call, so we take one away. There's the possibility before the night is out that Ross Perot will have won one of those electoral votes in the state of Maine. They've been breathing pretty easy all day long in Little Rock, Arkansas tonight, and they must be now beginning to hyperventilate given the way this election map is beginning to show up in their favor. NBC's Andrea Mitchell is in the Arkansas Capitol. Andrea?
Well, the governor himself still says that he doesn't want to be too premature in declaring victory. He was very relaxed tonight. He went out for a jog in the rain, said that he had, in fact, napped for 3.5 hours without intending to, sitting and watching a John Wayne movie with his wife and daughter. But the staff is all really breaking out the celebration. They believe that this is not only, a small victory. They think that it is going to be a very large mandate for change, mandate for Bill Clinton's programs. They are very well aware, though, Tom, that he has promised a lot that he'll have to deliver, and he's going to have to work with a new Congress.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, we're going to go to John Cochran now, who's your counterpart, and in the Bush campaign, he's in Houston, Texas tonight, where my guess is that the mood is quite the contrary. John?
This is Cochran.
John, you're on. Hello, John.
Hello, Tom.
Hi.
Just talking with some of the folks here. They're saying that, like the president said earlier to Jim Mikulski, exit polls don't vote, only real people vote. But the bad news is starting to link in. I'll tell you, the bad news is not a surprise to the Bush people. One of their top people who follows these polls told me on Sunday, he said, look, I'm very concerned that the president's not going to get 100 electoral votes. He said, we'll feel very badly if that happens because we consider anything above 100 votes not a blowout. We don't want Bill Clinton just to blow us away. Now they're concerned, Tom.
John Cochran, thank you very much. It's worth pointing out that the Democrats in the Clinton campaign have learned all of their techniques from the Republican Party in the last 12 years, especially in reaching all the way back to 1968. Here's some good news for President Bush now. We're able to project the state of South Carolina. It's 8 electoral votes for George Bush. So on our big national map at this hour, we'll give Bush a second state that we can color in blue. Down south in South Carolina, that's the home of Strom Thurmond, of course. And the electoral vote then ticks up for President Bush to 20. 158 for Bill Clinton, 270 are required. We now have enough polls closed to get to that number. We'll see how long it takes. Let's take a look at the national vote. We're still holding at 4% in the popular vote counted so far, only a point separating Bush and Clinton. Ross Perot holding at 15%. If he continues there, of course, that would be a very strong showing for a third-party candidate. But after all, this is the man who gave us slow dancing, Lawrence Welk music, $1,000 briefcases, and alligator shoes. We'll be back after this.
Here from Washington is Bob Kerr.
And we are back on an election day where voter turnout reached record proportions. Americans going to polling places willing to stand in long lines, some backed up as much as an hour to cast their ballots. All of this has been bad news for George Bush, people going to the polls wanting change. As of this hour, we show the electoral vote as follows. I think we were going to have a graphic here. I guess we won't. We do. Okay. The 270 is the total needed, 158 for Clinton, 20 for President Bush, and so far no electoral votes for George Bush. Now, all of this is based on big wins by Clinton in Illinois, New Jersey, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and most recently South Carolina, which NBC News is projecting, all states where the president campaigned heavily but came up short. Now, one of the factors that we find out about on any election night has to do with how people feel about their votes and how they feel about the country. It's called the exit poll. NBC did an extensive one today, and Ed Rabel is here to report on that. Ed, what are we learning about why we voted as we did?
Well, Bob, clearly the most important thing emerging in these exit polls have to do with the economy and what to do about it. These exit polls, the voters are saying they want the economy changed for the better and they want it done fast. What's more, they say they're willing to pay more taxes to get the job done. Tax cuts, which President Bush had pushed as an issue in the campaign, was way down on the list of important issues. 43% of those polls said that the economy and jobs are most important to them. The budget deficit and health care ranked second and third according to the exit polls. But asked what they saw as the top priority for the president in the coming year, 56% said reducing the deficit. Only 13% favored cutting taxes. And even though President Bush, Bob, vowed never to raise the taxes again, half of those questions said they believed he would in a second term. Almost two-thirds of the voters disapproved of the way President Bush is handling the economy. The quality listed most as important to the voters was whether the candidate would bring about needed change. A quarter of all those polled said they were influenced by who had the best plan for the country. And the character issue raised by Mr. Bush against Clinton in the final weeks turned out to be double-edged, Bob. Voters split on whether Governor Clinton told the truth on his draft record, for example. But Mr. Bush has a bigger problem on whether he told the truth about what he knew on the Iran-Contra issue. 70% of the voters said the president did not. Only 26% said he did. And of those Democrats who voted for Mr. Bush in 1988, 23% voted this time for Clinton. 57% said the recession hurt people financially, but it hurt them more psychologically. There was great fear out there among parents that their children just simply wouldn't be able to get into the workforce and that great American dream was dead.
Ed, one of the things you said about how many people thought President Bush would raise taxes no matter what he said, we were talking to voters all over the country today about that and asked them that question, and they said no matter who gets in, we think our taxes are going to go up. And I guess what they're most concerned about, or they tell us they're most concerned about, is that the money be used wisely. What do you think? What's your bet on taxes?
The bet on taxes is they're going to go up for sure, and that people want them spent on things like infrastructure, bridges, and health care, and the things that really matter to them.
Ed, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. Let's check in now with NBC's White House correspondent, John Cochran, who is on duty tonight in Houston, where President Bush and his troops had hoped to have a victory party. John, with so many states appearing to disappoint President Bush, did they really expect it would be a victory celebration tonight?
No, they didn't. In fact, the hall that was booked for this so-called victory celebration is rather small. It's not even terribly crowded. They've got a pretty loud band, as you can hear there, and they're trying to keep the music upbeat at least. But no, they didn't really expect to win. They knew it would be a big upset. The president himself has said it would be a political miracle, the biggest upset possibly in modern political times. And so the bad news seems to be happening just about as they expected. They have hoped to go over 100 electoral votes. They kind of think that would be a moral victory of sorts, Bob. But in terms of getting the magic 270, I don't think they ever had any high hopes at all.
John, based on whatever conversations you've been having with people there or over the past few weeks, what is the Bush camp's perception of the biggest mistake the campaign made or the biggest mistake the president himself made?
The biggest mistake the president made in terms of his presidency, one, was to go along with taxes, to go back on his no new taxes pledge, and two, not to be seen to be dealing with the problems of the economy. Frankly, they feel maybe there wasn't a whole lot he could do to improve the economy. This is a conservative administration which thinks there's not a whole lot the government can do, but he didn't seem to be engaged with the problem. So apart from that, you have the campaign problems, two big problems. The Republican convention was seen by too many moderates in the Republican Party as catering to the whims of the conservative wing of the party, and there are a lot of people within the Bush camp who feel that they drove away some Republican moderates from George Bush. And beyond that, there's a feeling that Jim Baker should have taken the reins of power in this campaign a lot sooner, that he should have left the State Department no later than June, Bob.
That's a pretty long critique, John. Thank you very much. We'll check in with you again later. Let's take one more look at the electoral vote very quickly as we have it now, if we can. There it is for Bill Clinton with 270 needed, 158, George Bush 20, Ross Perot 0, and our coverage will continue in just a moment.
Wednesday on Unsolved, an all-new UFO mystery. It knocked him down. It burned him. See the incredible physical evidence. Unsolved Mysteries, NBC Wednesday.
Today is a clear winner, says the New York Times, the morning show that handles hard news best. Join Brian Gumbel and Katie Couric and find out why today has become America's #1 morning show.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
Good evening once again. If this has been a campaign of hope versus experience, of change versus trust, at this hour, change and hope are the big winners based on what we're seeing so far here tonight, Brian Gumbel. It's a real generational confrontation, and the younger generation is taking the older generation to the docks at the moment.
And I know you've got some more poll closings and some more electoral projections, but the news just keeps getting better for Bill Clinton.
It does, and this is no big surprise. Only one state is closing its polls at 8:30 tonight. I don't know how they had time to vote in Arkansas. They've been so busy celebrating in advance of all this. 6 electoral votes. The polls just closed. We're able to make a projection in Arkansas based on our interviews and the analysis of those interviews with voters as they left the polls today. Bill Clinton, hometown guy, 5 times elected governor of that state, grew up there, became a Rhodes Scholar, Boys Nation, did all the right things in the eyes of most Arkansas voters, and today they gave him their votes as he ran for president of the United States, the first man from that state to do so. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes now? This is the important number, of course, 164 for Bill Clinton, 270 required. George Bush with only South Carolina and Indiana on his asset side, as Ross Perot might say. Texas, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, and Virginia representing 105 electoral votes. All the polls have closed in those states, but they are still too close to call. At one point, Ross Perot referred to Arkansas as just a small unit. Just because you ran the corner store doesn't mean that you could run Kmart. That was just one of the many pithy things that he had to say in the course of this campaign, John Chancellor.
You'll go on saying pithy things. I've been looking at the figures here. He's running about 15% nationally. From Vermont to Florida, he's in the double digits in most of these states, and so far we haven't seen him fall very far behind. So he will be able to go around and say, I didn't win the election, but I did better than George Wallace in 1968, who got 13.5% of the vote, and I sure beat John Anderson in 1980, who got 6% of the vote. I can almost hear him saying that.
John, we have a projection. Good news for the president. He was able to hang on to the state of Oklahoma in the Southwest. NBC now is able to project the state of Oklahoma with its 8 electoral votes. That goes into the Bush column. We want to tell you what that means on our map. First of all, blue. If we begin to move into stronger Bush territory, he could take heart in all of that. He gets up to 28 electoral votes at this hour, with Bill Clinton at 164. And the national vote, we're now up to 8%. And George Bush continues to hold a 1-point lead over Bill Clinton. We want to tell you, however, that the important vote is the electoral vote, and that popular vote will change as well in the course of this evening if the electoral trend continues as it is right now. And the man who believes that it will probably continue in that direction is with us at this hour. He is Ron Braun, who's the Democratic National Chairman. Mr. Brown, we have been reminding voters in the West all evening long that they should continue to vote, also in the mountain states in the central time zone, but you must be feeling an enormous sense of relief at this hour.
I really am, but I want to reinforce your reminder, Tom. This election is too important. It's a watershed election for America, and I hope that everybody who has not yet gone to the polls will do so.
Ron Brown, it seems to me that if the trend continues, that Bill Clinton and a Democratic Congress and Democratic governors across this country will really be put on the block by the voters. You're going to have not a very long time to correct a lot of the problems that they're angry about. Do you disagree with that?
Well, it took us a long time to get into this mess, and we're not going to get out of it overnight. But you're right. Change is expected. This election was about change. The American people rejected the status quo. They voted against the gridlock that has taken place all over the country, but certainly here in Washington. I think expectations are high. I believe that Bill Clinton, should he prevail tonight, is going to meet those expectations. He's been an extraordinary candidate. I think he's going to be a great president.
If this trend does continue and Bill Clinton does win the presidency, a lot of folks are already saying that there should be a prominent place for Ron Brown. Would you like a place in the Bill Clinton cabinet if it comes to that?
Tom, I'm not looking for a job, and you know me well enough and have known me for long enough to know that I've never looked for a job. My own view is if you complete the mission that you set out to complete and you do it well, and I think we've done this one well, then the future will take care of itself.
I also know you well enough, I think, Ron Brown, if they come looking for you, you probably won't turn them down, correct?
Well, I haven't even gotten to that point yet, Tom. I've been obsessed, as Bill Clinton has, with today, November 3rd. When I wake up tomorrow morning, I might start thinking about what comes next.
All right, thank you very much, Ron Braun, who is the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. And a lot of people are talking about a role that he may play in a Clinton cabinet if, in fact, Bill Clinton gets there tonight. A man who hopes that he will not is Rich Braun, who is the Republican National Chairman. Mr. Braun, as you look at that electoral map, as we have been showing it this evening, you must be reasonably discouraged at this hour.
Well, I sure did like those early results of 1988 a lot better than I like these so far. Let's see some of those undecided votes that you haven't posted yet in those big states, Texas and Florida, North Carolina, come across, Ohio come across. That'll even up this electoral disparity we have right now. And let's just remind people, as you've been very responsibly doing, that it's not over out on the West Coast. Bruce Hershenson and Senator Seymour and Rod Chandler need your votes. Go to the polls and vote.
Where do you think it went wrong for you in the closing 4 days of the campaign? Because you did have some momentum building up through Friday, and then it came to a halt.
Well, we took a very good run at the end there, and maybe it's going to bring us home. If we do, we're going to have a very tight electoral victory here. We've got to see these undecided states come through that you're not calling. And as we head a little bit further west, we'd like to see a solid west. I don't know how it's going to turn out, Tom, but you know, you don't give up. The people are going to speak here tonight. We'll accept their verdict. It's been a good race for both candidates, and let's see what happens.
All right, thank you very much. Rich Braun, who is the Republican National Chairman in Houston, Texas tonight. When we come back in just a few moments, Brian Gumbel will have the latest projection for us in some Senate races around the country. Back after this.
Well, I think that over 10% of the U.S. population goes to bed hungry, and that's something that's hard to imagine. At my restaurant, like a lot of restaurants, we have extra food. Most restaurateurs don't necessarily know what to do with that food, though. And it's just a totally logical connection that we who often have leftover food would want to address this problem of hunger. The most effective way is through an organization, which is actually a national organization called Share Our Strength. They are simply agents who connect the restaurants with the shelters. Because American Express has provided the funding for Share Our Strength, their dollars are actually going to connect food with someone who needs it.
American Express supports Share Our Strength. Call 1-800-251-7000 to find out how you can, too.
Introducing Ford Taurus and Cats and Dogs. Taurus offers dual airbags and anti-lock brakes, perfect for when it's raining cats and dogs. You might say the idea jumped out at us. Ford Taurus.
In a world of constant change, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the rock. The Prudential Rock Solid.
This is a Powers That Be election update with Edwin Newman.
In the nation's strangest contest tonight, incumbent Senator Bill Powers has been running neck and neck with the late Harry Truman. The Powers camp still predicts victory. The Truman camp was unavailable for comment. Stay tuned for more updates later tonight.
Continuing now our election night coverage of Decision 92, we can tell you that the perfect record of Senate incumbents on this night continues intact in Ohio. We can now project John Glenn, the winner in what was viewed as a very tight race against Lieutenant Governor Michael DeWine, a pro-life father of 8. John Glenn, seeking a 4th term, had a world of troubles, was viewed for a time as the Democrats' most vulnerable incumbent. He had some problems being associated with the S&L scandal with Charles Keating. He had some heavy debt that he incurred, but nonetheless, he seems to have ridden the coattails of Bill Clinton. It's worth noting that Michael DeWine skipped the last Bush rally, and so that augurs well for Clinton in Ohio. And no surprise here in Arkansas. Dale Bumpers, a winner. That makes it 11 for 11 Senate incumbents. He defeats Mike Huckabee, a 36-year-old Baptist minister with no national political experience. He's not likely to get anytime soon. There are some other races that bear watching, though, in which incumbents are very much on the bubble. We'd like to take a look at some of those in South Carolina. Ernst Fritz Hollings, a man who, oddly enough, is running as an outsider, even though he was sent to the Senate first in '66, is holding on against Thomas Hartnett, former three-term congressman from South Carolina, who in fact ran the George Bush campaign 4 years ago. How much of an outsider did Hollings want to run as? He was quoted as saying, "If those boys up in Washington cared half as much about your checkbook as they do their own, we could get this country moving again." Well, he might get his chance, because right now he's out in front. In North Carolina, Terry Sanford holding on, now trailing with 13% of the vote counted by a 4% margin to Locke Faircloth, a man who was described for a time as the stealth candidate, which tells you a little bit about what people thought of his campaign there. But Terry Sanford, who had some recent heart surgery, 40% of those in exit polls are noting that they were concerned about Sanford's health. And in Georgia, Weish Fowler leading right now with 14% of the vote counted, leading over former Peace Corps Director Paul Coverdale. Remember, as we watch this, that Fowler must win by 51% in Georgia to avoid a runoff. Texas Senator Phil Gramm is standing by with us right now from the Capitol. Senator, good evening.
Good evening, Brian.
You're watching these Senate returns come in as well as the presidential returns. Surprised, disappointed?
Well, at the moment, we've got a lot of tough races. I noticed you haven't called Connecticut, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. Those are all important states for us. There's no doubt about the fact that the presidential ticket is not running as well as I'd hoped. We still have the heartland of America. I'm still hopeful, but clearly we're in an uphill battle trying to offset the fact that Clinton is winning many of the states that we're trying to be competitive in for the Senate. But I'm encouraged to this point that our candidates are staying in close, and I feel good about tonight in the Senate races so far. Obviously, I'm very concerned about the president.
You might have been away a little bit earlier when we did call Connecticut with Chris Dodd, the winner over Brooke Johnson there. But Senator, more to the point, when this year began, there were high expectations that your party could make considerable inroads into the Democratic majority in the upper house. Why hasn't that come to pass? Why have you had to modify those expectations so much?
Well, Brian, I think basically that when we were looking during the period immediately following the war, their president's approval rating was in the 80s. People were focused on the lack of Democratic support for the president during the Gulf conflict. The recession has deepened. It's been prolonged. I think those things have had an impact. I think the candidates that have presented a vision as to what they want to do appear to be doing well tonight. Obviously, this was not a time to run on the status quo.
All right, Senator Phil Gramm, thanks very much. We'll talk a little bit later.
Brian.
Appreciate it. Tom?
Thank you, Brian. No surprise here. NBC News now projecting the state of Tennessee. The winner there, Bill Clinton. It is the home state of his running mate, Al Gore, a senator from that state. They were called the Yuppie ticket, the double Bubba ticket, which didn't quite fit somehow. They strike me more as the student body president, the football captain. Anyhow, 11 electoral votes in Tennessee. That goes into the Clinton column now. It is beginning to fill in that map in red for Clinton and Gore. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes? 175 for Bill Clinton, 28 for George Bush, none for Perot so far. The national vote now, we've got 10% of it in, and Clinton now has eased into the lead, and if this trend continues, that will remain very much the same, and we'll be watching how big the popular vote margin may be for Bill Clinton if he continues. Not good news for Dan Quayle. In Indiana, his home state, they did win it for the Bush Quayle ticket, but in the exit poll, who better qualified to take over as president if necessary? 53% said Al Gore in Dan Quayle's home state. Only 37% voted for the hometown boy. We'll be back after this.
This can't go on. Let me see that. There's got to be a better way. It's time to rethink everything.
Where do we start?
No one has to tell you that doing business today is more challenging than ever. But all over the world, one company is helping you meet those challenges head on, no matter what it takes. New challenges, new thinking.
You know, I grew up thinking that nothing had more iron than spinach. But ounce for ounce, prunes have the same amount, and they're a much better snack.
Sweet, delicious California prunes. Find out how good they really are.
All 4 Escort LX models equipped with air conditioning, AM/FM stereo, power steering, and more. Now share the same low price of just $10,499. 4 Escorts, one price. It's that easy.
We're back. We want to remind you once again, as we throughout the evening, about our projection policy here. We call a state only after all or most of the polls in that state have closed. Also, as you win the presidency in the Electoral College, as you win those electoral votes state by state, it is possible, as we've seen in recent elections, to win the presidency without crossing the Mississippi River. And if the current trends continue, that will be the case tonight. But we do remind you in the mountain states and in the western states to continue to vote because the polls still are open. The electoral votes now, Bill Clinton 175. He's less than 100 away from the prize that he has cherished since he was a teenager. Actually, he is a consummate politician. He's been involved in political life most of his adult years and even his teenage years. These are the states that we've not yet been able to call. The race is just simply too close there. They are important states, especially to George Bush. Florida, down south, up north in North Dakota, Kansas, Texas is one of his home states. So we want to show you what the popular vote is, to show you the dilemma for our wizards in the back room who are trying to make these calls. We got 6% of the vote in Texas. Bill Clinton with a narrow lead at this hour. I don't know where those votes come from, so it's impossible to say how it will turn out. But anyhow, the analysts say that they cannot yet make a projection in the state of Texas. That would be a big blow to George Bush, of course. In Florida, 6% of the vote is in there. His son was the Republican chairman in the state of Florida, and we are not able to make a call in Florida, even though George Bush has a 7-point lead at this hour. Clinton is winning the seniors in Florida, we're told. We do know that. In Ohio, Clinton is winning the Ronald Reagan Democrats. Those are white, male, conservative Democrats, but still too close to call. 4% of the vote in. Again, another Midwestern industrial battleground state. North Carolina, George Bush is solid with the white vote, but Clinton is winning overwhelmingly the black vote in North Carolina, and that could serve him well before the night is out. 1/5 of the vote has been counted in North Carolina so far. In Virginia, it's pretty much the same. Almost half of the vote has been counted so far. Very tight race there. Now, well, there are, in fact, 11 points separating them, but the black vote could prove to be crucial to Bill Clinton in Virginia, which has been a solid Republican state for a long, long time. And Tim Russert Perot is a very big factor down there in Texas. Blacks and Hispanics are big for Clinton. 60% of the Texans just don't think of Bush as a real Texan, however, and that probably hurt him in the closing days. What have you been finding out over there?
Tom, it's interesting. I just got off the phone with Little Rock. One of the numbers they're pointing to with big smiles is that the age group that is voting for Bill Clinton in the biggest numbers are senior citizens. 53% of the seniors are voting for Bill Clinton. It is his best age group amongst the electorate. They are convinced that is because of the issue of health care. Our exit poll bears that out. 1 year ago tonight, Tom, Harris Wofford knocked off Dick Thornburgh, the Attorney General of the United States, largely on the issue of health care. They thought that would be a wake-up call for the Bush administration. It looks like Bill Clinton has capitalized on the issue of health care. It is doing very well with senior citizens. They tell me in Little Rock that health care will be a top priority in the first 3 months if Bill Clinton wins this race tonight.
Thank you, Tim Russert. Standing by in Texas right now is someone who was a great friend to Bill Clinton in the closing days of this campaign. I think that I can say without fear of retribution from her, she's the big mama of Texas politics these days. That's Ann Richards, who is the current governor, has a very high approval rating down there. What do you think, Governor Richards? Are you going to win this state for Governor Clinton before the night is out?
Yeah, we're going to win it. You know, when I saw you up there at the first debate, you asked me, could we win Texas, and I told you I thought we could. I think we're going to win it by maybe 2 points. The big variable for us that was really hard to figure this time was Ross Perot. And Ross is, I think, going to come in somewhere around 20 points. in which case we ought to win by 2.
So he's taking away from George Bush, in effect.
He took away from George Bush, and he also took away from Bill Clinton. And I don't think we're going to know for several days until it sifts out and we do some analysis exactly how much he took from each candidate. But I think he took from both of them.
Texas has been in a turnaround, Governor Richards. The unemployment rate has dropped about 0.5 point in the last 4 years. People are feeling better about their future down there. George Bush claims it as a home state. Why did they turn on George Bush, in your judgment?
We began an organization here 2 years ago, Tom, when I made the race for governor, and we have kept that organization intact, and we've worked it very hard in the sense that we've made people feel that this Democratic Party that they have now chosen to endorse and vote in is a party of the future. I'm very serious when I say to you that the old image of the Democratic Party in this nation, I hope, is gone. The new image, and that is an image of people who are fiscally responsible, but people who really do care for those who need jobs, who need health care, that we're going to take care of those needs, but we're going to do it in a manner in which the people can afford it. And I think that that's telling all across the nation in this election.
Do you think that Bill Clinton will reach out to some Republicans for his new administration as well if he wins tonight?
Well, I don't have any idea. I talked to him a while last night. We were together on the plane as late as 1 a.m. this morning in Fort Worth, and we talked in general about what needs to be done in the administration, but we didn't talk specifically about people in the cabinet or anything like that.
All right, thank you very much, Governor Ann Richards. It's always a
Great
pleasure
to talk to you. Tell without his beard.
Oh, yeah, he is. We all agree with that. That's a consensus point of view. We didn't have to have any exit polls or anything.
Governor, thanks very much.
Right.
You joined my wife and my agent in that opinion.
Right,
I appreciate it.
You bet.
Yeah, we chipped in and bought him some youth ways, and they worked to good effect.
I appreciate that very much. Let's go ahead and give you a gubernatorial projection right now. We can tell you that Republican Steve Merrill in New Hampshire has won the seat vacated by Judd Gregg, who's running for a Senate seat in New Hampshire. He turned back Congresswoman Deborah Arneson of Arnie's Army. Very much at issue there was the first tax in New Hampshire. She wanted it. They said no. We're back right after.
Here from Washington is Bob Kerr.
And we are back on a night that Bill Clinton seems to have every reason to be happy and George Bush every reason not to be. Back at the height of Desert Storm, that confrontation with Saddam Hussein, the president's favorable rating was in the 80s. He seemed unbeatable, but the economy dragged him down. Tonight, at this hour, Clinton already has 175 of the 270 electoral votes needed. George Bush with 28. Ross Perot still yet to break onto the scoreboard there. Almost all the important industrial states have gone to Clinton: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, New Jersey, Illinois, and he's won Tennessee, Al Gore's home state, and Bill Clinton's also won Arkansas, not the big surprise of the night. The only states in Bush's corner: Indiana, South Carolina, Oklahoma, and with New York State about to close in a few minutes, it's expected Bush will have even more bad news. We are joined once again by our panel of political professionals: Senator William Cohen of Maine and Congressman Marty Russo of Illinois. Gentlemen, are you surprised?
Frankly, I'm not surprised. I think that you could see this tidal wave building in recent weeks. I think that President Bush made a valiant effort to try and stem that tidal wave, but I just think it was overwhelming.
What do you think he could have done to stem it?
Well, I think he might have, I mean, there are 1,000 different reasons one can offer. I think the biggest thing was to develop a more coherent message earlier. I think that was the biggest mistake that was made during the course of the campaign, waiting until after the convention and then not really coming together with a coherent message, which he found toward the very end of the campaign. And then, of course, he fell off in the final days. Iran-Contra came up as an issue, and that deflated much of the momentum he had going.
Congressman Russo, you've been looking at other elements of this race tonight. Other surprises?
Well, there's a surprise going on in Kentucky. Ron Mazzoli, incumbent congressman from Kentucky, was supposed to be in a lot of trouble. He was running against a pro-choice woman candidate. And at this point, with 92% of the votes in, he's leading 56 to 44. But I think one of the things that we need to look at You know, when you say that the president was unbeatable because of the Persian Gulf, you have to remember, just before we went to the Persian Gulf War, the president was falling in the polls. He was into the 40s, and the Persian Gulf War pulled him up. And the reason he was falling into the 40s early is because he wasn't paying attention to the economy. And when after all the hoopla and euphoria over the Persian Gulf War was over, the question was, now what do we do with the economy? He still never got the message on what to do with the economy. I think Bill Clinton's message was directly on point. The jobs, economy, and I think that's what hurt the president. There was no way he can recover from that.
In terms of talk show politics and Ross Perot, this was certainly a different campaign. Was it a good campaign?
I think overall it was a very good campaign, because for the first time we saw a breakthrough with the American people feeling they had a much bigger role to play in this particular election. I think the talk shows, from the network shows to the radios and others, I think played an enormous role in this election, and it has to be a milestone for American politics.
Likely to see more of that.
I think this is just the beginning.
More bus trips.
What about you?
I think we have more bus tours, more MTV.
The president taking a bus tour? I mean, Clinton says he's going to do that.
I think it's important. What this shows is that you must stay in contact with the American people. That's what's going on here. They basically felt Washington and the president had not paying attention to their issues. For example, health care. I mean, it took the Wofford election to make the Bush administration focus on health care, but the public was way ahead of the politicians on that issue.
Let's break away here for just a second and check in with NBC's Andrea Mitchell, who has a bird's eye seat down there in Little Rock, a place where they've closed off 16 blocks here for a big party. Andrea, what our exit poll shows that this was a big vote for anti-gridlock. What is Bill Clinton likely to do about that? Can he get things going quickly?
He knows that he has to. In fact, there are some reports that he might come to Washington as soon as next week, when Democratic senators are supposed to be caucusing, and try to get that momentum going. They know very well that they've got to move quickly, because they don't want to become captured by the process, as Jimmy Carter was. So I think you're going to hear some pretty dramatic announcements over the next couple of days from Little Rock. By the way, it's pouring rain and wind outside, so it's really raining on the parade here, but we are told that the governor will still appear first when all the polls close on the West Coast, outside at the old State House, and we'll be there to bring that to you.
Andrea, you followed him for all these months. Is Bill Clinton, or would he be, the type of president who would ask congressmen and senators to make tough, risky political votes, or will he make it easy for them?
I think that he is very much of a mind to ask them to make tough choices, and I'm not so sure that he's going to do very much asking. I think what you're going to see is more of a demand from a Clinton White House if he does win, because he believes that he is going in with a mandate, and I think he's going to try to take charge.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and we'll check with you later. One little bit of record keeping here, as we've kept tabs all year on a lot of aspects of the campaign. The Center for Media and Public Affairs here in Washington tried to keep tabs on what we call sound bites. They monitored network newscasts to see how long the average candidate sound bite was running. Over at CBS at one point, producers vowed not to run sound bites shorter than 30 seconds. Didn't quite work out that way. The average candidate soundbite on the CBS Evening News during the final weeks of the campaign was 8.3 seconds. At ABC, it was a bit shorter at 8. Here on NBC Nightly News, a whopping average of 9.3 seconds per soundbite. NBC News coverage of Decision 92 will continue with Tom Brokaw from New York now.
You voted, America. Now what happens? What lies ahead for the economy, healthcare, education, and your future? A special America Close-Up tomorrow on NBC Nightly News.
Wednesday, it's a woman's fear. Her doctor assaults her.
This guy is not going to stop.
But when the law can't stop him, his victims will. Law and Order, NBC Wednesday.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
Good evening once again. I'm back here with Bryant Gumbel, and Bryant, at this hour, Bill Clinton is closing in very rapidly on the magic number of 270 electoral votes. In 1960, John Kennedy said a torch was passed to a new generation. Tonight, it's a whole bonfire. That's the way the electoral map is going. We want to show you what's going on in Little Rock at this hour. In the capital of Arkansas, they're beginning to assemble there. We expect that Bill Clinton and Hillary sometime in the next hour will probably make an appearance, because at about that time that we'll be able to make a projection. We'll remind you, however, that the polls are open in many parts of the country. If they are in your state, we urge you to go out and exercise your right to vote. The electoral vote, of course, is based on the representatives and the senators from those states, and that's how they get to the total. Here are the states in which the polls have just now closed at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. 99 electoral votes altogether. Arizona, Colorado, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. And George Bush had to have a good chunk of those states to stay competitive tonight. And the fact of the matter is, he is not getting them. We're now prepared to make more projections for Bill Clinton that will take him close the 270 marker. He is the projected winner in New York. No surprise there. 33 electoral votes. That's one of Clinton's most important states. It stayed rock solid for him. Minnesota has been in the Democratic column. 10 electoral votes there. Bill Clinton is the winner there as well. It voted for Michael Dukakis last time around. Here's a winner in the Rocky Mountain states. Colorado, 8 electoral votes. Perot was a big factor, taking away from George Bush. And now let's go to New Mexico. 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. Last voted Democratic in 1964. It had gone with the winner every time but once since becoming a state 80 years ago. It went with Gerald Ford in 1976. Rhode Island, only 4 electoral votes. They all go to Bill Clinton at this hour. And the state of Delaware, which has been another one of those bellwether states, voting with the winner every time since 1952. Tonight it believes that the winner will be Bill Clinton. It has given him 3 electoral votes. So as we show you on the map now, all of those states will go red for Bill Clinton. The blue states belong to George Bush. What does that mean in terms of what's happening for George Bush? Well, he can win one state that we can put into his column at the closing at 9 o'clock now, and that is the state of Nebraska with its 5 electoral votes. Nebraska last voted Democratic in 64 for Lyndon Johnson. Here it is in the map now. The blue belongs to George Bush, of course. All the red red parts of the map will go to Bill Clinton. The electoral vote, we're now 238 electoral votes. As you can see, 270 are required. Bill Clinton now is within easy reach. There are some big states that are still out there that he is very much in the hunt for. John Chancellor, this could be a historic evening for Bill Clinton.
Well, it's going to be a historic evening, I think, in the history of covering elections. You know, this is quite early for something going as quickly as this. As rushing across the country the way the Clinton vote is. In 1960, we weren't able here at NBC to call Jack Kennedy's election until around 11 in the morning, as I recall. And we were up all night. Now, it seems to me, within about the next half hour or so, Tom, you'll be able to project our winner as Bill Clinton. And there are a number of small states that could do it. Do we suppose that Texas could do it? I think that all by itself could do it. But I'm not sure he's going to carry Texas.
You know, John, the fact of the matter is that one of the things that served him very well in the course of this campaign, whatever you think about his ideological beliefs or his plan for the future, is that as a stand-up campaigner and politician, he is almost matchless. They knocked him bloody a couple of times here in the New York primary, again in New Hampshire with the Jennifer Flowers episode, but he was the Energizer Rabbit of presidential politics. He just kept on coming, and they could not knock him over.
Tom, his body was identified as dead on arrival in the New Hampshire primary, and he got up from that grave and moved on to where he is tonight. It's quite a remarkable story.
He so loves campaigning that at the end, the reporters were yelling at him at 2 in the morning, "Get back in the car, get back in the car." He would not stop shaking hands.
He, in fact, didn't get back to Little Rock until, I think, 11 o'clock this morning. His day started with a rally at Stapleton Airport in Denver, and then he moved on to Little Rock only after that. One of the stories that John is going to be exploring a little bit later, I'm sure, is the relationship that Bill Clinton, if the numbers continue to go his way, is likely to have with the 103rd Congress. That Congress, at least on the Senate side, is looking very much like the 102nd, because we can now make it 13 for 13 for incumbents on the Senate side. We have some more projections. Starting in Colorado, where Ben Nighthorse Campbell has won the vacant seat, turning back Terry Considine, a Colorado state senator. Interesting, in this race, Campbell becoming the only Native American elected to the Senate. In this race, their military records were partly an issue. Campbell did not correct the misimpression that he had somehow been captured behind enemy lines in Korea. Considine perhaps could have capitalized on it, but he had his own problems by saying he was first ineligible to serve in Vietnam and then later had to confess that he sought and received a student deferment. Campbell the winner in Colorado. In Arizona, John McCain wins a second term, turning back the challenge not only of Clara Sargent, but also ex-Governor Evan Meakin. Although McCain was tainted somewhat by the SNL reprimand as one of the Keating Five, he wins handily in Arizona. And in South Dakota, Tom Daschle has defeated Charlene Harr. Daschle, a Democrat, defeated the only woman Republican who was running for the Senate. Harr, very conservative, was against abortion, was for gun control, was for term limits. She demanded to be called Mrs. Harr, a longtime GOP party activist, but not getting elected tonight. And so, the new Senate, what does it look like? We told you when the night began, 57-43 Democrats, with them having to defend more seats than the Republicans. At this point, they are enjoying a 50-32 edge, with 18 yet to be determined, 7 of those being defended by Democrats, 11 to be defended by the GOP. If there is a magic number to watch for on the Senate side tonight, it is the number 60. That's what Democrats had hoped to get to, that to make the Senate filibuster-proof, allow them to control the legislative agenda in the upper house. Katie, what do you got for us?
Well, Bryant, while you say it may be good news tonight for Senate incumbents, some of those winners may not be eligible to run for re-election in the future. Why? 2 words: term limits. Never before have so many states considered a single issue. In fact, 14 states have some kind of term limit initiative on the ballots this year. Of course, this is given largely to the anti-incumbent mood that is sweeping the country. All of them would restrict members of Congress to 2 terms or 12 years, and House members to anywhere from 3 to 6 terms or 6 to 12 years, depending upon what state you're talking about. Now, NBC News is projecting that in Florida, Ohio, and Missouri, term limits will pass by nearly 3-1 in all those states. So if the sentiment isn't throw the bums out right now, it is at least don't let the bums stay in office too long. Also passing by almost 3-1 is a measure in the state of Maryland. It's question 6. It's an abortion initiative. It prevents the state from interfering with a woman's decision to have an abortion. It codifies Roe versus Wade, making abortion legal in the state even if the Supreme Court overturns the decision, which seems unlikely at this point in time. Now, similar measures were passed in Washington in 1991 and in the state of Nevada in 1990. And one interesting note, Brian, we didn't hear a whole lot about abortion during this campaign, but voters in our national poll support abortion rights 2-1.
No, if you'll recall, we heard an awful lot about it when the Republicans convened in Houston, and we talked about it at great length, but the thinking was then that it had never been and would not become an issue in a national election, and certainly it has been overcome considerably by the issue of the economy.
That's right.
All right. We're going to come on back in just a moment. We've still got a lot more to get to on our election coverage of Decision 92, and we'll do that after this.
Decision 92 Election Night is being sponsored in part by IBM. Today all over the world, helping businesses meet new challenges. And by AT&T 800 service, because every call is a customer. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than a question. It's an answer.
You're about to see a side of Ranger you never expected. Now, all that famous Ford Ranger muscle comes in a body no one can resist. Introducing the 93 Ford Ranger.
Ford trucks, the best, never rest.
Ranger is how tough looks today.
This month, American businesses could lose 1,800,000 calls. That could be enough lost customers to fill Dallas. Next month, Memphis and Tucson. Calls they wouldn't have to lose if they used the most reliable 800 service, AT&T, instead of another service. This year alone, that could mean 12 million more customers and millions of sales. So choose AT&T 800 service, and you can get everything that's coming to you.
No one has to tell you that doing business today is more challenging than ever. But all over the world, one company is helping you meet those challenges head on, no matter what it takes. New challenges, new thinking.
This is a Powers That Be election update.
Senator Bill Powers seems to be headed toward re-election tonight. This comes after one of the dirtiest campaigns in history, in which Powers called his opponent, the late Harry Truman, an empty suit. Stay tuned for Powers' acceptance speech in just a few minutes here on NBC.
We're back. It's now shortly after 9 o'clock in the east. Polls are still open in the west, of course, in the Mountain Time Zone as well. But Bill Clinton at this hour is within easy reach of the 270 electoral votes that he needs to be elected president of the United States. He's at 238, 270 are required. He could win it with the state of Texas, but even if he loses Texas, California's got 54, for example. He's very strong in Oregon, Washington, and a lot of other states that could put him over the top tonight. So we think that that will happen in the next 35 minutes or so. Here are the states that are simply too close to call for us. I did mention Texas. The idea that Arizona is too close to call boggles the mind. That has been solid Republican territory. It is the home base, of course, of Barry Goldwater, who was quite critical, incidentally, of George Bush, especially for his stand on abortion. Down south, Mississippi and Alabama are still in play. That was not expected. Ohio still in play. Virginia and North Carolina still in play. So there are some states that could come in for George Bush, but not enough to provide a fire break to hold off at this hour, Tim Russert, what seems to be the inevitable Bill Clinton victory. And in Washington, I guess, for the last week or so, they've already been preparing for this eventuality.
Well, Tom, it's interesting. I just got off the phone talking to folks in Washington about the inevitability of this. 5 Republican bureaucrats were having a dinner talking about where they had placed their resumes, bemoaning the fact that they are now out of the government job. And one concluded the dinner by saying, and you know, the worst thing about it is the economy's so bad. Well, finally on November 3rd, there's a wake-up call. The Democrat, I just talked to a Democratic senator, and I said, it looks like you may have 60 Democratic senators. He said, good God, no, now it's our deficit. Yeah, right. Reality time in Washington, Tom.
It also means that the steam room will be a lot more crowded in the health club of the United States Senate as well. Someone who is watching all of this with a keen amount of interest, who has become a major player in the national politics in this country, is with us now from Virginia Beach, Virginia. That is Pat Robertson. He got angry with me in Iowa when I called him a televangelist. In fairness, he is a televangelist, a businessman, and a power broker in the Republican Party. Mr. Robertson, what do you think went wrong for President Bush?
Well, I don't think that his handlers treated him very well, Tom. I think the campaign was not run particularly well. They put Bush out on the point to take all the abuse and to make some of the mistakes, and I just don't think the campaign was focused.
There are many people in the Republican Party who believe that the Republican National Convention in Houston, of which you were a prominent part, was simply too extreme, too strident in its positions, and they cite your speech and Pat Buchanan's as well.
Well, I've seen that comparison. The thing that Pat Buchanan did, which is an unpardonable sin, was to push the Gipper out of prime time. And that was not a good thing. As you know, I spoke about 7:20 at night in between 2 Republican governors, and it wasn't a very great speech, but it was about the economy and about the fall of communism, etc. But from what I saw from the tracking polls, the Republican Party closed within 11 or 12 points of Clinton at that particular time, and then it was up to the campaign to take it from there and bring it down to 0. Unfortunately, that took place last Friday, but then they lost it again over the weekend.
Mr. Roberts, would you like to reorganize the Republican Party around the Christian tenets that you hold so dear?
I would like to see a winning coalition like Ronald Reagan had. I think we've got to get economic conservatives together with social conservatives and some who are foreign policy advocates of the foreign policy initiatives that we've seen very successfully over the last 10 or 12 years, and to put together that coalition. And I think that the last thing we need is recrimination and finger pointing and that sort of thing. It's good. The Republican Party will probably have a splendid opportunity if we have some economic collapse in the next 2 or 3 years to come back strong in '96.
Pat Robertson, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Frank Campbell?
Tom, that's the closest we've seen to the start of what might be a round of finger pointing. How much of it do you think we are going to see?
Well, I think that the Pat Robertson movement, and he's not the only one who's involved in it, is very important and to some Republicans a little terrifying right now because they're very well organized in school district by school district and county by county in places like Iowa and Southern California. Even in the state of Colorado, it's called the New Religious Right. And a lot of people are worried that they'll organize kind of out of sight of the conventional machinery of political parties in this country and then go out and win because they can count on a fixed number of votes coming from the churches and other places.
But what of the idea, John, that, hey, we gave you the ball, we got it to 11, you fumbled?
I think what you're going to hear in the next 2 or 3 weeks is a great deal of finger pointing and backbiting in the Republican campaign. And I think its greatest theme is going to be, we are the professionals who helped Reagan. Bush and his people wouldn't listen to us, and they lost the election.
Katie Couric?
I was just going to say, you were talking about the religious right, Tom, and its influence on this campaign. And I read recently in the final days of the campaign, flyers were distributed to some 250,000 churches with comparing the agendas of all the candidates and certainly encouraging Christian congregations to vote for George Bush.
And a Republican Party operative told me at the beginning of this campaign, all of that aside, he said, you know, the Republican Party has been able to win since 1968 as being the party that is strongest against communism, best able to take care of the economy, and strongest against for law and order. There is no communism, economy is in the toilet, and law and order was wiped out as an issue after Los Angeles.
Let me jump in here, Tom, with yet another projection. Don't mean to sound like a broken record, but another Senate incumbent has prevailed in South Carolina. We can project Ernest Fritz Hollings, the winner, going back for a 5th term, defeating Thomas Hartnett. Interesting race in this one. Hollings, one of the authors of the Graham-Rudman-Hollings bill, had actually run an ad of Ronald Reagan praising his work. Reagan got on the phone, asked him to stop. Reagan came out for Thomas Hartnett. Wasn't enough. Hartnett goes down to defeat tonight. We're going to come on back in just a moment. Still much more ahead right after these messages.
The Carlsons have always loved Freedent. They love how it won't stick to their dental work. But since they've discovered our new Winterfresh flavor, things have cooled off considerably. That is, at least as far as their breath is concerned. Because after all, when your mouth feels cooler, your breath feels fresher. So try new Winterfresh Freedent, a cooler flavor for fresher breath.
I'm a nurse, and I'm a nurse first, and I'm an Aetna employee second. The care is first. You know, is that patient being handled appropriately? I would hope that we would all care about patients the way we would ourselves or our own family members. And that's the way I see it, that, you know, that's my job.
Introducing a different air freshener, new Glade Nature's Collection.
Give me fresh, give me clean, give me Nature's Collection.
Glade's collection of nature's freshest fragrances in a spray and a carpet deodorizer. It's different, never heavy, always light to freshen any room.
So fresh, so light. Give me fruit, give me green, give me Nature's Collection.
New Glade Nature's Collection from SC Johnson Wax.
Nature's Collection, yeah.
We're back now. It's 20 after 9 here in the East, and Bill Clinton seems to be marching inexorably to the magic number of 270 electoral votes. But George Bush is able to hang on to the Old Dominion state in Virginia. Solid Republican territory. George Bush, the winner in Virginia tonight, 13 electoral votes. So on our map now, another blue state for George Bush, but it is almost totally surrounded. The outpost that George Bush has been able to get tonight, totally surrounded by Clinton states. In the electoral count, 238 for Bill Clinton, 46 for George Bush, and Ross Perot has yet to win one, although he might yet in Maine. We don't know. 15% of the popular vote has been counted, and Bill Clinton now is out in front of that. We'll be watching to see what the margins are tonight. We believe, although we cannot yet say, that this was probably or very close to a record turnout today. There seemed to be excitement all the way across the country. People turning out in very large numbers to vote. It's been some time, in fact, since we've been over 60% of the vote, going all the way back to 1964. Let's go to Lisa Myers now, who's at the Perot headquarters. And Lisa, let me tell you that we've got some numbers that Perot is doing over 20% in these states: Delaware, Kansas, Maine, Texas, Idaho, Nevada, Colorado, Wyoming, Alaska, California, Montana. Won't that encourage him to come back 4 years from now and to be at the White House door in about 6 months from now?
Oh, I don't think he's going to need any encouragement. I spoke with Orson Swindle a few minutes ago. He's the head of Mr. Perot's volunteer organization, and he says that they're looking at hoping to hold 15 to 17% of the vote nationally. And if they can do that, they would think that's terrific. He already assured the people in this room that their volunteer organization, United We Stand, will go on after tonight. So Mr. Perot is going to be around for quite some time to come.
Will he finance the movement in the years to come?
No promises on that, but I'd be surprised if he didn't. Most people here tonight are very proud of what they've accomplished. There are a few what-ifs, people who remember the heady day of summer when Ross Perot was at 35% in the polls, and they wonder what might have happened if Perot had not dropped out of the race in July. But I think that we can expect to hear more from Ross Perot on that subject tonight, I am told, although he will leave his options open as far as another candidacy. He will not say he will run again, but he will not rule it out, Tom.
Thank you very much, Lisa Myers. I say this in quotes, everyone. Katie Kirk proved her manhood, as Ross Perot put it, by questioning him very directly. Katie?
Thank you, Tom, as did Lisa Myers. And there is an interesting point, in fact, about Ross Perot from our NBC National Exit Poll. In that poll, 4 out of 10 voters told us at one point in this campaign they considered voting for Ross Perot. That's 40%. That's a big number, no matter how he fares.
You got a other candidate who says to his supporters, folks, the buses are lined up outside to take you back to the insane asylum. We'll be back right after this.
Here from Washington is Bob Kerr.
And the evening rolls on, and quite pleasantly for Bill Clinton. New states in his corner: New York with its 33 electoral votes, Minnesota, New Mexico, Colorado, and Rhode Island. For George Bush, he got Nebraska and most recently Virginia, we're saying, so that gives him only 5 states so far. At this hour, we have the latest electoral vote with 270 needed to win. Bill Clinton with 238 already. George Bush down way in the back with 46, and Ross Perot yet to break on the scoreboard. And jubilance for Democrats is not limited to just the presidency. It looks as though they are scoring big on the Capitol, at the Capitol as well. That's where Odetta Rogers is watching results for us this evening. Hello again, Odetta.
Hello, Bob.
One of the things the Democrats were hoping for in the Senate was to try to get a filibuster-breaking, filibuster-proof, if you will, 60-vote total there. How are they doing?
It looks like they're doing pretty well at this hour. Right now what they need is to get to 60, and right now it's looking as though they'll have 59, which is pretty close. The reason it's important that they become filibuster-proof is so that they're able to move legislation through that has been caught up in gridlock, legislation that has died as a result of the filibuster. So they're hoping that if they can overcome that problem, they can get legislation through, legislation that relates to the economy, and of course would give Clinton a boost if he ends up in the White House. It would mean that they would have some movement. They had 57 Democrats in the Senate before. If they can get to 60, that means that they won't be bogged down with a lot of legislation that was just dying as a result of the filibuster.
Odetta, from what you're seeing so far tonight, are they likely to do it? Are they close?
It looks as though they're pretty close. And also another important factor that we should bring out is the veto. As you know, during the last congressional session, President Bush was vetoing a lot of legislation. If Clinton gets in, there's more assurance on the side of Democrats on the Hill that they'll be able to get a lot of important legislation through. Legislation like family leave, like abortion rights that would guarantee a woman the right to have an abortion, irrespective of what the Supreme Court does. So they're hoping if Clinton gets in the White House, if they can get that magic number of 60, then it will help them get a lot of legislation through, and it won't be bogged down with gridlock through filibusters and vetoes.
Odetta, any of the significant names that were in danger turning out not to be so? One we've reported already is John Glenn. What else are you hearing?
Glenn, as you reported, has won Ohio. Also, Braun has won Illinois, and it was expected that she would, although it was tightening up there toward the end. We're still looking at what will happen in New York. Of course, that could determine, perhaps to some extent, what happens in terms of reaching this magical number of 60, and also in Pennsylvania.
We've still got some close ones in Pennsylvania and in New York. In Illinois, as you mentioned, it's not only a big night for Bill Clinton, it's also a big night for the history books. Illinois has elected the first black woman ever to the U.S. Senate. As Odetta just reported, she's Carol Moseley Braun. NBC's Mike Betcher is on duty tonight at the big Braun victory party in Chicago. Mike, it's pretty obvious, I guess, but describe the mood there.
Well, rather festive, as they say in these occasions. You know, in the opening chapter of her campaign, Carol Moseley Braun said that the Senate was a country club of men. Well, the closing chapter could be written to say that guess who's coming to the club for dinner? The first black woman ever elected to the U.S. Senate. Now, she did this product of the Clarence Thomas hearings, did this without campaigning on that issue. She did it using mainstream Democratic issues this election, taxing the rich, cutting the defense budget, and universal health care. And she did it with a coalition of white women, a great majority of black voters, and a minority of black men, but enough to get her over the top. And she's winning by about 10 percentage points here.
Mike, is the investigation of Carol Moseley Braun by state agencies into whether she circumvented tax or Medicaid reporting rules because of some money she handled for her mother, who's a Medicaid patient in a nursing home, is that investigation likely to haunt her as she comes into Washington?
I don't believe so. She paid $15,000 this past weekend to the Medicaid fund. She says it closes the case. There appears not to be any sort of legal liability. She appears to be in the clear. It was a good campaign issue for a while for her opponent, Rich Williamson, but it's likely not to follow her. She's received a pretty strong mandate tonight.
Michael, thank you very much. We'll check again with you later. A bit of a civics lesson might be in order at this point. All night long, we will be referring to the number of electoral college votes that a candidate needs in order to become president. The Electoral College was created by the framers of the Constitution, and no matter who wins the popular vote, a candidate must get 270 of the 538 electoral votes in order to win. States get electoral votes equal to their representation in Congress, so California, with 52 people in the House plus its 2 senators, will have 54 electoral votes. Whoever does best in each state gets all the electoral votes. Then each state's electoral college representatives vote. That's on December 14th, and ceremonially, of course, all the ballots are tallied in a joint session of Congress in January, and then, only then, officially do we know who the real president will be. NBC News Decision 92 coverage continues in just a moment from New York. I'm Bob Kerr in Washington. See you later.
Earlier this year, Dateline NBC presented the shocking story of the damsel of death.
They were going to kill me. I killed them.
This is probably the meanest woman I ever met in my life.
Now, Dateline uncovers startling new evidence.
I am innocent. It was self-defense.
What really happened? Dateline NBC, 1 week from tonight.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
We're back now. It's 9:30 in the East, and sometime during the course of this half hour, it is very likely the man who liked to call himself the comeback kid that others called Elvis or the Pander Bear, that man, Bill Clinton of a town called Hope in Arkansas, will be projected the winner of the presidential candidacy of 1992. He is now very much within reach. We want to show you, first of all, the electoral vote. 238 for Bill Clinton, 46 for George Bush. He's just Texas away if he wins that state, and he may not, in fact, but there are other combinations that could serve him well. We want to show you now the states that are too close to call, and a combination of some of those states could serve him well. He still has a crack, for example, at a state like Louisiana, still has a shot at a place like Florida. And if he puts that together with North Carolina and especially Ohio and Wisconsin, then he's over the top. And we'll remind you again, as we have throughout the evening, that the polls will remain open in other parts of the country. You should continue to vote because there are many important offices and issues at stake. 15% of the vote has been counted thus far. Bill Clinton now with a 2-point lead. Ross Perot holding in there at 16% of the national vote. That would be a significant number for a third-party candidate. He's doing even better than that in a number of states. And in fact, we believe that Ross Perot probably has helped Bill Clinton in some states and George Bush in others. According to senior campaign officials who were talking to Jim Nikolashevsky tonight, John Chancellor, the president now is at peace with himself and tranquil. They believe that the economy, they simply could not get over that hurdle, and they lost control of the Republican National Convention, especially after the convention. The spin control got out of hand. That is the interpretation of what happened there. Do you agree with that?
No, I agree that they lost control of the convention before it happened. I think that the convention, and certainly all the polling data indicates this, offended a lot of women, offended a lot of people in the country who thought it was too religious and too hard-edged. And for some mysterious reason, George Bush believes that you've got to get all the delegates on your side before you can go out and campaign. So I think the economy certainly is the dominant issue here. But what is really curious is that the president was going up, as Pat Robertson was saying just a few minutes ago, and then stopped. And it was very interesting because he had his message together. It was crisp and coherent. It was about taxes. It was doing well. And all of a sudden, I think he got so shrill, and he kept saying not why I'm any good. He began saying Clinton's no good, and repeating that over and over, and not saying I'm the better man in that. He kept saying you can't trust him. And he got very savage about that, and the polls just started to go like that.
Big question is, of course, what will happen with the whole issue of calling people bozos and crazy. And my dog Millie knows more about foreign policy than these two. When Al Gore, it was widely known in Washington, was one of the leading experts on arms control in the United States Senate. Bryant Gumbel's got some news for us.
Well, we do, Tom. Again, and Democratic incumbent for the Senate, we can project a winner coming from Georgia. Weish Fowler turning back the challenge of former Peace Corps Director Paul Coverdale. Again, this one's significant because Fowler needed at least 51% in Georgia to avoid a runoff. Jim Hudson, the Libertarian candidate there, we understand, is pulling about 3% of the vote, but we can project Fowler the winner. And so we continue to look to the Senate. There are a couple of other incumbents that are on the bubble somewhat. Terry Sanford, a man who had an awful lot of health problems within the past 2 months. It is working against him in North Carolina. And a former good friend of his, Locke Faircloth, is beating him right now with 40% of the vote counted, 51 to 49. That's still too close to call. These two men were very close friends until Sanford decided to run for the seat that Faircloth coveted. Faircloth changed parties, now finds himself running against Sanford. And in Pennsylvania, another one too close to call. Lynn Yackel, who made her mark coming after Arlen Specter for serving as chief prosecutor of Anita Hill during the Clarence Thomas hearings. Specter made up an awful lot of ground by charging that Yackel was a one-issue candidate, but that one issue seems to be serving her well so far tonight with, and out in front right now, 51% to 49. Those two we're watching. Huh?
Thank you very much, Bryant Gumbel. A man who is not as visible in this presidential campaign as he has been in years past, but nonetheless was out working for voter registration in the course of the past several months, is with us now. He is the Reverend Jesse Jackson. And I I'm fine. I trust that that's not an FM radio station you're listening to on those headphones, that you are hearing me through those, right?
I do.
Okay. Now, how many states did you go out and try to register voters in, Reverend Jackson?
Well, about 40 states. Early on, the focus was on the real portion seats across the South, because we knew that across the South, where there are more, where you have minority white, majority black Democrats, it was important to have big turnout in the South. We then started focusing in the West in places like Les O'Corn in Oregon and Patty Murray in Washington. What we found across the country, the kind of things that drove the campaign: A, no more Russian bear to be afraid of; B, the objective economic conditions; C, the Anita Hill factor; and fourth, the reapportionment across the South.
Reverend Jackson, do you think that you now have a claim on the Bill Clinton agenda if, in fact, he gets to the White House? It appears very likely that he will. And if you do, what would be your order of priorities for him?
You know, it's not a private claim. I share with many people that Bill Clinton will honor the commitments made to the people. One, an economic job stimulus program, a plan to reinvest in urban America, a national health care plan, D.C. statehood. That's about empowerment. Bill Clinton, before a congressional committee, and testified in support of statehood. Al Gore is an original co-sponsor, and I look forward in the early days for him to honor that empowerment agenda.
Reverend Jackson, you heard Ann Richards earlier. If you did not, I'll repeat what she said. She said that there is a new Democratic Party. It is a party of fiscal responsibility. Can you achieve all that, do you believe, and still be fiscally responsible at a time when we have such an enormous deficit?
Well, achieving D.C. statehood does not cost any money. It just means expanding democracy and making room in the U.S. Senate. If Bill Clinton is going to challenge the foreign corporations to pay their fair share of taxes and the wealthy to pay their fair share, that's where some of the money is. Of course, with no external threat, Europe and Japan can better share the burden of their own defense. We can reinvest in the country, and by investing, we can stimulate growth. That's how you generate revenue. That's where some resources are. So I think if we work together with this mandate and hopefully 60 U.S. senators, we can change the course. And some of that legislation that Bush vetoed, like family leave, like motor voter registration, Clinton can sign early on and can leave people with a good feeling for a long time, and kind of, what I would say, revive our hopes and take us forward, and not our fears and take us backwards.
Reverend Jackson, thank you very much for being with us tonight. I know that we'll be hearing more from you in the months and years to come. We'll be back with more on Decision 92 right after this.
Other laser printers have been playing leapfrog for years in a futile effort to catch up with the HP LaserJet. Now they're truly up against it. Hewlett-Packard introduces the HP LaserJet 4, a new generation, a new standard to reach for. Good luck, fellas. If it isn't a LaserJet, it's only a laser printer.
Introducing Ford Taurus Wagon and the bags. While all wagons have room for bags in back, only Ford has wagons in this class with 2 bags up front, keeping Taurus out front in safety. Ford Taurus Wagon.
The first time I switched pain relievers, it was from aspirin to Tylenol. Then recently, I switched again, from Tylenol acetaminophen to Advil. You see, I got these really pounding headaches, and I found Tylenol didn't always get rid of all the pain. So I tried Advil and found that for my really tough headaches, 2 Advil worked better than 2 extra-strength Tylenol tablets, better than extra-strength Tylenol caplets, better than Tylenol gel caps. For my tough headaches, Advil just works better.
Look for a special Advil coupon in Sunday's paper.
When we gave the Escort of the 90s more power, better handling, more room, and a sleeker look, we received a special recognition. More repeat buyers than any small car in America. Ford Escort.
We go now to Senator Bill Powers. He's about to speak to supporters after his come-from-behind victory.
My friend.
I'm afraid that's all we have time for now, but Senator Powers will have more to say on the powers that be this Saturday on NBC.
We're back now at 9:40 Eastern Time, and credit where it's due. Jeff Greenfield said that Ross Perot was the Rosie Ruiz of this presidential campaign. She was the woman who got in the Boston Marathon in the closing 200 yards and crossed the finish line. Ross Perot was in and out, but he proves to be a major factor here tonight. We tell you that in Kansas, he's now getting 26% of the vote, 19% of the vote in Texas, 19% in Florida. Here's what is happening in Ohio, a state that we're not yet able to project in the presidential race. In the state of Ohio, George Bush has got 40% of the vote, and so does Bill Clinton, and Ross Perot is at 20% of the vote. In Texas, pretty much the same thing. About a fifth of the vote has been counted there so far, and Ross Perot is holding at 19% of the vote. Ross Perot is a man, of course, who spent $60 million, a lot of it in the closing days of the campaign, in which he talked originally about his infomercials, and then he began to be a conventional politician, saying that if we elect Bill Clinton, Tim Russert, we'll be a nation of chicken pluckers. Well, we trust that that will not be the case. But what about Ross Perot, the use of television and private money? Has it changed the political landscape for the long haul?
I think forever, Tom. We have a candidate who basically avoided the press, avoided large crowds, avoided any kind of scrutiny on a give and take, and went directly on television. The interesting thing, Tom, is what he did say is that he could bring new voters to the process. Well, we've looked at our numbers tonight. About 11% of the people who cast their ballots tonight were new voters. But Bill Clinton got half those people. Ross Perot only got 23% of the new voters. And more interesting, and this goes to Jesse Jackson's point with you only a few minutes ago, Tom, about 20% of the voters, 1 in 5, were minority, which obviously Jesse Jackson's going to take full credit for. Tom?
Thank you very much, Tim Russert. Well, at the Bush campaign headquarters in Houston, they're saying tonight that one of their big mistakes was to attack Ross Perot early. They believe that Ross Perot may have cost them the presidency. Very early on, when Ross Perot was just flirting with the idea of running for president, one of the president's aides said to me, listen, we do not want to have a conservative billionaire in this race. That's our constituency. And then he thought more carefully about it and said, well, our constituency goes beyond conservative billionaires, of course. We wanted to go now to Washington University in St. Louis, which was the site of the first presidential debate. They have good reason to be enthused and excited. It's a fine little university in St. Louis, and they got a lot of well-deserved attention. Bob Dotson is there. Bob?
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Fine.
Well, I'll tell you, tonight is a big night here in this room. It's a little gathering of folks who came from all different political backgrounds, and they took a little poll at the door and found that 75% of the students here tonight voted for Mr. Clinton. We have with us Jamie Gray, who is a sophomore from Memphis. She also voted for Clinton, so we thought we'd bring her up here and we'd ask her some of the reasons that you might have voted that way.
I really think that Bill Clinton represents the student's voice. He represents the young people of America. He represents change. He represents what we haven't gotten in the past years.
Let me ask you this. What was the most important issue that made you decide?
I really think that it's change. America has not
But more than change now. You were talking to me about the different kinds of issues that the young people here were concerned about.
One thing that I think that is very important is pro-choice. I think that every woman should have her right to choose, and I think that a lot of people are really standing behind that this year. I don't think that it matters if you're anti-abortion or pro-abortion. I think that it matters what every person chooses for themselves.
You didn't come by your decision quickly.
No, I didn't. I really took some time to think about it and to decide what I thought was best for America and what I thought was best for me personally. And I really think that Bill Clinton represents that.
You're 19 years old.
Yes.
It was your first election.
Yes.
Were you served well by the process?
I think so. I think that it was a very good opportunity. It made me feel good that I was serving America and that I was representing other people with the same views that I have that are younger and who couldn't go out to vote.
You know, Tom, when the debates were held here, only 62% of the student body was for Mr. Clinton. It did go up to 75%. And they had an interesting way that they decided to do this. They took a poll over here where they were serving food. If you were for Clinton, you asked for a chocolate chip cookie. If you were for Mr. Bush, you asked for broccoli. There's a lot of broccoli on that table tonight.
I got to promise you that
we just like chocolate chip
we
cookies.
have a much more scientific analysis in our exit polls. The choice between broccoli and chocolate chip cookies. However you feel about ideology, I think a lot of folks in the country would come down on the side of President Bush on that one. Katie Kirk, do we think that young people will be coming back into mainstream politics now? as a result of the excitement generated by this race?
Well, there's a good chance, Tom, that could happen. In fact, many analysts say that young people haven't been targeted as aggressively by the Democrats since George McGovern in 1972. Obviously, Bill Clinton and Al Gore made the most of this. They both appeared on MTV. Bill Clinton, as you remember, was on Arsenio Hall playing the saxophone. All of this seemed to appeal to young voters. Of course, George Bush said he didn't want to appear on MTV. He wasn't a mod MTV kind of guy, and he said it was for teeny boppers. But even George Bush and Ross Perot this weekend showed up on MTV, and I think that it probably helped Bill Clinton and Al Gore a great deal.
We talked a few moments ago about that one in Dallas who was in labor and stopped to cast her ballot and then went on to the hospital.
This just in?
She in fact, they have had a baby boy, Lex Michael. The baby was born at the Margaret Perot Women and Children's Building at Presbyterian Hospital, but they voted for George Bush. We'll be back after this.
Ask anyone who's driven a Ford lately. They can tell you safety means more than seatbelts and reinforced steel panels. It can mean anti-lock brakes, child-proof door locks. It means your family's protection. That's why Ford offers more models with dual airbags than any other manufacturer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than just a question. It's an answer.
Sum it up, point C, you can't afford. Point D, we don't offer. Which leaves us with point E. We're working on that one. Well, gentlemen, ladies, I trust you'll make the right choice.
It's the same. Let's get MCI in here.
Want to run all your software fast? Then look for the Intel Inside symbol on your next computer. It says you've got a real power source on the inside. Like the upgradable Intel 486 microprocessor. Power it up and run your software at light speed. Intel, the computer inside.
We're back. Bill Clinton is very close in the electoral vote, but he's still not there. 238 electoral votes. John Chancellor, you've been doing a little calculation over there.
Well, there are 254 electoral votes that are still undecided, and Bush needs 224 of them to go to 270, the magic number. That's 90% of all electoral votes still out there the president would have to get in order to win, and that is the measure of his situation right now.
And if that would happen, that would be a historic night in an altogether different sense than what we've been talking about.
Isn't that the truth? Tom, we don't have any further projections on the Senate side just yet, although we suspect, it's 9:48 here in the East right now, we suspect that once we turn the clock past 10 o'clock, we will be able to project winners on the Senate side in Nevada and Iowa. Let's give you a look at how the Senate breaks down right now. We had told you earlier on that the margin was 57-43 Democrats when the night started. At this point, the Democrats hold an advantage of 20. It's 52-32 with 16 yet to be determined. 5 of those to be defended by Democrats, 11 by Republicans. Senator Warren Rudman of New Hampshire, outgoing Senator Warren Rudman of New Hampshire, is standing by with us. WBZ in Boston. Senator, welcome back. The number that we had looked at a little bit earlier was 60 for the Democrats. Twofold question. Number one, is it reachable? Number two, if they get it, how much difference will it make?
Well, of course it's reachable. I just cannot, guess where it's going to come out, but it's certainly within the realm of possibility. So that's up for you experts to project. Let me simply say, if they reach 60, then we truly will have a total end to any deadlock or gridlock in government, because at that point, there is no chance whatsoever for Republicans in the Senate to block any legislation they feel is not in the national interest. And of course, under the House rules, the House Democrats will control it totally. So essentially, if the Democrats can get their act together and decide what they think is best for the country, that's what the country will get. And the Republicans will truly, for the first time in many years, be a minority party. I hope that doesn't happen, but it well might tonight.
It seems the country has well decided that it had enough of divided government and it was easier to change the manager than it was the team, do you really expect we're going to see a break in the gridlock that had been in Washington, been the order of the day for the past 12 years?
I think you will on a number of issues, but I have serious reservations where you will have any break in the gridlock over the serious issue of the deficit. I mean, after all, the kinds of votes that have to be cast are difficult ones, and whether or not people in Congress today, be they new or old, are willing to cast those votes, I'm just not sure. Earlier, you had Senator Bill Cohen on, and he was talking about a tough vote earlier this year in which only 28 votes were cast in the Senate. Now, the question is, will this new Congress be willing to cast votes? The more significant question is, will President-elect Clinton, if that's what happens, be willing to say to the Congress, we must get the deficit under control, if not in the short run, in the medium term? If he doesn't, then it seems to me we'll be back in gridlock over economic issues. I have no doubt that the social agenda the Democrats wish to pass will probably become law. The serious question is whether the economic agenda that is needed for the country will also become law. Only time will tell.
And are you of the school that says if he is going to give that harsh medicine to the American public, it's going to happen in the first 100 days or not happen at all?
I would say no, and let me simply tell you why. I think it should happen in the first 100 days. After all, Ross Perot may have been the wrong messenger, but he had a rather interesting and I think correct message. If President-elect Clinton, if that's where we're headed tonight, if he cannot get it done in the first 100 days and faces a midterm economic crisis, which the global financial markets could set upon him, he might be forced to deal that medicine out in a third or a fourth year of his term. So this is going to be a fascinating 4 years.
All right. Senator Rudman, thank you.
Thank you.
John Chancellor.
Well, 60 Democrats in the Senate sounds nice, but you can't get 60 Democrats to agree on anything. If you'd had 60 Democrats on the Titanic, they wouldn't have agreed on whether it would get off or not. Thank you.
That's okay. Katie?
Well, Brian, as we said before, abortion really hasn't dominated the political landscape this year as it has in years past. But abortion rights advocates seem to be the clear winners tonight. We've already seen a strong pro-choice measure that passed in Maryland this evening. Now, voters have rejected an initiative in Arizona that would have prohibited abortion except in life-threatening cases. The measure was opposed by 2/3 of the voters. It would have also prohibited the use of public funds for an abortion. Tom?
All right, it's not quite enough to get him to where he wants to get to tonight, but it's an important state. Louisiana goes into the Bill Clinton column, 9 electoral votes, home of James Carville. We'll be back with more after this.
Here from Washington is Bob Kerr.
We're back, and as the Clinton camp celebrates, the gloom and doom is solidly setting in even among the most faithful Bush supporters. At this hour, our latest figures show Clinton with 238 electoral votes of the 270 needed, George Bush 46, Ross Perot 0. Clinton needs only 32 more to lock up a victory for the Democrats this year. And the Democrats really haven't seen a night like this in years. In fact, it was 1976 when Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter was the last Democrat elected president. Texas is still undecided tonight. The race there is very tight. And in Florida, no results yet, but it appears to be leaning Democratic. As we've reported, Bill Clinton is the projected winner in Pennsylvania, and there's been considerable discussion in this so-called Year of the Woman whether Clinton would help Democratic women running for office, and, by the way, whether the women's candidates would help Clinton in some states. In Pennsylvania tonight is NBC's Robert Hager. It's nail-biting time there for Democratic Senate candidate Lynn Yackel and the Republican incumbent she hopes to unseat, Arlen Specter. Bob, how close is it?
It's a very close race, Bob, but Yackel seems to be edging ahead. She's got 51% of the vote now, and Specter has 49%, and that margin now stands at 20,000. It's been jumping back and forth in the last half hour from 15,000 up to 30,000, now down to 20,000. But the important thing is that Yackel does seem to be maintaining her very tight lead.
Bob, one of
2 reasons. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
One of the things that's being closely watched tonight, I guess, is the percentage of men voting for women and the percentage of women voting for women. Apparently, we're hearing that in many cases it's new and sort of record-breaking. How is that going there?
Well, there's a 10% gender gap here. The way the exit polls came out, so they aren't always faultless, but they show that women voted for Yackel by 54%, whereas men voted for Specter. He actually got a majority of the male vote, 56%. Now, again, that's based on exit polls. We'll know more when the raw vote is tallied, but that would indicate a 10% gender gap in that vote. Interesting.
Still a lot of men, though, Bob, voting for Lynn Yackel, it seems. Thanks again. We'll check in with you later tonight. And we continue now our discussion with our political professionals, Senator William Cohen of Maine and Congressman Marty Russo of Illinois, who is leaving the U.S. House of Representatives, having lost in a primary. Congressman Russo, what is it that you're seeing of all that's being reported tonight that's most interesting in the House of Representatives?
Well, you know, most of what you heard early on is this anti-incumbency, throw the bums out. And so far, as I understand, in the House, not many incumbents are losing. So it seems to me, especially from a Democratic standpoint, is what the American people are saying is, look, we're tired of gridlock. We've decided to change the presidency, but we're going to keep the House and the Senate the same to give Bill Clinton the kind of people he needs to get his agenda moving.
It's true, however, isn't it, that a lot of the weaker incumbents got out while the going was still good before they were trounced tonight, or might have been.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily true. What happened is redistricting has hurt a lot of members, both Democrats and Republicans alike, who decided rather than put up a fight in a newly constructed district that they would just retire. So I think redistricting has more to say about that than the actual anti-incumbency move.
Senator Cohen,
could I come back
sure,
to the point?
Sure.
Marty was just making that perhaps the American people want to end gridlock and send a new president and keep the same Congress. But I think you have to look at what's taking place in the House of Representatives. Those Democrats who are being elected will probably be more liberal than Bill Clinton himself. The Republicans who are elected will probably be more conservative. You're still going to have a good deal of, quote, gridlock there, and the question will be, what kind of president is Bill Clinton going to be? Fred Barnes, in the most recent issue of the New Republic, painted I think, a very flattering picture of Bill Clinton. But he said he, in the last week of the campaign or so, presented three different faces: the old Democrat, the new Democrat, and a no Democrat. And so I think Bill Clinton's got to decide which way is he going to take this new Congress, down the middle, to the left, or bending to the right.
I think one of the reasons, Bill, we're winning is because I think you have a Bill Clinton who understands that you can't be far left or far right. And the fact that he has talked about middle-of-the-road issues is going to be able to move. And I think his leadership is questioned about whether he has the leadership to move the parties together, and I think he will.
Question is, what is the composition of the House going to be? I think
it's going to be dynamic.
I think the Democrats will be to the left of Bill Clinton. He's got to pull them back to the center.
Listen, Congressman Russo, we had Dick Gephardt quoted in the paper today, and others as saying Clinton has already changed the image of the Democratic Party. It's a more economically mainstream, it's more growth-oriented, not so redistribution of wealth-oriented. Doesn't that really remain to be seen? I mean, how do we know what it's going to be like?
I think what the American people were telling Bill Clinton, I think he got the message early, is we want action. We want an active role with our government and not necessarily a controversial role. And so I think what Bill Clinton is saying is, look, I think government has a role. I think the private sector has a role. We need to work together to stimulate jobs, to move the economy. And I think that's the kind of Bill Clinton you're going to see, someone who's going to be able to go left, go right, and bring business and labor together and pass an agenda.
All right, we'll continue our discussion a little later, guys. Thanks. And this is just into us here. Bill Clinton has won Louisiana, so add 9 electoral votes to his total, giving him 247. Just 23 more needed now for victory tonight for Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton. I'm Bob Kerr in Washington. We'll continue with NBC's Decision 92 coverage in just a moment.
They took a vow of eternal love. Now, after 7 years, Lilith is caught with another man.
Oh, my God.
There's never been a landmark cheers like this one. You'll laugh.
You slut!
You'll cry.
I think I'm in love with him, and I'm leaving you.
You won't want to miss the episode of the year. Lilith Says Goodbye, NBC Thursday.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
Good evening once again. As you can see from the map behind us, this is turning out to be a very big night for Bill Clinton from the tiny state of Arkansas, which was so often derided during the course of this campaign. At one point, the president said it's just a tiny state between Texas and Oklahoma. And it turns out that it's a state alongside Texas and Oklahoma, not between them. And those are folks tonight in the Arkansas capital of Little Rock, which was very big now on the American political map. Bill Clinton is just moments away from an electoral victory. And that's a small town where the governor, who has been in office for 5 terms, goes for a jog in the morning and knows the folks along the street. And as he said very effectively during the course of one of the debates, you know, when somebody gets laid off in Arkansas, I'm likely to know their name or to know the town where the factory has been shut down. Polls that are closing now at this hour, 10 o'clock, as we move across the West. Idaho, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah, even though we continue to make projections and the electoral vote continues to count up, and that you get the electoral vote in your state by adding up the senators and the representatives, we do want to remind you again that the polls are open, especially in the Pacific time zone in many of the mountain states, and you should exercise your right to vote. Bill Clinton now is the winner in another state that has been solidly Democratic in recent years, and that's the state of Iowa. Iowa has dropped in unemployment in recent years, but Bill Clinton gets the 7 electoral votes from the state of Iowa. George Bush now picks up a couple of states out west that he had counted on to be safe states. They turned out to be that indeed. 5 electoral votes from Utah, and also next door from the state of Idaho. 4 electoral votes there for George Bush. So we'll color in those states for you now. Let's go to, we've got Iowa in there. Let's put in Utah and Idaho. Blue for George Bush. Not as many as he would like. He's going to be surrounded before this night is over by a lot more red states than blue states, although we still have big ones to call in Texas, as you can see, and down south. So the electoral total now, 254 for Bill Clinton, 55 for George Bush. So far, none for Ross Perot. Here's the national count of the vote. We're approaching 30% now. 4-point lead for Bill Clinton. Ross Perot is holding strong in the 16-17 range. It may even percolate up a little higher than that. And if it does, he's gotten his money's worth. He danced with his daughters yesterday, had a big rally around the country, spent his money, had a good time, and certainly became a fixture in American folklore, if not in the presidential race. Sean?
One of the things that we've learned earlier, were told earlier this year by many of the Republican operatives and some independent observers, was that because Clinton did not serve in uniform during the Vietnam War, that if that was used properly against him, that would turn all the Southern males, who were a very patriotic bunch, these experts said, against him. And so people began to pay a good bit of attention to that. I've been looking at the rough figures that we have in Georgia, which is a state where patriotism among young males is not unknown. Clinton and Bush were running about even as far as males are concerned. In Maryland, Clinton was slightly ahead. In Kentucky and Virginia, it was fairly close. And even in states that went for the president, South Carolina and Indiana, there was no big difference in the male vote. So my guess is that because Clinton didn't wear the uniform, it is not hurting him in the figures we have tonight.
John, along the same lines, one interesting note from the Gulf War. Remember when some senators voted against it, and it was thought it would come back to haunt them? Well, the numbers tonight are showing that 9 incumbents who voted against the Gulf War all won, as did 1 congressman who voted against the Gulf War and won an open seat, Byron Dorgan, for the Senate. So that's 10 of 10.
When we were down at the convention in Houston, the Republican convention, we took a poll, Tom, you remember? 57% of the Republican delegates said that they would not apply the word victory to the end of the war in the Gulf. It's just sort of gone off the national radar screen.
Saddam Hussein is still alive. There's still many questions about our dealings with Saddam Hussein and with Iraq before the war began. And bigger picture, it seems to me, that as we change the political landscape of this country tonight, we'll change a lot of assumptions. World War II versus Vietnam, having served in uniform versus not having served in uniform.
Tom, let me jump in here, if I could, with a couple of more Senate projections, because we have 2 more to add to our list, both incumbents in Iowa. Charles Grassley, Republican, going back for a third term, managed to turn back the challenge of Jean Lloyd Jones, who was inspired, another of those inspired by the Clarence Thomas hearings, challenged the incumbent in Iowa, but came up a loser, as did Demar Dole, losing to Harry Reid in Nevada. Reid, freshman senator in '86, wins fairly easily. Dole was nicknamed the Marlboro Man in that state, but evidently voters found his campaign wasn't smoking quite enough, and so Harry Reid goes back to Washington. Let us tell you about some other Senate races that bear watching as this evening moves along. In Pennsylvania, this one is very close, as you can see, splitting right down the middle between Lynn Yackel and Arlen Specter. We expect this one to go on into the night before we can declare a winner. In Missouri, surprisingly, Kit Bond in trouble, getting a strong challenge from St. Louis Councilwoman Jerry Rothman Surratt, Senator Bond having some problem there with her. And in New Hampshire, we can tell you that Judd Gregg, the governor, is having considerable problems with a professor, retired professor, a corporate executive, John Rao. That one right now is breaking 50-48 for Rao with 22% of the vote in. That's another one in which the draft status had considerable problems because Gregg avoided the draft. He got out with acne, bad knees, and sleepwalking, was not helped by the fact that his father was governor.
Well, I think that what happened is that across party lines this time they were able to point at Dan Quayle and Dick Cheney, who served so effectively as the Secretary of Defense as student deferments during Vietnam. So it neutralized that issue, I think, to some degree.
Let's go to Washington right now, where Senator George Mitchell, the majority leader, is standing by in the Capitol. Senator, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Brian.
What's your take on the way things are breaking tonight?
It's going great.
That's the definition of understatement.
Thank you very much. Don't be so expansive. Does the prospect, Senator, does the prospect of one government, legislative and executive branch, frighten you in any way? Because now suddenly the Democratic Party is going to have to come up with some answers.
We welcome the challenge and the responsibility. I think that Governor Clinton has said all along he thinks we have to change the economic policy of this country. I expect he will hit the ground running with an aggressive program, and we in the Congress look forward to working with him to enact it.
What is your expectation for those first 100 days? Assuming the votes continue to go Bill Clinton's way, are we going to see many of the Bush vetoes repackaged and sent back up to the White House?
I think the highest priority is economic growth, to get the economy moving again, health care reform, and dealing with the deficit. I believe all three are interrelated. I don't think you can effectively deal with one or two without the other. And I'm heartened by the fact that Governor Clinton ran such a superb but disciplined campaign concentrating on those important issues. And I hope we're going to be able to implement the program promptly next year.
You perhaps heard your colleague Senator Rudman noting a little bit earlier that a key date will be in March, when it has to be determined whether or not the Clinton-Gore team decides to attack the deficit or to spur the economy. Is it your guess, too, that that is a crucial date for us to watch to be a determinant of which direction this presidency is heading?
I think that to be effective, a program will have to do both sequentially. I don't think you're going to be able to have the kind of stimulus that people are talking about without also dealing with the deficit over the period of a business cycle. I think that's what Governor Clinton will do because it's what he's said he's going to do, and we in the Congress look forward to working with him. I think it's a tremendous night for not just for Bill Clinton personally or for the Democratic Party, but for the American people and the American economy.
All right, Senator George Mitchell, thanks so very much. We'll be talking this evening.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. We're going to come on back in just a little bit, continue with our election coverage of Decision 92 right after these messages.
Decision 92 Election Night is being sponsored in part by American Express Card. Don't leave home without it. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than a question. It's an answer.
Ask anyone who's driven a Ford lately. Ask them why Ford sales are increasing faster than any division in America, domestic or import. They may tell you about safety, or performance, or quality. But on the bottom line, what they'll really be telling you about is satisfaction. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than just a question. It's an answer.
Well, I think that over 10% of the U.S. population goes to bed hungry, and that's something that's hard to imagine. At my restaurant, like a lot of restaurants, we have extra food. Most restaurateurs don't necessarily know what to do with that food, though. And it's just a totally logical connection that we who often have leftover food would want to address this problem of hunger. The most effective way is through an organization, which is actually a national organization called Share Our Strength. They are simply agents who connect the restaurants with the shelters. Because American Express has provided the funding for Share Our Strength, their dollars are actually going to connect food with someone who needs it.
American Express supports Share Our Strength. Call 1-800-251-7000 to find out how you can too.
You voted, America. Now what happens? What lies ahead for the economy, healthcare, education, and your future? A special America Close-Up tomorrow on NBC Nightly News.
Wednesday, it's a woman's fear. Her doctor assaults her.
This guy is not going to stop.
But when the law can't stop him, his victims will. Law and Order, NBC Wednesday.
It's just that close for Bill Clinton now, 10 minutes past 10 o'clock here in the East, about 11 minutes past 10 o'clock. He's very close in the electoral vote. We want to show that to you now. 254 electoral votes for Bill Clinton. He requires, as you can see, only 270. George Bush is at 55. Ross Perot has yet to win one. Bill Clinton can win those electoral votes from these states where the polls are closed, but we've not yet called them. You can see that North and South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, North Carolina is still out. Ohio, Wisconsin are still out. We'll share with you now some of the raw vote in some of those states as we take a look at, for example, in Ohio, which is one of the battleground industrial states. It's very, very close there. It's about 17,000 votes separating them now with just 1 percentage point. Ross Perot continuing to run very strong. We don't know where his voting is coming from in Ohio. In Florida, again, Ross Perot running about 20% of the vote, effectively a dead heat between the president and Bill Clinton out of more than 1 billion votes cast. Look at that, a difference of only 16 votes. That's really quite extraordinary with more than a third of the vote counted so far. Right at a third of the vote counted in Texas, and just 2 percentage points separating them there, and about 51,000 votes altogether. Ross Perot, 20% of the vote in Texas, probably took away a number of votes from President Bush in that state. The Bush people now beginning to believe that they made a mistake by attacking early Ross Perot, saying that he was a dictator, he didn't care about the Constitution, that he was a little bit wacky and paranoid and crazy. And that didn't go over well with the people who believed in the Ross Perot movement in this country. Tim Russert, you've been looking at what? The born-again Christians and their role in this campaign, and also veterans.
Tom, I got a call from some Bush people saying, you know, we spent all this time in the Houston Convention trying to relate to the born-again Christians, and they always had come through with us with about 80% of the vote. It looks like tonight, about 20% less for George Bush. That Bill Clinton and Ross Perot made serious inroads with born-again Christians, which underscores again how hurtful that Republican convention in Houston was. And with veterans, Tom, you and Jack Chancellor were talking earlier, looks like Bill Clinton has carried veterans with 44%.
Thank you, Tom. We're going to go now to Dallas, where we can see down there in the throng, he's not very tall, but he carries a lot of weight in presidential politics. Ross Perot, the man who said in one of the memorable lines of this campaign, "I'm all ears," and drew a huge laugh across the country. He's there with his wife, Margot. He's described her as world-class, top drawer. One of his favorite descriptions. Ross Perot is a Texas legend through and through. Grew up in a small town in East Texas, went to Annapolis to the Naval Academy, got out of the Navy under curious circumstances after his father wrote to a number of officials in Washington. Ross Perot said officially that he didn't like the obscenity that he was hearing, didn't think that people were paying attention. Became one of the most successful salesmen ever in the history of IBM. IBM did not like his idea. He took it with some money that he borrowed from Margot that she'd saved while she was teaching, and built himself a fortune now over $3 billion altogether. He's taken on Iran, General Motors, and now conventional presidential politics in this country. So whatever else you think about him, he is a guy who likes to grab the country and shake it in one fashion or another. And Brian Gumbel, he really did change the face of Texas schoolboy athletics as well.
Yes, he did, indeed, by saying they had to meet certain standards in order to compete on the playing field. The interesting thing, Tom, is not only his past, but his future. Just how big an irritant does Ross Perot choose to become after January 20th? That's one to which there's no guess. I was interested earlier when you asked Lisa Myers, is it his intention to continue to finance the group United We Stand? She really didn't have an answer. We know his pockets are deep. They are not limitless.
Closing days of this campaign, he said to Bill Clinton, we got the chicken man from Arkansas, and speaking of George Bush, the potato chip man from Maine. So the president didn't know the difference between a potato chip and a microchip. His final television commercial, memorable for its title alone, Chicken Feathers, Deep Voodoo, and the American Dream.
On the Boston Globe today said that the race this year was divided up among, there was a wimp, a wonk, and a wacko.
Well, he took Patsy Cline's song Crazy and said, that's my new theme song, when he had his big rally yesterday. A lot of people are thinking right now, I should be so crazy. Hi, Lisa. What's going on down there?
Well, as you can see, everyone's rather thrilled to see the boss, as they call him here. I just spoke with Mr. Perot's son, Ross Jr., who said his father is feeling terrific tonight, that he feels on balance all the agony he went through was well worth it, that we should not expect him to tonight to declare he will be a candidate in the future, but that his father is a man who likes to keep his options open and he will not rule out anything.
Lisa, they're now introducing him. What is he going to do here? He had said that he was going to win all 50 states and they're going to win in a landslide. That was a big surprise. No one believed that, but I don't think anyone really believed that he would do as well as he is doing tonight. It looks like he's going to finish possibly in the high teens, maybe as high as 20%. Certainly in some key states, he has been the determining factor. What do we expect from him here at the stage? Or should we just play by conventional rules and wait and find out?
Well, I don't think that we can play by conventional rules with Ross Perot. If we've learned one thing, it's that even when he's being conventional, he is unconventional. I think that we can expect him to thank the volunteers. He says he loves the volunteers, and we have every reason to believe that that's the case. I think he will talk about his love of country. I think he will take credit for focusing more attention on the budget deficit. And I think he will take credit for bringing millions of Americans who were turned off from politics back into the process. And he will urge them to stay involved now and to make their feelings known to the new president.
I'm Ross, you're the boss, he likes to say. Let's hear what he has to say right here. We have done a fingerprint check. That is Ross Perot, not Dana Carvey, incidentally.
And Tom, he loves Dana Carvey.
Well, he should. I mean, Dana Carvey, I think that they come from the same gene pool. It's the most dead-on political imitation we have seen in this country in a long, long time. I saw Dana Carvey the other day, and he said, my business, God only gives us a Ross Perot once in our lifetime.
But Perot joked at one point, Tom, that he had called Dana Carvey and suggested that Carvey campaign on one side of the Mississippi and he'd take the other, but in the end he decided that Dana Carvey was too expensive for his pocketbook. There's a reason that Ross Perot still has his billions of dollars.
Well, there were those inexplicable moments as well, in fairness. The terrorist roaming across his lawn, never verified. The dirty tricks, never verified. He is a man who turned off a lot of his volunteers by running credit checks on them. I'm a little surprised to hear that. And then he, not just disappointed, he outraged a lot of them when he dropped out in July in the midst of the Democratic convention.
think even some of his supporters, Tom, would say that maybe Ross Perot is not quite the right man to be president, but he certainly has brought a great deal to this campaign.
We want to remind the NBC affiliates along the line that if Ross Perot begins to speak here, he's very likely to spill over into some of your time. We're doing a little station network business here, folks, on your time, but we've got to let them know that because we don't want to turn away from Ross Perot, and he has been such an important ingredient in an electrifying presence in the course of this presidential campaign. No slow dancing here tonight.
Thank you. Now then, for our message to get out across the country, we have to wait till 9:30. What time is it now, please? We got about 5 minutes. Now then, Ed, these are the people that did it all. And as we said at the rally the other day, the perfect song for them is When the Saints Go Marching In. Let's go.
We may not.
That's for you.
We may not, in fact, hear from him. Why the 9:30 start time, I'm not sure, because in Texas the polls have closed. They closed an hour and a half ago, as a matter of fact. So
closing on my list.
No, even in Central Time, nope, don't see any. So we're going to have a little more Ross Perot chivalry type performance here. It's an old Texas tradition.
We're going to get 8 minutes of When the Saints Go Marching In?
Don't think so.
That may be a little rough.
Okay, we have a call that will bring some solace to George Bush. The state of Alabama, 9 electoral votes. Should have been a safe state for him. He had to wait for much of the evening to get it colored blue in our electoral map. So Alabama in the deep south goes for George Bush. Last went Democratic for Jimmy Carter in 1976. That means that George Bush is now up to 264, as you can see, electoral votes. Bill Clinton is just 16 away from the magic number of 270. We're now over a third of the popular vote counted so far. Bill Clinton with a 4-point lead. Ross Perot is holding firm at 17. Most of the polls in Texas closed at 8, but some, I'm told now, are probably open until 9:30 Central Time. Some of the polls down there, almost all of them, have closed. That's probably true out in the western part of that state because it is divided up. So we're back at Ross Perot now. Let's hear what he has to say.
Okay. Is this the end or is this just the beginning? Okay. As all of you know, you call the shots, you're the boss, right? Okay. Whatever you want is fine, but now just having said that, Ed, you got to play our campaign theme song, Crazy. Okay? There we go. Crazy.
That's the Patsy Cline song. There's a duplication of what we saw the other day. He's a man who likes to dance and sing and spend his money on things that give him enjoyment. High-speed boats, private planes. His world-class family. He'd be an exceptionally mild-mannered, even a shy man when he's in company that he's not very familiar with. Drives his own car to work. Willie Nelson, a native son of Texas, wrote Crazy. Patsy Cline made it famous for Ross Perot. He wants to know what's going on. Right.
Have we yet figured out what's the magic of 9:30?
Well, we think some polls may still be open in Texas, and that's probably what it's all about. In the western part of the state, I think that's probably the case, that some polls still are open. His daddy was a Texas cotton broker, and Ross Perot used to watch him trade Texas down on the voting docs, a little town where she grew up, not too far from Arkansas. Perot, however, was pretty tough on Arkansas on the closing day, saying that 1 in 5 jobs were in the poultry industry. Clinton people quickly pointed out that that wasn't the case. 1 in 12 jobs, they said, were in the poultry industry in Arkansas. Going to get under the hood and fix it. Going to solve the deficit problem without breaking a sweat. Yeah. John.
Are you more dedicated than ever to putting this country back to work? Anything more important than making the words "Made in the USA" the world standard for excellence? No. Anything more important than passing on the American dream to your children? No. Anything more important than having the people in this country be the bosses and own the country? No. Okay, well, we'll keep on going as long as you want to keep on going. I really don't like this, but there's still time to kill. So, Ed, how about way down yonder in New Orleans? That's where the voodoo comes from.
All right. Do we have a... We're watching Ross Perot. We're just taking a look at some of the states around the country that we've not yet called. There are some reports that some of these states are now beginning to come in as we go into the evening, and some of the Senate races as well.
Yeah, Tom, we're continuing to look to the Senate race between Alphonse D'Amato and Robert Abrams, one of the nastier of the campaign, but that one is still on our ledgers a little too close to call, but there's something like 65% of the vote already tabulated. And in the early polling, D'Amato was doing quite well. We hope when we turn past the half hour to talk to Geraldine Ferraro, who of course lost to Robert Abrams in a very difficult and bitter primary fight here in New York, and of course the vice presidential candidate of the Democrats in 1984, but she'll be joining us shortly. As soon as we can project a winner in that race, we'll be getting to it. But again, the early numbers that we are showing is that Alphonse D'Amato, affectionately called Senator Pothole up in these parts because of his attention to the minor problems of his constituents, despite an awful lot of allegations against him, his war chest seems to be prevailing at this hour, and he is turning back the challenge of the state's Attorney General, Robert Abrams. There you can see 49% of the vote counted. D'Amato right now holding a lead of close to 200, a little bit more than 200,000 votes over Robert Abrams, a percentage lead of 8%. We understand some of the early polling is suggesting that D'Amato is taking 2/3 of the Italian vote and 1/4 of the Democratic vote. Geraldine Ferraro has moved into the chair that was occupied by Katie Curd. Ms. Ferraro, thank you for being with us.
Glad to be here.
Those results surprise you?
They do. They do. I expected that Bob Abrams would take this. I still expect him to take it. I don't know where the numbers are coming from, if they're downstate or upstate. And especially since Clinton has taken the state by 20, 21 points. Bob Abrams is right on the issues, and I just don't understand it.
You heard some of those numbers, preliminary numbers that I'm giving. 67% of the Italian-American vote going D'Amato's way, 27% of the Democratic vote going D'Amato's way. To what extent do you think that can be attributed to the fact that you did not support Robert Abrams in this race until the final moments, and then basically your support was lukewarm, should I say?
Not at all. And the support was not lukewarm. I offered to do a TV ad, and I did it. And I also called county leaders throughout the state, as well as several organizations, to get them out and to get them working, my steering committee people. But I think it can be attributed to the fact that the primary was a nasty campaign, And a lot of people felt very strongly that I had been ethnically stereotyped, and I think that's why you're seeing the Italian-American vote doing what it has done. They were angry.
You think his nastiness came back at him?
I think the nastiness of the primary campaign came back. It wasn't only Bob Abrams. It was what had happened with Liz Holtzman, and it just spilled over. And then it was continued, unfortunately, in the general election between both parties. And I think that people have just walked away from this race. I'm surprised by those numbers. I just find them absolutely mind-boggling.
Another side effect is that Robert Abrams basically expended his war chest in his effort to defeat you and Liz Holtzman, and had to basically stop campaigning right after the primary in order to rebuild it. Money was a major factor, it seems.
Well, what has to happen in any of these campaigns, Brian, when you're in a primary, you should expect to win, and you should be prepared for winning and moving on and having money sufficient to do that.
Okay, Geraldine Ferraro, thank you.
Let me ask you a quick question. Would you be interested in serving in a Clinton administration?
I would love to serve this country. I can't believe that we're doing so well even nationally. It's just going extremely well, and I'm delighted by it.
All right, we want to go now to Ross Perot. He's arrived at 9:30 Central Time, and he's going to talk.
To listen to the people. You have done an incredible job of getting this country turned back around to the type country our founders established, a country that came from the people. And you have changed this country through your massive efforts. And I compliment you for it. And it was brilliant the way you did it. As I've said on a number of occasions, my role in life is that of the grain of sand to the oyster. It irritates the oyster and out comes a pearl. I have been your grain of sand that you chose. It has been an honor to be your grain of sand in this process. And we will continue to work together to make pearls as necessary in the future. Fair enough? Great. The American people have spoken. They have chosen Governor Clinton. Congratulations. Wait a minute. No. Whoop. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The only way we're going to make it work if all team up together. So let's give Governor Clinton a big round of applause. He's won. Thank you. Now, let's forget the election. Forget the election, it's behind us. The hard work is in front of us, and we must all work together to rebuild our great country. Thank you. You, the American people, are the greatest people on the face of the earth. And if we will just put our differences aside and team up together, we can rebuild our job base. We can eliminate the deficit. We can eliminate the debt. And most importantly, we can pass on the American dream to our children, right? And on the way, we can reform our government and get rid of some of these problems that are so damaging to all of us. Now, to the millions of volunteers who asked me to serve as your candidate, as long as I live, one of the happiest memories of my life will be the memory of working with you. That memory will never dim. It's the nicest honor I will ever receive in my life. Thank you very much.
Well, Ross Perot, even though Bill Clinton is not yet at the number of 270 electoral votes, Ross Perot has declared him the winner here tonight on national television. Takes a certain amount of the pressure. Not calling him the chicken man anymore, takes a certain amount of the pressure off us. We get a lot of understandable grief from the people in the western United States who think that we call these elections too early. Tonight, Ross Perot did it.
We literally gave it everything they had 7 days a week since last February to take this country back and give it to the people, to pay its debts, to pass the American dream on to our children. And I want you to know how proud I am of you and how much all of us owe you for the tremendous effort you made. So God bless you, and thank you very much. No, it's just the beginning, but the next step is we need to take all of our energy and harness it and try. See, time is not our friend. Time is our enemy. These problems our country faces need to be solved immediately. We need to all work together and work with the new administration and give it a world-class best effort to get these problems solved now. Because if we do, you benefit, the country benefits, your children benefits, and everybody wins. We've got to do it. Spend about 10 minutes getting over being frustrated that your candidate didn't win. Then take all of this enormous creativity and talent that you have displayed, and let's make our country work at the national, state, county, city, local, and neighborhood level, and at every single school across the country, right? Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to cut away from Ross Perot here for just a few moments. We have another state that we want to call for Bill Clinton that puts him just moments away now from winning 270 electoral votes. He wins the state of Wisconsin, which took a little longer than we anticipated tonight. It went Democratic in 76 and 88, so we color Wisconsin red now, solidly in the Midwest. He's just 5 electoral votes away from winning. Bill Clinton, the 2 Dakotas could do that, form a combination of Montana, and then, of course, we still have California to come in with its big 54 electoral votes. So he's home free. 40% of the vote has been counted so far. Bill Clinton now with a 5-point lead. Ross Perot with 17 points and a lot more to say. Here he is.
Good for our country, right? Is it good for the country? If it gets through that filter, then we'll back it hard and we'll use all of the enormous ability that you have to get things done for the benefit of our people and our country. Now, the main thing is don't lose your enthusiasm, don't lose your idealism, don't lose your great love for this country, and please don't feel, gee, I'm powerless again. As long as we're together nationwide, you have enormous voice in this country. So we will stay together, and you will be a force for good for our country and our children. Thank you. Now, you remember, well, like the little children that are here tonight, the college students that have been at all the rallies all across the country. When you look at them, you're looking at tomorrow. And we must give them a brighter tomorrow than any other generation has ever had in our country. And if we keep it that simple and that pure and that clean, then we can make an enormous contribution, and that's what we must do. We will have our organization established. We have a nationwide network, a state-by-state network, a community-by-community network, and we will keep it intact to be a force for constructive good throughout our country.
Okay, Ross Perot speaking to his supporters in Dallas. A lot of people are wondering tonight what might have been had he stayed in that race in July. For my own purposes, I believe that he probably would not have lasted. His fuse is always burning too short. I believe that sooner or later he would have exploded or imploded, that he did as well as he did because he spent a lot of money and he was only in the race for the closing hours of it. Katie, you disagree with that?
Well, I think you're right, Tom. A lot of people think that he escaped some of the media scrutiny by dropping out of the race in July and then re-entering the race in October. And had he had to withstand a lot of scrutiny from the press, he might not have lasted. But who knows? Maybe it would have been thrown into the House. It's hard to predict, isn't it?
All right, sure is. Quick Senate call, I think we've got here.
Just one sec, John, because we've got our first defeat of a Senate incumbent. We are able to project a winner in the state of North Carolina. Locke Faircloth, demeaned by some as the stealth candidate in the Tar Heel state, has up and beaten Terry Sanford in a battle of two one-time friends, a political fight. It was 6 years ago that Faircloth thought he might make a run for the Democratic Senate seat. Instead, his friend Terry Sanford decided to make the run. They had a falling out. Faircloth switched parties, ran against Sanford and beat him. It seems Sanford's health was a consideration. Within the month, he had some heart surgery, and 4 in 10 said that was a major consideration.
John Chancellor?
Well, I just want to say one final word about Ross Perot. He described himself as a grain of sand, and Clinton is trying to get that grain out of his eye, and Bush is trying to get it out of his eye.
Trust me, it's not a final word either.
It sure is.
We'll be back with more after this.
If your business relies on 800 service, you may think of your phone line as your lifeline. So choosing AT&T 800 service is important. With another carrier, you could lose more 800 calls day in and day out, and they're twice as likely to have an outage. But relax. With AT&T, the most reliable 800 service, you can get more 800 sales and a healthier bottom line.
The results are in. In a nationwide survey, Century 21 was rated #1 in all 12 categories, from most professional to best at selling homes. Choose the one voted #1 by a landslide. Century 21.
Other laser printers have been playing leapfrog for years in a futile effort to catch up with the HP LaserJet. Now they're truly up against it. Hewlett-Packard introduces the HP LaserJet 4, a new generation, a new standard to reach for. Good luck, fellas. If it isn't a LaserJet, it's only a laser printer.
#1 for a second term. That's what homeowners said when asked who was the most preferred real estate sales organization in America. Century 21. So if you're watching tonight's numbers, remember who's #1 by a landslide. Century 21.
As we broke for commercial, we told you that a Democratic Senate incumbent, Terry Sanford, had lost in North Carolina. Well, that has now been balanced because a Republican Senate incumbent has lost in Wisconsin. Bob Caston, winner of 2 Senate races by a close margin, has been defeated by Russ Feingold, a state senator who ran a very unorthodox campaign, one that actually deployed Elvis Presley on his side for a time. Let it be noted that Caston used the king too, but evidently not enough of him. Feingold has up and beaten Bob Caston, leaving the Democrats right now with a margin of 54 to 34 in the Senate, with 12 yet to be determined. Senator Bob Dole is standing by with us. Earlier we were able to project him as the winner of Kansas in a fairly easy fight over Gloria Dell. Senator, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Good evening. How bad a night is this for the GOP?
Well, we don't know yet. It's not a good night for the GOP, but I think the important thing is you put our votes together with Ross Perot's, we've got a majority of the American people. And as the Republican leader in the Senate, I'll be trying to reflect their views in the coming months, in the coming 2 or 3 years.
Is that to say that you think the Perot people basically determined the outcome tonight?
Well, I'm not certain. I think the outcome might have been the same, but they're about 17%, probably 18 million voters before it's over, who did not vote for Bill Clinton. You add that to the Bush voters, it's a pretty good majority. And it seems to me they didn't want Clinton to be president, so he doesn't have any mandate. So it's going to be my job as the Republican leader now to make certain that we have an agenda to fight off the new taxes and new spending that Clinton's probably going to offer.
How much of a legislative advantage is it going to be for the Democrats to now have the executive branch in their favor also?
Oh, they've got a big advantage now. They've got the whole enchilada. They can't say there's gridlock. The American people apparently wanted this kind of change. It's not the change I would have voted for. I'd have voted to change the leadership of Congress. But the American people, given it all to the Democrats, they're going to be responsible. We can't blame Republicans for anything now for the next 2 to 4 years. But we're going to accommodate Governor Clinton when we can, but where we feel he's wrong, we're going to make the best fight that we can.
Are you surprised at the numbers he seems to be piling up at this hour?
Electoral votes, probably not too surprised, because I've been traveling around the country a lot this past month trying to help some of my colleagues and President Bush, and it seemed a little shaky out there, but in any event, we're going to look ahead, get ready for 1994.
This may be an unfair question to ask of a man who only within the hours has won his own Senate fight and returned for another term, but you have done nothing to discourage the idea that you might make a presidential run in '96. Has tonight made you change your considerations in any way?
No, I think it's premature. I probably will not be a candidate, but there'll be a lot of interest in the Republican Party. I'm going to have my hands full being the Republican leader, along with Bob Michel, the Republican leader of the House, trying to put the party back together, bringing in the independents, Republican, the Perot supporters, and we're still going to be talking about change. That's going to be our agenda for the next 2 years.
Okay, it seems that's what the voters want tonight. Senator Bob Dole, thank you very much for being with us, sir.
Thank you.
Tom?
The tug of war begins already for those Perot voters, because they could be a pivotal group in the next couple of years or so. We want to show you what the electoral vote is right now. Bill Clinton is tantalizingly close, just 5 votes away from 270. George Bush is way back with 64. He hopes to crack 100 before the night is out. Ross Perot, still no electoral votes. Here are the states that are still too close to call. They're big states, and any one of them would put Bill Clinton over the top easily. There's the popular vote. First of all, we're now more than half, and George Bush has more than half of the vote that has been counted thus far. That will likely change once you get to California, for example, and we complete the vote count in places like Oregon and Washington, where Bill Clinton is believed to be running strongly. Here it is in Texas, however. 47% of the vote has been counted. Bill Clinton has a lead of 2 percentage points. If George Bush loses Texas, that means that he loses Texas, Connecticut, and Maine. All 3 of those places have been his home states. In Florida, his own son was the Republican state chairman there. 48% of the vote has been counted. George Bush with just a very narrow lead of 32,000 votes over Bill Clinton. Ross Perot running at the 20% level. In North Carolina, more than 2/3 of the vote has been counted so far. And look, this could hardly be any closer. There's about a 6,600 vote difference between them right now. 43%, a flat tie. We'll be back with more on Decision 92 right after this.
No one has to tell you that doing business today is more challenging than ever. But all over the world, one company is helping you meet those challenges head on, no matter what it takes. New challenges, new thinking.
Constant change. There is one certainty: the financial strength of the Prudential, rock solid in securities, insurance, and real estate.
At 46 years of age, the man from Hope, Arkansas, the new president of the United States. Bill Clinton, the projected winner tonight in Ohio with its 21 electoral votes. That puts him comfortably over the top. California yet to come. He'll go well past the 270 required. Bill Clinton, who a year ago at this time was a little-known governor, 5 terms in that state. A lot of people believed a number of occasions that he was out of this race. He stayed in, and he has defeated George Bush. Moreover, he has broken a Republican hold on the White House that has gone on for 12 years now, going all the way back to 1968, only one 4-year term for Democrats. There they are, 46 years of age and 44, I think. Here's what's going on in Little Rock tonight, outside the governor's mansion in the state capitol. And that town has been in gridlock for the past couple of days. Clinton himself said that the merchants of Little Rock owe him a great debt because they've done more business in the last year and a half than they'll do in the next 20 years. Andrea Mitchell.
That Ohio put Bill Clinton over the top because he spent so much time there on his bus trips. With me is an early supporter, Governor David Walters of Oklahoma, the incoming head of the National Governors Association, and someone who, Governor, lined up the other Democratic governors for Bill Clinton back in August, more than a year ago. What do you think his first steps will be?
Well, obviously he has to assemble his cabinet and a great staff and begin the terrific work of taking on this incredible job. But immediately after that, then he has to attack health care and education and jobs. I think health care is going to be one of the biggest challenges early on. He made all of the other governors' hearts sore by saying he's going to pass something in 100 days. And so we hope to help him.
Now, do you think he's going to be calling upon other governors and former governors to fill his cabinet? Give me some names, some people you think he might tap.
Well, I think we will see some other governors. Dick Riley out of North Carolina, maybe Ray Mabus out of Mississippi, Bruce Babbitt out of Arizona. I think there are a lot of good former governors and maybe some current governors. Former senators recently announced retiring senators, Tim Wirth out of Colorado and others. Dave McCurdy in our own state and the United States Congress would I think, do well in defense. There's just a lot of good talent. It's kind of like not having harvested a crop for 12 years. There's a lot of great talent in the Democratic Party, and they're anxious and eager to go to work on these national problems.
One of the things that's so striking about this election is that you have two men of the South, a Southern ticket, capturing the North, recreating the coalition, the old coalition.
Well, it's because they used good Southern values to become the party of ideas. What's carried this party for the Democrats in this election is good, strong ideas. No longer can you tag us with tax and spend. We've got great ideas on education and health care.
Thanks very much, Governor
Thank
David
you.
Walters, Oklahoma. Back to Tom.
Thank you, Andrea Mitchell. There's the ticket, the youngest president and vice president in American history, probably, 46 and 44 years of age. John Kennedy at 43 was the youngest president. He would be 75 years old now. One of the highlights of Bill Clinton's young life was when he met John Kennedy in the Rose Garden at Boys Nation. Some of the other names that have been cropping up, by the way, for a new Clinton cabinet: Marian Wright Edelman may go to Health and Human Services. Vernon Jordan would like to be the Attorney General, we're told. We'll also be hearing about Tom Kean, a Republican, for Education Secretary. Warren Christopher from California.
You know, Tom, Bill Clinton has not worked overly hard to correct the misimpression, if some had it, that he was trying to duplicate the aura that John F. Kennedy created in this country back in 1960. Certainly he has the groundwork for it. When you consider the turnout today and the number of young people getting involved in the process, the energy would seem to be on his side. And say what you will of Bill Clinton, you have to give him very high marks on two counts. Number one, for resiliency. You noted the problems that he had to overcome. And number two, for discipline, that in the face of whatever was hurled against him, he stood by his message of change and he stayed with it, and it served him well.
A year ago at this time, John Chancellor, he said to me, you know, a lot of people forget that I've run in 19 different campaigns. That's going to serve me well in the course of the next year. But he's promised change. He's promised jobs. That's not going to be such an easy promise to deliver on.
No, but what I think we are going to get is a different outlook. George Bush is 68 years old. This guy was born, this new president-elect of ours, was born in 1946. It means he was 14 years old when JFK was elected. He was 16 during the missile crisis. He was of draft age, as we know so well this year, during Vietnam. He was 23 years old when man walked on the moon. I think that we do have a new generation. Both of Gore and Clinton are younger people. They'll bring younger people in. You won't see that many old ones. And I do think that you will get out of that mix of younger people and a new look at the world, things we cannot imagine tonight.
And the thing, Katie, that we're looking at here is the possibility. We don't know yet. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but this team could be in office right up to the millennium, to the year 2000.
That's right, the first real baby boomer ticket, Tom. And I think it'll be really interesting to see just who Bill Clinton surrounds himself with, because sometimes that's even more telling than the person himself. Of course, Jimmy Carter was criticized for some of the people he surrounded himself with. Ronald Reagan was an excellent delegator. So I'm going to be very interested in seeing the names that pop up. And there's some 8,600 policy jobs and supporting jobs in Washington. So those resumes are going to be flying if they haven't been already.
It's not just the names involved, but it's somewhat the temperament too. If we look to the last two Democratic presidents, for example, and we wonder what kind of a man Bill Clinton will be in his dealings with the legislative branch, John Chancellor, will he be more like Jimmy Carter, whose relationship with Congress was at best acrimonious, or will he be more like LBJ, who it was said knew every congressman from eyeball to toe?
Yeah, but LBJ's failure as a president was that he was a parliamentarian and not a national leader. That's why you can't be one and the other. I think that this guy, Clinton, is going to be much more like Kennedy, who didn't have an easy time with the Congress, but was effective, and he had Lyndon Johnson helping him.
John, yesterday Bill Clinton told me that he's going to continue this whole business of town meetings and the use of the electronic technology that is available to him to get a sense of where the country is going and what is going on. And that, too, will reshape the presidency in a way that we have not seen it in recent years. And I think that there is a real feeling that the country has to be embraced. It can no longer be business as usual just within the Beltway. That's the circle of interstate highways, of course, and other roads that circle Washington.
But isn't that a result of this year's talkathons? I mean, on your program, you two were talking to these people. They were on Donahue. They were on a number of other things, MTV, as you said earlier. And I think that the idea of communicating directly with people is now something that's going to be with us for a while, and Clinton told you that yesterday.
Yeah, we want to hear from...
we're going to be seeing Bill Clinton on Oprah maybe next month?
There's a good possibility of that. We're going to be seeing Tim Russert here in a few moments, but first we're going to go down to John Cochran, who's in Houston, Texas tonight. He's at the Bush headquarters, obviously. Do we expect that we'll see the president before too long, John?
We will. The president sees no advantage in waiting until the wee hours of the morning. As soon as the California, the other West Coast polls close time, we'll be seeing him here shortly after 11 p.m. Eastern time, we suspect. And the mood here among his supporters is, I wouldn't say grim, I'd say resigned. They came here tonight expecting that the president would lose, and that's just what's happened. Bob Mosbacher, one of his high campaign officials, has been with the president this evening. He said the president is being very strong. He said there are a lot of dry eyes over there at the president's suite at the Houstonian Hotel because the president is setting the tone, setting the mood, the president being strong. Now, in spite of all this, I will tell you, Mr. Mosbacher himself was on a little bit of a short fuse. I invited him to watch Ross Perot on our NBC monitor here when Perot was making his gracious statement earlier. Mosbacher told me, I don't need to watch that guy, and left rather abruptly, Tom.
Thank you very much, John Cochran. Well, it runs deep between Texans, after all, especially Texans with a lot of money. From Buffalo, New York, Tim Russert, moderator of Meet the Press, our political analyst. As you think about Bill Clinton and the years ahead in Washington, the town in which you preside as the Washington bureau chief for NBC News, what are going to be the big stories, do you think?
Tom, I think the first 100 days, the Democrats are now in power. Can they deliver? They know they must do it soon, or they'll pay a big price in '94. Tom, before we leave, for the nice anecdote coming out of Little Rock, I just talked to George Stephanopoulos, and he said a very trying moment, telling moment is, what do you call Bill Clinton at this moment? So he called him, and his stomach fluttered, and he said, Governor, what do I call you? President-elect, Governor, Mr. President? He said, for now, George, call me Bill.
Right. Yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, there's a little group that you'll be hearing a lot more about. It's going to expand, I would think, in the next couple of days. They're called FOB, Friends of Bill. Most of those people are people who reach back to his days at Oxford and Rhodes Scholars, but there are going to be a whole lot of folks around the country now saying, yes, I'm an FOB. I've been a member of the circle for a long time, just didn't want to talk about it, but I'm an old friend of Bill's, and I'll be going to Washington. If I can help you out with anything, I'd be happy to.
You have to pronounce that very carefully.
You do watch that. You do, right. You see that I chose not to.
You talk about, Katie, 8,600 people going to work in Washington at last, making it. That's going to talk about the effect on the price of Chardonnay, on lettuce, on their attitudes toward children, the number of them that have already been divorced, the whole social attitude that these younger people will bring to Washington. Not that they're all so old down there now, but an older president tends to set an older tone. And I think the younger presidents, as we've seen in the past, Washington is not going to look the same.
Chardonnay is very 80s, though, John.
Is it?
Yeah,
well, you would know. I don't,
Probably more Perrier and really less alcohol
How
for the
about,
yuppies.
Is Ovaltine still in?
Listen,
Never
it's
heard of
Arkansas,
it.
guys. It's Kickapoo Joy Juice is what they're going to be drinking down there in
Great
some places
alcohol.
now. Right. No, well, as a matter of fact, there are lots of real estate agents who are a quiver tonight. There are hostesses all over Washington who are on the telephone working it very hard. It is a change in climate. It has to do with fashion and culture and music and entertainment as well as politics. We are about to enter a new era.
It will be really interesting to look at Hillary Clinton's role in the White House. Of course, some people say it's now going to be Billary, critics of Hillary Clinton, but it's going to be very interesting to see just how active she will be now that he is in office, because she doesn't have to make friends with some of the people who don't think she should be that aggressive.
We'll be hearing a lot less about her chocolate chip cookies and a lot more about her views on children and family and legal issues in the months to come, because she has been an important partner to his, and however she may have cut in the judgment of a lot of people, he wouldn't be there today without her help along the way. And the fact of the matter is that she's been an enormously important assist to him, and sometimes people in Arkansas thought that she was a better campaigner and more decisive than he was in a lot of issues. Well, there's a lot more to talk about, not just tonight, but of course in the days to come as we anticipate now the Clinton campaign. You were about to say?
No. I was going to interrupt you, but I see we're closing down shop for another half hour, so it'll hold.
Okay. I know that it will between us, always.
Between us,
That's
yeah,
right.
no doubt about it.
Okay. We'll be back with more in Decision 92 right after this. We're back now, and we have a whole run of presidential projections for you. They all belong to Bill Clinton. He has passed the magic number of 270. The governor of Arkansas, who was once described as being 40 at 16 and then 16 at 40 in terms of his behavior during those ages, he is now elected president of the United States according to our projection. So let us show you what is going on now. In California, 54 electoral votes. We anticipated that from the outset. Bill Clinton, the winner in California. Washington, 11 electoral votes up in the Pacific Northwest. They counted that as the cornerstone of the new Democratic Party. Also in Oregon, 7 electoral votes. Bill Clinton, the winner there. Hawaii, safe Democratic territory, 4 electoral votes for Bill Clinton. We color those in now. Red across the western rim, the Pacific rim of the United States for Bill Clinton, and just a few blue spots on that map for George Bush. 362 electoral votes so far, 64 for George Bush. And now here is the popular vote as we have it so far. We're beginning to climb toward the halfway mark. Bill Clinton is our projected winner. He's got a 5-point spread there. And the vote that has been counted so far, Ross Perot is holding at 17, and President Bush at 39% of the vote. By the way, for those of you who are interested, it was the last time that we had more than a 60% turnout was 1968. And there's a good possibility that we may have exceeded that today. Brian Campbell, you've got a lot of calls here as well.
Okay, Tom, we've got some Senate projections that gets the Democratic total in the Senate now up to 58. Very quickly, in Hawaii, Daniel Inouye, a winner going back for a 6th term, defeating Rick Reed. In California, California becomes the first state to send 2 women onto the U.S. Senate. The short one for the long seat, Barbara Boxer, beats Bruce Horshenson. And the long one for the short seat, as they called it, Dianne Feinstein defeating John Seymour, the incumbent in California. And in Washington, the mom in tennis shoes, Patty Murray, a winner over Rod Chandler. That is 4 new women now in the Senate, bringing the total to a half dozen. Tom?
Well, I tell you, that's important for Bill Clinton and the change in the climate. No wonder Bob Dole was talking so hard about Ross Perot voters. He's going to need all the help he can get. That's where it stands at this hour. In 1980, we had a sea change in American politics when Ronald Reagan swept in from the West and knocked out a lot of the old lines of the liberal establishment in the United States Senate. We've got a different kind of change in American politics going tonight. It is of equal seismic proportions, I believe, however. We have Bill Clinton, who is going to be the new president of the United States, and a much different face in the United States Senate, Brian.
It's a difference. It's not only a different phase, Tom, it's a different demographics altogether. I mean, we're going to go back to the Senate numbers in a second, but listen to some of these numbers on open House seats. 25 seats called, 21 of them have gone to the Democrats, 4 to the Republicans. 12 of the new black members are black, all of them are Democrats. 6 of the new women, all Democrats. 4 new Hispanic members, 3 Democrats, 1 Republican. We talked a little bit earlier about California sending 2 women on to the Senate. I had noted the short one for the long seat. Barbara Boxer is called that because that was to fill the vacated seat of Alan Cranston, so she gets a full 6-year term, defeating Bruce Hershenson. Meanwhile, the long one for the short seat was considered Dianne Feinstein's victory over John Seymour because she is serving out the term of John Seymour, who was appointed by Governor Pete Wilson, so she will have to go back to the polls in just 2 years.
All right, thank you very much, Brian Campbell. By the way, among the other challenges for Bill Clinton, one that he'll happily accept is that there are 101 vacancies to be filled in the federal judiciary. The good possibility that he'll fill 2 to 5 seats in the U.S. Supreme Court in the next 4 years. Tim Russert.
Tom, I'll tell you, the Democrats in Washington were probably more concerned about that than any other issue. They do believe there will probably be 3 immediate or near immediate resignations on the Supreme Court, certainly within the next year or so, and that Bill Clinton is going to be directly involved in shaping that court for years to come. Roe v. Wade, as you know, is under siege, and the Clinton forces believe that a change of the court can guarantee a woman's right to choose in the future. That was a primary issue in the Clinton campaign.
All right, thanks very much, Tim Russert. We'll be back with more on Decision 92, but first we want to tell you it's time to break the stations.
Sunday, a demented dream.
We're going to Washington!
An organization's ultimate challenge.
How do we get on that flight?
A never-before-told story based on the actual case.
Drop the gun.
A madman's going to crash a plane into the White House.
Move it! No!
Maximum action, maximum excitement, maximum security. Secret Service the movie, NBC Sunday.
We're back now, and we want to tell you that Bill Clinton has been elected president of the United States, but George Bush continues to pick up states tonight. We can project in the Midwest, the state of Kansas, for George Bush with its 6 electoral votes. It's voted Democratic in 64 and 32. It's always been a Republican state in years after that. So we'll put Kansas in blue for the president's got a little run going there now in the center part of the country. Not nearly enough, of course. And what does that mean in terms of electoral votes? Bill Clinton well beyond 270. George Bush hopes to crack 100, obviously, and go well beyond that and do the best that he can tonight. That's where that stands, the electoral vote. Now we're approaching 50% in the popular or raw vote. Bill Clinton still with a 5-point lead, and Ross Perot is hanging in there now at 17% of the vote. When Walter Mondale was blown out in 1984 by Ronald Reagan, he went to George McGovern, who was blown out by Richard Nixon in 1972, and he said, George, tell me this, when does it stop hurting? And McGovern looked at him and said, I'll tell you when I know. It hurts for a long time, and you have to think about these politicians who put themselves out, work so hard, and then are crushed effectively. Katie Couric?
Well, Tom, you know, we've been speculating about just how Bill Clinton will operate as president of the United States. In our national exit poll, we talked to about 13,000 voters today and asked them to look ahead to the next administration. We asked them, how would you feel about a Clinton victory? More than 4 in 10 said they have positive feelings about a Clinton victory. 1/4 told us they were concerned. Another 28% said they were scared of what Bill Clinton would do as president. But here's something that should hearten Mr. Clinton this evening. Voters told us they are willing to pay more in taxes for specific purposes. So that may be good news for Governor Clinton as he tries to enact some of his programs, although he has said he will not tax the middle class in order to enact some of his programs.
See, I think he can thank Ross Perot for that. I think that Ross Perot put it on the table in a way that people understood, because he was not a conventional politician, and he said we are going to have some pain. And what he made it clear to people was that if we have a fair sharing of the burden, then we can make real progress. And I think that Clinton and other politicians in Washington can be grateful to Ross Perot for saying, okay, folks, we got to deal the cards. We've got a tough hand to play here.
But, Tom, you wonder what people will accept in theory if they will really accept it in practice.
Yeah,
of course, they may tell the pollsters one thing, but then when their taxes are raised, they may start screaming.
You know, it'll be not an easy time, and it's going to require some real skilled leadership on the part of not just this new president, but the congressional leadership as well. BG.
It's been a big night for women. We noted that Patty Murray, Barbara Boxer, Dianne Feinstein, Carol Moseley Braun, all going on to the Senate. We cannot yet add Lynn Yackel's name to the list. We continue to watch that race going on in Pennsylvania. It is still too close to call. As you can tell there, a difference of some 40,000 votes, basically. 51 to 49. It is breaking Arlen Specter's way with 79% of the vote counted. And we continue to watch the House, although we are not giving you individual House races as they become available. It is interesting that on this night, when we are talking about incredible change in the United States, that the House will have two members that come from different sides of the political spectrum over the past 20 years. George Wallace Jr. in Alabama has won, getting 80% of the votes to go on to Washington. And from Illinois, Bobby Rush, once the defense minister of the Black Panthers, has also won. His compatriots say he's sold out. He says he's evolved. He'll be serving alongside George Wallace Jr. And if that ain't changed, I don't know what is.
This is absolutely the case. By the way, the big money started to bet early on in the course of this campaign. In the last 6 weeks or so, the health industry, for example, gave $280,000 in soft money to the Democratic National Committee because they think that there's a big change in health care coming if Bill Clinton gets elected president. And almost everyone plays both sides of the fence. Sony gave $100,000 to the Democrats, $100,000 to the Republicans. Peter Guber, who runs the Columbia Studios for Sony, gave $120,000 to the Democrats. In Little Rock, Michigan, that's where my head is right now. Little Rock, Arkansas, there with Doug Wilder from the Old Dominion state of Virginia's NBC's Andrea Mitchell. Andrea.
Tom, Governor Wilder was just commenting on Bobby Rush. He was just out there campaigning in Michigan in Illinois. Right. We've all got our states mixed up, but there's a lot of excitement here in Little Rock. What do you think is the biggest significance of this kind of victory?
I think today the American people are speaking and delivering the kind of message that they truly want change. And I don't think it's a Democratic victory just for that sake. It's a people's victory. And I think the people have been mad, they've been excited, they've been exercised, they turned out in record numbers, and they truly want to see change. So it's their victory.
Do you think that Bill Clinton and Al Gore, in pursuing the strategy of going after white men, suburban voters, Catholic voters, white Catholics, ignored the minority constituency?
No, I don't think they did at all. I think they had to appeal to all voters, and in the process of doing that, some get the impression that they're not giving special attention. I ran through the same problem when I ran for governor of Virginia. It's not that you're not giving special attention, it's that you have to reach out if you want to win. They wanted to win. I knew they wanted to win, and any number of African Americans likewise felt that and voted in overwhelming numbers for them. So no, they weren't ignored. We will make our claim at the appropriate time, but in the instance of making certain that victory comes about, we had to be there, and we were.
What about the role of Jesse Jackson? A lot of people feel that Bill Clinton went out of his way, Governor, to distance himself from Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson, among everyone else, feels that way.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily so. I know that Bill Clinton regards Jesse very highly. I do. Jesse has a very special place in American politics and American life, and there's no one like him. To the extent that there are any number of other people that need to be consulted, Bill Clinton did that, and there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Andrea.
Thank you very much, Governor Doug Wilder. Tom?
Thank you very much, Andrea Mitchell in Little Rock, Arkansas, with the governor of Virginia, Doug Wilder. Now let's go to Houston, Texas. And at the podium is Jim Baker, who is the stealth campaign manager and
had the great
chief of
pleasure
staff.
of introducing him in almost all of the many different capacities in which he has so ably served this great country of ours. And for nearly 4 years now, I have had the privilege of introducing him as the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, there is only one way to introduce the President of the United States, and that is to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Should see it, that the people have spoken, and we respect the majesty of the democratic system. I just called Governor Clinton over in Little Rock and offered my congratulations. He did run a strong campaign. I wish him well in the White House, and I want the country to know that our entire administration will work closely with his team to ensure the smooth transition of power. There is important work to be done, and America must always come first. So we will get behind this new president and wish him well. And to all who voted for us, voted for me, here, especially here, but all across the country, thank you for your support. And we have fought the good fight, and we've kept the faith, and I believe I have upheld the honor of the presidency of the United States. And now I ask that we stand behind our new president, and regardless of our differences, all Americans share the same purpose, to make this, the world's greatest nation, more safe and more secure, and to guarantee every American a shot at the American dream. And I would like to thank so many of you who have worked beside me to improve America and to literally change the world. Let me thank our great Vice President, Dan Quayle. You know, in the face of a tremendous pounding, he stood for what he believes in, and he will always have my profound gratitude and certainly my respect. And I would like to salute so many that did special work. Rich Bond up at the RNC, Bob Teeter, who ran the campaign, Bob Mossbacher, our entire campaign team, and they've run a valiant effort in a very, very difficult year. And I also want to salute the members of the cabinet, all of whom have served this nation with honor, with integrity, and with great distinction. And I would like to single out two leaders who represent the ideals of the ideal in public service. Together they've helped lead the world through a period of unprecedented transition. I'm talking, of course, about my National Security Advisor, Brent Scowcroft, and Jim Baker, and my good friend and fellow Texan, our Secretary of State, Jim Baker. Finally, of course, I want to thank my entire family with a special emphasis on a woman named Barbara. She has inspired this entire nation, and I think the country will always be grateful. But tonight is really not a night for speeches, but I want to share a special message with the young people of America. I remain absolutely convinced that we are a rising nation. We have been in an extraordinarily difficult period, but do not be deterred, kept away from public service by the smoke and fire of a campaign year or the ugliness of politics. As for me, I plan to get, I'm going to serve and try to find ways to help people, but I plan to get very active in the grandchild business and in finding ways to help others. But I urge you, the young people of this country, to participate in the political process. It needs your idealism. It needs your drive. It needs your conviction. And again, my thanks, my congratulations to Governor Clinton, to his running mate, Senator Gore, and my special thanks to each and every one of you, many of you who have been my side in every single political battle. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very, very much.
George Bush,
you so much.
68 years of age, his patrician manners showing him and serving him well tonight. A man who's served about half of his public life, his adult life in public office. Been a member of Congress. He was the UN ambassador. He ran the CIA. He was the United States representative in China. Barbara Bush at his side, a very effective political ally. She once said, "I married the first man I ever kissed, which makes my children throw up when I tell them that."
We've got to deal with the fact that he is the first elected Republican since Herbert Hoover to lose an attempt to be reelected.
Right. We've only had...
Jerry Ford didn't count. He was never elected.
Yeah.
That's right.
And for a man who put such a premium on loyalty throughout his career, a lot of what's happening tonight has to hurt, including, as you noted, Tom, his three homes, Connecticut, Texas, and Maine. The last two going against him. Texas remains to be seen.
Right.
Is it in Kennebunkport?
Well,
That's the only home he owns.
He said he was. They've said repeatedly that they were going to go back to Texas. Now, my guess is that will be up for play because he really is a man of New England. He was raised in Connecticut. He loves the sea. He loves the old family home at Walker's Point.
But Tom, an interesting note: he did renew his hunting license this morning in Texas.
Texas, right?
So he may be planning to do some of that.
The only one who really doesn't have a complete fallback position in all of these is Dan Quayle. The president has a pension. Clinton is still a governor. Gore is still a senator. If he'd lost, he would have been fine. I don't think I have to tell you about Ross Perot. He'll be okay. Admiral Stockdale has a pension, right. and the vice president doesn't. He's the least well off of all these. One hesitates to say bozos.
Here's the question. Here's a question for a lot of people. What's going to happen to Jim Baker after all of this? Ed Rollins said on Jim Baker recently, 4 years ago, the gun was loaded and pointed at Michael Dukakis. Baker walked in, pulled the trigger, and dumped the gun on Lee Atwater, and Bush went on to win. Didn't work out quite that way this time. We'll be back with more on Decision 92 right after this.
Here from Washington is Bob Kerr.
And we are back in the newspaper, the Washington Post, soon to be Bill Clinton's hometown newspaper, just delivered here, tells the story. Elected 42nd president, sweeping victory over President Bush. So, our latest NBC tally shows Mr. Clinton with 362 electoral votes, compared with 70 for George Bush, 0 for Ross Perot. More than 100 million voters cast ballots in this election today. Bill Clinton got the national mandate he wanted. It was the economy that was the engine driving the victory tonight. Exit polls showed conclusively that it was the economy that mattered most to the voters, not family values, not character, not international affairs. And we are going to take a look at one indicator. There's been a lot of talk about change this year, but clearly it's not limited to government itself. There is a societal component, really, of change in administrations. And for example, with Bill Clinton living at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, some say buses will be in, cigarette boats will be out, Elvis will be in, Lee Greenwood out, baggy pants in, Brooks Brothers out, saxophone playing in, horseshoe pitching out. Lois Romano is here. She's a columnist at the Washington Post, and she keeps track of things like that for the Post in her column. Lois, how is life in this capital city likely to change as soon as tomorrow?
Well, the first thing, Bob, you have to realize is don't get lulled into thinking that the race is over. The real race has really just begun. They said this was about jobs, and it is about jobs. In Washington, who gets the big ones? So for the first couple of months anyway, we're going to see some real hand-to-hand combat here.
There is always an A list, and people push and shove, or some people do anyway, to make sure they're on a list that get invited to certain parties. How do you see the A-list changing?
Oh, completely. Absolutely. The top of the A-list will now be the entire Clinton cabinet. Clinton friends in Hollywood, Clinton's friends from Arkansas, and the Bush people. A couple of them will be token A-listers, like Jim Baker might stay on it.
What about, you said Clinton's friends from Arkansas and people who come in, but what about people who are already here, people who expect to be on it?
Well, some of those people are institutional. I mean, in Georgetown we have the cave dwellers, like Pamela Harriman, and of course she worked very hard for Clinton Gore. And those people will stay on it. I mean, there's a core group. But, you know, for theater openings and for major galas and for private hot parties, all Clinton people.
Is there likely to be a Clinton look as opposed to, if there was one, a Bush look? Are things going to look different?
They'll probably look a little bit more casual, a little bit more eclectic. I mean, I don't think that Hillary will, you know, adopt a designer from 7th Avenue like some of the other first ladies have. I mean, she doesn't seem to favor any designer. She likes kind of trying on different personas, different hairdos, and I think you'll see a little bit more of that.
This is really different.
Oh, it'll be completely different.
And you go back to Nancy Reagan, and I suppose, although I don't know, almost everyone else, they didn't exactly buy off the rack, did they?
Well, and I don't know that Hillary can do that, I mean, realistically, but I think she'll try. I mean, I look at Hillary as someone who's still trying to define her look and who she is and doesn't want to get locked in.
And do you suppose there will be a different atmosphere around town? I mean, will the Clintons be out more than the Bushes, or certainly out different places?
I think that's the expectation. I mean, the Clintons have, in every way possible, tried to tell us they are young, they are dynamic, they are energetic. I think it will go from a sleepy southern town, which it has been for the last 12 years. I mean, the Reagans went to bed at 8 o'clock with their TV trays. I mean, these people will go out. I think Bill Clinton, I mean, we couldn't pull him away from, you know, autograph lines.
All right, you'll be watching those indicators, and there's another indicator, Lois Romano, that we're looking at tonight. One watched by many people in this city is hotel reservations, and as it turns out, whether dictated by prudence or optimism, more Democrats than Republicans have been booking rooms along the Inauguration Day parade route. For some time now, Clinton supporters have been booking blocks of as many as 50 rooms at some hotels, even though some reservation deposits are not refundable. One local hotel is offering 4 nights, listen to this, in the presidential suite, a chauffeur-driven Bentley, a personal valet, daily doses of caviar and champagne, plus 1 gourmet dinner for 12. The tab for all that, $23,000. Fear not, though, if you want to be here for the inauguration and your tastes and means are more modest, there are plenty of vacancies among the 88,000 hotel rooms here in the Washington area. NBC News Decision 92 coverage continues now from New York.
Wednesday, it's a woman's fear. Her doctor assaults her.
This guy is not going to stop.
And the case hits close to home when his latest victim is a police co-worker.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
But when the law can't stop him,
Your Honor,
his victims will. A powerful new Law and Order on NBC Wednesday.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
Good evening and welcome back to Decision 92, where NBC News has projected Bill Clinton, the new president of the United States, the first president born after World War II, the first president from the state of Arkansas, a man who protested against the Vietnam War. And it pains me only in a small way to say personally the first president in my lifetime who's younger than I am. He's 46 years old, and he is the second youngest president ever to have been elected to that office. There is just a smattering of good news for George Bush tonight. We have a couple of more states that we can put in his column now. The state of Mississippi, with its 7 electoral votes, took a lot longer for us to call that than we anticipated. Big relief to Clark Reed, who is the Bush chairman in that state. And in North Dakota as well, 3 electoral votes will go to George Bush. So let's take a look now at our map. Most of the Bush states, of course, in the South and in the nation's heartland, in the grain belt up there, North Dakota down through Kansas and Nebraska and Oklahoma. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes? Well, Bill Clinton is safely home, having passed 270. George Bush now at 80. He wants very much to crack 100. He has an opportunity to do that with some of the states that are still outstanding. Big part of this race tonight, however, is Ross Perot down there at the bottom of your screen with 18% of the nationwide popular vote and running at 20% in a number of states across the country. The Bush people believe that the Perot folks took away a lot of what might have been their constituency. You'll recall that they just simply couldn't decide on how to deal with him. At one point they were praising him. The next point, Marlon Fitzwater was calling him a crackpot of one kind or another. Bryant Gumbel.
Okay, Tom. We know what the executive branch is going to look like for certainly at least the next 2 years. Let's see if we can get a picture of what the legislative end of our government is going to look like. NBC News is projecting that in the next House of Representatives, there will be 252 Democrats, 182 Republicans. That is a net gain of 16 for the Republicans. But putting that in context, it is not nearly what they envisioned when this campaign started. They were hoping to pick up 35 to 40. We would also note that this projection has a margin of error of a plus minus of 9 seats. But right now we are looking at 252 to 182 Democrats. As for the Senate, the numbers right now are at 58 Democrats, 34 Republicans, with 8 seats yet to be determined. The Democrats have realized a net gain of 1, and of those seats outstanding, the Democrats have none left to defend. The Republicans, on the other hand, have 8 left to defend. And to that end, let's bring you up to speed on a couple of the races that we have been watching, starting with the one in New York. You heard us talking to Geraldine Ferraro a little bit earlier. Some polls had already projected a winner here and had projected D'Amato, but we have not done that yet. This continues to be close, with 74% of the vote counted. Alphonse D'Amato, a.k.a. Senator Pothole, continues to lead Attorney General Abrams, the margin 52-48. Also in Pennsylvania, another one too close to call, 82% of the vote counted. Arlen Specter has surged ahead of Lynn Yackel by just about 60,000 votes, but there are still lots to be counted there. In Missouri, Kit Bond, with a 99% name recognition, having a very difficult time with Jerry Rothman-Surratt, a lady with no national experience, only a little bit of local experience, but she's giving Bond all he can handle as he tries for a second term in the Senate. And in New Hampshire, Judd Gregg, the state's governor, is having a very difficult time, as you can see, with a retired professor, John Rao. He is leading by just 3,000 votes there. Brady, the independent, is said to be taking some votes away from Gregg. That state that always goes New Hampshire and went Democratic tonight may in fact wind up with a Democratic governor before the night is done. John?
We also have tonight, we've finally broken the New Hampshire curse.
That's
no
right.
president has ever been elected in modern times who has not won the New Hampshire primary, and Bill Clinton lost it. So
we know what's going to happen, though?
That one in the wastebasket.
The New Hampshire legislature is going to pass a bill saying it doesn't make any difference. They still get to be the first New Hampshire, the first presidential primary. We've been talking a lot today about turnout. It does now appear that turnout is up about 10% over what it was just 4 years ago. Over 100 million voters, maybe more before we're all through. In 1988, it was 91.5 million voters. Now we'll be eager to see what percentage of the registered voters in the country. We'll be back with more right after this.
Decision 92 Election Night is being sponsored in part by IBM. Today, all over the world, helping businesses meet new challenges. And by the Business Services Division of MCI. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than a question. It's an answer.
Comfort in a four-wheel drive. Amazing.
I got a big crew and I need a lot of space.
It makes me feel tall.
It's tough but refined. Kind of like me.
It's got it all.
Why do more people find themselves in a Ford Explorer than any other vehicle in its class? For as many reasons as there are explorers.
Finders keepers.
Find yourself in an Explorer.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
This can't go on. Let me see that. There's got to be a better way. It's time to rethink everything.
Where do we start?
No one has to tell you that doing business today is more challenging than ever. But all over the world, one company is helping you meet those challenges head on, no matter what it takes. New challenges, new thinking.
Con man Thomas Johnson has been elected to Congress.
It's the con of a lifetime.
And he's speaking out on gun control.
Men like a nice warm Uzi.
On taxes.
Read my lips.
On the economy. And on sex education.
Hey, 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 hey.
Eddie Murphy, the distinguished gentleman.
Yeah, I'm the man.
This film is not yet rated. Coming December 4th to theaters everywhere.
Wednesday, we have your ticket for a night at the opera.
Pagliacci, he laughs, he cries, he sings.
And he does kung fu. When a killer clown stalks Seinfeld.
Excuse me! Are you still scared of clowns?
Yeah. It's an all-new, all-clown Seinfeld. NBC Wednesday.
That is one angry clown.
On an otherwise dismal night for Republicans, some heartening news is coming in their way as we approach midnight on this election night. We have two projections for you in the U.S. Senate, both of them going the way of the GOP. In Pennsylvania, Arlen Specter has won a very difficult and bitter fight against Lynn Yackel, overcoming her objections to his prosecutorial manner that he took in the Clarence Thomas hearings against Anita Hill. She almost won with that issue, but Arlen Specter, in the end, prevailed to be sent back to the U.S. Senate from Pennsylvania. And in Missouri, Kit Bond, for the second time now, has defeated a woman to gain a seat in the U.S. Senate. He beat Harriet Woods 6 years ago. This time he beat Jerry Rothman Surratt. And so the count in the U.S. Senate now goes to 58 Democrats, 36 Republicans, and there are, 6 to be decided. Tom?
Right, we still have some very close races out there in the big states. We're going to show you with the popular vote now as it has been counted so far in Texas, Florida, and North Carolina. In Texas, 63% of the vote, approaching two-thirds. Now, George Bush very much will want to win Texas, of course. That is the state that he claims as his home state. He's got a 3 percentage point lead over Bill Clinton, as you can see there, about 114,000 vote difference between the two. Ross Perot running very strong in Texas, probably taking votes away from the president in that state. Down in Florida, where senior citizens were going pretty big for Clinton, according to our earlier analysis. We're again approaching two-thirds of the vote and a 2-point lead for the president there. In North Carolina, we've now exceeded 80% of the vote counted so far. It's a flat tie. Boy, it just doesn't get any closer than that. That's just about 2,000 votes and, well, almost 3,000 votes between the two of them. Ross Perot running at 14% in North Carolina, so that will serve him very well as well. The newspaper of record in America, the New York Times, it's out on the streets, and this is the headline. Clinton wins decisive margin in voter poll across nation after 12 years of GOP rule, taking it off the television consortium of exit polls. They've had something to say about exit polls over the years, so we thought we would just point out that they use it for their headline. Mike Jensen, you...
No bitterness there.
No, it's not bitterness. Just, all's fair in love and war. No, it's all's fair as love. Those are my pals, after all. Listen, down in Little Rock, the sign said, "It's the economy, stupid." And it seems to me that there might now be a new sign that said, "What now, big shot?" I mean, what do you do about the economy now that you've got the presidency?
Tom, Bill Clinton has about 30 seconds to celebrate, and then he's got to deal with some very, very difficult problems. Probably the most problematical is the fact that there are 17 million Americans who are either unemployed or working part-time and would like to be fully employed. The government is spending almost $1 billion a day more than it takes in. I have with me Robert Hormats from Wall Street, who has been both in Washington and is one of those sharp-eyed Wall Streeters who has a sense of what needs to be done in all this. Mr. Hormats, what do you think Mr. Clinton can do right off the bat to try to get things turned around in this country? After all, that's what the voters expect of him now.
Well, there are no quick fixes to this economy. I think most people realize now from this campaign that the economy suffers from deep-seated problems: debt, deficits, restructuring, foreign competition, and unemployment. He can do two things. One, in the medium term, he can deal with the structural issues. Over 4 years, he has a chance to turn this economy around, deal with the inflation problem that we don't have now, but we're concerned about in the future. The education problem is particularly important, but the big problem is unemployment. He has got to put people back to work, and that requires education, it requires investment in new infrastructure, it requires helping the private sector to generate new jobs. All these things are very important.
Big Business was surveyed recently, and according to the survey, about 25% of all the companies in America still have more layoffs and more cutbacks to do. What are we going to see in terms of some kind of an attempt by the Clinton people to bring along public confidence?
Well, there's again that we can't do this overnight. The economy won't turn around on a dime. I think Big Business and indeed the entire public wants him to address the budget deficit, but gradually, not like Perot would have done it all at once, gradually, and perhaps at the beginning institute a bit of stimulus just to get the economy going again, which will create more jobs, and then turn his attention to the budget deficit over a 4-year period.
I talked to one of his personal advisors, a close advisor, who said that what they're really hoping for is that the public will have such confidence as a result of this election that they will begin to go out and spend a little bit. Of course, if they spend more, then companies will have to hire more, and then there'll be more jobs and there'll be more to spend. It's the chicken and the egg. Do you think that's just sort of the Hail Mary approach, or do you think there's some possibility of that?
I think the fact the election is over, Clinton has a program, he's going to give leadership to the economy, that should boost confidence, together with some of the incentives for investment, for education, and a number of things that he wants to do to boost the private sector, and also the fact that there won't be this gridlock between the executive branch and the Congress. The two of them working together, so long as they can control spending and provide incentives, that's very positive and should help business confidence a lot.
Very important. Robert Hormats, thanks a lot. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you very much, Mike Jensen and Bob Hormats. At the moment tonight when Bill Clinton was projected as the presidential winner, the national debt was $4,386 billion, $910,440,000. It was going up at $13,000 a second. So congratulations, Governor. It's time to go to work. We'll be back with more after this.
Ask anyone who's driven a Ford lately. They can tell you safety means more than seatbelts and reinforced steel panels. It can mean anti-lock brakes, child-proof door locks. It means your family's protection. That's why Ford offers more models with dual airbags than any other manufacturer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than just a question. It's an answer.
Nothing you've ever seen can prepare you for what's coming. Brand
Dracula. A Francis Ford Coppola film, rated R, at theaters Friday the 13th of November.
Toothpaste to me was basically boring. I used the same stuff for 15 years. And then my daughter brought home Arm & Hammer dental care gel from a slumber party. And what a wonderful feeling. My teeth felt fresh, clean from the dentist, and my mouth felt so healthy. And then I read more dentists recommend Arm & Hammer than any other baking soda toothpaste to help promote healthy teeth and gums. I still see my dentist twice a year. But now I get that fresh from the dentist feeling twice a day. All of a sudden, toothpaste isn't boring anymore.
Get Arm & Hammer dental care for that healthy, fresh from the dentist feeling of clean.
This symbol outside means you have the standard inside that an entire library of software has been written to. The Intel microprocessor. Think of it as a library card that lets you run the software of today and tomorrow. So check out Computers with Intel, the computer inside.
We're back in Decision 92. I suppose no one has taken more abuse in the last 4 years as a national political figure than Vice President Dan Quayle. Tonight in Indiana, he gave his concession speech, and it was very gracious indeed about Bill Clinton.
Tonight is Bill Clinton's night. And I congratulated Bill Clinton, and we must all pull together now. He is going to be the President of the United States for the next 4 years. He deserves our congratulations. He ran a good campaign. He ran a tough campaign. If he runs the country as well as he ran his campaign, we'll be all right.
Dan Quayle tonight in Indiana. A lot of questions, I suppose, about what's the future for Dan Quayle. Everyone would expect that in 4 years he'll take a crack at the Republican presidential nomination. What vehicle he'll use between now and then to achieve that, we cannot say. A lot of people thought that he had a better sense of who he was politically than the president did in the last year or so.
I think any opinion would have to, any objective opinion would have to say that Dan Quayle did an awful lot of positive image building in this campaign as opposed to the man who was a laughingstock 4 years ago. Just how well suited he is now to go on out and challenge those of the Republican right for that mantle there remains to be seen. Mr. Buchanan's going back to work in our medium, but there are others out there, and you've talked to one of them a little earlier tonight, Pat Robertson. There are still some others too.
He's got quite a long list.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I mean, you've got Quayle, Baker, Kemp, Cheney, maybe Dole, Bill Bennett, possibly Colin Powell, the general, although I don't believe that, Pat Robertson, my cousin Charlie. I mean, and this party
is...
steady
work for Charlie yet?
No, we're still... Government work is what he likes. But the party is splitting apart, and all these people are going to come rushing in, and Dan Quayle is going to find those lectures pretty crowded with all these other people.
Well, we're going to go through something very much like '64. I mean, there's going to be a great contest for the soul of the Republican Party again. I mean, the conservative elements of the party never, ever let go. And they're going to reclaim it, saying the reason we lost this time is that George Bush was truly not one of us. He zipped himself into the skin, but he didn't believe it.
And you know, I think the great division is going to be between the religious right and the secular conservative.
We're going to moving on over to Katie in just a moment, but as I do, just a quick note, a rundown on this so-called Year of the Woman for the Senate. The totals are these. 11 ran, 5 won. 4 new women are moving on to the Senate, added to Nancy Kassebaum and Barbara Mikulski. That brings the record-setting total to 6, and 6 lost, including the 1 Republican. Okay, let's talk about term limits.
That's right, Brian. This is something that may ultimately affect everyone on Capitol Hill, male and female. That is term limits. They've been voted on in 14 states, and so far 11 states have passed by overwhelming margins term limits on members of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Some of those states are Ohio, Florida, Arizona, Missouri, Michigan, Nebraska, California, South Dakota, and Wyoming, Oregon, and Arkansas. Now, we're still waiting to hear from Montana, North Dakota, and Washington State. It's interesting that it passed in Arkansas. Governor Clinton opposes term limits. He says the best way to limit terms is to go to the voting booth and to pull the lever, and that's the easiest and best way. We want to update you on a couple of other initiatives. One which passed tonight is a Martin Luther King holiday in the state of Arizona. It was on the ballot in Arizona for the third time. It's an initiative, as I said, that would create a holiday on Martin Luther King's birthday. Now, Lincoln's birthday and Washington's birthday were combined, so this does not really add any additional paid holidays in the state of Arizona, which, by the way, has paid a heavy price for not having an MLK holiday before. It's lost something like $50 billion in tourism, including the 1993 Super Bowl. And also, we want to tell you about what's happened in the District of Columbia in terms of the death penalty. Roughly by a 2-to-1 margin, voters in D.C. have rejected a congressional attempt to reinstate the death penalty in the nation's capital, which has not been used since 1957. District residents are still very sensitive to the fact that they don't have home rule, and Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama introduced this legislation after one of his aides was shot just a mile from the U.S. Capitol.
Katie, I won't ask you to elaborate on this one because I don't think you have this information available, but it would be interesting to find out how that term limit question breaks down along generational lines and whether or not it does. As we're talking about so many new voters coming into the forum and a whole generational change in America, it would be interesting to foresee what the future of term limits is going to be.
Something tells me discuss with incumbents transcends all ages and all
Perhaps,
barriers.
not sure.
And Russia, they proved that you don't need term limits. They turned George Bush out after one term.
They sure did, Tom. And I had an opportunity to talk to a senior Bush advisor and ask them simply what happened. And the response is this was probably more a natural shifting of the sands than anything else. The economy was uphill struggle to overcome. They did think, however, up until Friday night that they were gaining a point or two a night, that the race would have been dead even by tonight without the intervention of the Iran-Contra issue and the indictment of Caspar Weinberger, and that a final gut check today would have tilted towards the president. It wasn't meant to be. The president spoke to Bob Dole on the phone and said exactly that. Bob, this wasn't meant to be. Tom?
Well, it's the end of 12 years of Republican rule, and a very strong Republican rule at that. And one of the things that happened, it seems to me, is that the president just simply didn't have the quality of aides and advice and handlers that Ronald Reagan did, say, in the first and second terms. We'll be back with more on Decision 92 right after this.
Here from Washington is Bob Kerr.
Back now here in the nation's capital, a few minutes before midnight. Blowout, landslide, a national mandate. These are just a few of the words that can be used to describe what happened in this country today. It wasn't close, not at all. Bill Clinton and Al Gore, the big winners. Washington will start preparing for a new government, so will the country. Voters, by the way, did not forget the check bouncing scandal on Capitol Hill. Early indications show trouble for four incumbents who were big check bouncers. Tom Downey, the congressman from Long Island, New York, Joseph Early from Massachusetts, Mary Rose Okar in Ohio, and Jerry Sikorsky, the congressman from Minnesota. All were stung by the check bouncing scandal and may well lose their seats, although the those votes have not really been called. Let's turn our attention now to the economy for a moment or two. By most measures, it's the key issue of this election. And at Clinton headquarters in Little Rock, there was a sign on a wall, a perpetual reminder to the campaign staff, and it read, "It's the economy, stupid." Well, knowing it's a powerful campaign issue and knowing how to keep it under control are two very different things. Nobody at NBC News knows that better than our chief economics correspondent, Irving R. Levine, who joins us tonight. Irving, good to see you.
Good to see you, Bob.
Well, there's a new term of art here in town, Clintonomics, Irving. Is it well thought out? Will it work?
Well, it is well thought out. More detail in it than has been true in most political campaigns. The earmark, the characteristic of Clintonomics is greater government intervention in trying to solve the nation's economic problems, health care, unemployment, education. But the big question is how to pay for it. And that is not clearly spelled out in Clintonomics as yet.
If he wants to, as he says, stimulate the economy, pour a lot in, invest, as he calls it, some people say invest equates to spend, how does he then deal with the deficit? Or does one stop the other?
Well, that's a big dilemma. In order for Governor Clinton to implement his programs, it has to involve government spending. Government spending means pushing up the deficit. Pushing up the deficit involves the possibility of increasing inflation, of driving the stock market down, of driving up interest rates. If he doesn't spend, then he can't solve his problems. I suppose the solution is to accept some kind of an increase in the budget deficit for a period of time in the hope that this will stimulate the economy, enable you to solve some of the problems, which will bring in, by creating more jobs, more revenue.
Let's talk for a minute about luck. Some folks were impressed by the recent spurt in the gross domestic product of the nation. Is it likely that Bill Clinton is going to walk into what's more than a honeymoon, what is a burgeoning economic recovery, and that he won't have the trouble that George Bush had?
Well, I don't think you could call it a burgeoning economic recovery, but the fact is that this economy is now coming out of the dumps rather than going into the dumps. It is coming out slowly. The growth is not robust, and consequently, whoever would have been elected, in this case Governor Clinton, does benefit from the fact that there are significant signs that the economy is coming out of the trough.
How tricky is that, though, for him to navigate? I mean, if the economy is coming on now, starting to, how easy is it for him to stop it?
Well, he wants to have the economy come out of the trough, so the problem for him is to gather momentum, to create jobs, to do all the things that he has promised to do without increasing the budget deficit to the extent that that in itself arrests the recovery.
Consumer confidence has been at a very weak point, possibly even at an all-time low. Is the election itself likely to do something to turn that around?
I think it is. For months now, the populace, the people, the consumer have been hammered with all kinds of expressions of our problems. Hammered not least of all by Governor Clinton. And that has depressed consumer confidence when day after day they've heard of how bad things are. Now with the election over, there will be expressions, as we've heard tonight, from Perot and from President Bush, calling on the people to rally, calling on the people to get together, and that should provide some kind of a spur to consumer confidence, which would translate into the all-important consumer spending.
Irving, very quickly, he bragged all campaign about how many Nobel Prize winners liked his economic program, how business leaders liked it. How is business likely to react?
Business traditionally likes Republicans, but Clinton is a Democrat who has not been hostile to business, who recognizes that profits are necessary to create jobs, and the stock market has been anticipating a Clinton victory for some time now, and we have not seen a stock market plunge.
Irving, thanks very much, and we know you're going to keep a watch on all this.
We'll
thanks
try.
A lot. Okay. All the talk last week that President Bush was coming on strong, moving up in the polls, didn't do much for a group of prominent conservative activists. They went ahead with a meeting last Friday to plan the future. The invitation letter read, "Barring a miracle, Bill Clinton will be elected president." The letter blamed the Bush administration for causing a disaster and others for trying to pin the blame on conservatives. It went on to say the Republican Party is in tatters. What's next? Probably a good measure of backstabbing, bloodletting, recrimination, and finger-pointing that the Democrats have grown so used to following recent elections. I'm Bob Kerr in Washington. NBC News Decision 92 coverage now continues from New York.
Today is a clear winner, says the New York Times, the morning show that handles hard news best. Join Brian Gumbel and Katie Couric and find out why today has become America's #1 morning show.
Something's come between Douglas and his bride.
Every night, you are in my dreams.
Dream of these.
All new L.A. Law, NBC Thursday.
From NBC News, Decision 92 Election Night, here are Tom Brokaw and Bryant Gumbel.
Good evening. We're back in the capital of Arkansas tonight. We want to show you the scene as they await the arrival of their governor, the new president of the United States. That is Bill Clinton. There's an enormous crowd outside the state capitol, and Bill Clinton is the projected next president of the United States by all accounts. We want to tell you, first of all, well, we're going to see it or not. Oh, we're not going to see it. Well, we know that he's there, and we will be very shortly. Let us show you, first of all, the electoral vote. 270 required to win, 362 for Bill Clinton, 80 for George Bush, and so far none for Ross Perot. This is the national vote now, with almost two-thirds in. A 5-point lead for Bill Clinton over George Bush. Ross Perot holding at 18% of the vote. And that's been the margin throughout most of the polls are closed in these states, but we still cannot call them. It includes Montana and Wyoming. Big surprise in Wyoming. Should have been an easy, safe state for George Bush. Look down there in Arizona. Also his home state of Texas. Still can't make a call. North Carolina and Florida. A lot of electoral votes there and a lot of popular votes at stake as well. So that's the situation as we await the presence of Bill Clinton tonight in Little Rock, Arkansas. John Chancellor, we have been concentrating on domestic problems, especially the economy and the challenges before the President of the United States. But as this country has been consumed by those difficulties and this national presidential campaign, in Russia, Boris Yeltsin has major problems. They've got civil war breaking out all across the southern republics. You've got a national emergency about to be declared in Germany. You've got all kinds of economic problems in Tokyo and throughout Western Europe. There's a huge foreign policy agenda in play here as well.
I think that, I mean, I'm not alone in this, that the trouble in what used to be the Soviet Union may happen before January the 20th. And that will be the last thing that may happen on George Bush's watch, the foreign policy expert. And I'm pretty sure that Bill Clinton would do the constitutional but also the political thing and not get involved in that. At the same time, you're absolutely right. You didn't mention this huge agreement on world trade that's been stalling around, the GATT agreement. And if that falls apart, we are going to have hair-curling recessions in a lot of the exporting countries. So that the new president is going to have a very full plate in terms of foreign policy measures. Even little Slovakia, one of the 25 new countries that we've all got to learn about, is now damming the Danube and infuriating everybody in Central Europe. It just goes on and on.
To say nothing of the continuing tragedy of Bosnia.
Do you get the impression, any of us, that there has been an uptick in world problems outside of this country because we've been so preoccupied with our own here at home? No. I don't make that as a political accusation, but it did happen while we were consumed with our own election.
Well, I think it's the natural outgrowth of the profound realignment of borders and ideologies and changes that have occurred in the last 4 years. Realignment of really, truly historic proportions, not just because it happened on our watch, but we've seldom been through anything like this in which the world really was just taken and shaken upside down, and the pieces fell back into place where warring tribes were butted up against each other once again in the latter part of the 20th century.
The Cold War didn't end with a bang. It didn't end with a whimper. It ended with a hell of a mess.
Yeah, it sure did. Okay. Bryant Gumbel.
All right, Tom, let's try to give you some more Senate projections. We have two more to report on from Alaska and Idaho, and both of them going the Republicans' way. In Alaska, Frank Mikulski, the incumbent, won a third term. He turned back the challenge of Tony Smith, who was the state commissioner of commerce. Mikulski goes back to the Senate. And Dirk Kempthorne wins in Idaho. The mayor of Boise, he defeats Congressman Richard Stallings in a race that was expected to be close and was, but that brings the Republican total in the Senate up to 38. The Democrats are still at 58, and as you consider where they might still get to the magic number of 60, let's look at the races that are outstanding. In New York, Alphonse D'Amato continues to cling to a very slight lead with 83% of the vote in. This one is still too close to call in his race with Attorney General Robert A. Abrams. Up in Oregon, a race that is also extremely close. Bob Peckwood trying to turn back Les Aucoin in a race that's been very nasty. Just 23% of the vote counted there. In New Hampshire, one that we've been watching all evening, but is still too close to call, separated now, as you can see, by just 7,000 votes. The governor, Judd Gregg, is trying to defeat John Rao, Professor John Rao, and there is one other race in Utah, that for the vacant seat, Jake Garn's seat. Republican Bob Bennett there is up against Wayne Owens. The Democrats still seeking 2 more seats in order to give them a filibuster-proof 60. And Tom, just to correct myself with something I said a little bit earlier, I had noted that George Wallace Jr. had won his seat in Alabama. He has not. He has been defeated.
There's certain symmetry to this John business. You began the evening by calling him John, and you're ending the evening.
No, I start off each day with it, Tom. That's all right.
Okay.
We're past midnight.
Right. John Chancellor weighing in with the idea that it's a wonderful name. I agree with him on that. As a matter of fact, it's my middle name, John. Let's take a look now at the race for governor in the state of Washington. We can make a projection there. The Democrats hold the seat. Governor Lowry is elected in the state of Washington. In North Dakota, the Republicans gain a seat. Governor Schaefer is the new governor in North Dakota. He replaces one of my favorite governors in the country for his name alone. George Sinner was the governor out there, but he is retired. In Rhode Island, a man who's been through a lot, a former broadcasting executive for an NBC affiliate, Bruce Sutherland, is reelected in Rhode Island. The Democrats will hold the seat. We'll be back with more, and we do expect to see Bill Clinton, now that he's been elected president of the United States, the moment that he's been waiting for. We can't understand why he's keeping us waiting. We'll see after this.
Decision 92 Election Night is being sponsored in part by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than a question. It's an answer. And by AT&T 800 service, because every call is a customer.
We chose AT&T because our 800 service is our front door. If it shuts down, we shut down. To us, a single 800 call could be worth thousands of dollars. If a customer dials our 800 number and can't get through, it's like telling them to take their business somewhere else. When you have competition like I do, you better be there for your customers.
Comfort in a 4-wheel drive. Amazing.
I got a big crew and I need a lot of space.
It makes me feel tall.
It's tough but refined, kind of like me.
It's got it all.
Why do more people find themselves in a Ford Explorer than any other vehicle in its class? For as many reasons as there are Explorers.
Finders keepers.
Find yourself in an Explorer.
Have you driven a Ford lately? Introducing a different air freshener. New Glade Nature's Collection. Give me fresh, give me clean, give me Nature's Collection. Glade's collection of nature's freshest fragrances in a spray and a carpet deodorizer. It's different, never heavy, always light to freshen any room. So fresh, so light. Give me fruit, give me green, give me Nature's Collection. New Glade Nature's Collection from S.C. Johnson Wax. Nature's Collection, yeah.
Earlier this year, Dateline NBC presented the shocking story of the damsel of death.
They were going to kill me. I killed them.
This is probably the meanest woman I ever met in my life.
Now, Dateline uncovers startling new evidence.
I am innocent. It was self-defense.
What really happened? Dateline NBC, 1 week from tonight.
A lot of history being made this evening, some of it in Chicago, where Carol Moseley Braun has become the first African-American woman and the first black Democrat elected to a seat in the U.S. Senate. We should note that Edward Brooke was the senator from Massachusetts, a Republican who served, and that there were 2 Republican blacks before him during the time of Reconstruction, both representing Mississippi. But in modern day, Carol Moseley Braun becomes a one-of-a-kind in the U.S. Senate. Earlier tonight, she gave her victory speech in Chicago. Here's a part of it.
And so, in closing, I would like to quote from another Illinoisan
our great 16th President Abraham Lincoln, let us have faith that right makes might, and that in faith, let us to the end dare to do our duty as we understand it. I'm going to work hard to be the very best senator Illinois has ever had.
Carol Mosley Braun, the ex-Cook County Recorder of Deeds, now the U.S. Senator from Illinois, and in this Year of the Woman, she was the consummate candidate. But it still remains to be seen just how much impact we wound up having. We had over 100 running. The verdict isn't in yet on what numbers they're going to want in.
But Feinstein and Boxer are in from California, right?
Murray is in from Washington.
Murray is in from Washington. Mikulski goes back from Maryland. Nancy Kassenbaum is already there. We had to call Inspector Yackel. We called
Specter the winner, but we have a total of 6 women in the U.S. Senate.
But it has changed, and it will change even more rapidly in the years to come. The other thing that I believe that will change is that this whole business, even though we still count them up by Republicans and Democrats, there's going to be a whole lot less party loyalty. The big message this time was change and pragmatic attitudes about change. We want to get things done. We don't care whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. That's in part why Ross Perot did so well. We want to call another state for George Bush. He'll be happy to hear this. This is the adopted state of Jim Baker in a way. He's got a fishing camp out there, a place that he likes to go to. He may even retire there. In the state of Wyoming, George Bush goes into his column. That's the home state of Dick Cheney as well, and Alan Simpson. And those are our 3 unapologetic Republicans if ever we heard of them. 83 electoral votes now for George Bush as he closes in on 100, but still well short of where he'd like to be tonight. This is the national vote as we approach the 2/3 mark now. A 5-point lead for Bill Clinton. Ross Perot continues to hold at 18 points. It'll take us a couple of days to know exactly where those Perot votes came from. We've got some states that are too close to call that we want to show you right now that are still out there. The big state of Florida, obviously, the home 72% of the vote is in there. The president now has a narrow lead of 2 percentage points, but we still cannot make a determination about who may win this state. There are about 60,000 votes separating. 72% of the vote is in Texas so far. A 3-point lead for the president. At that point earlier, Ann Richards said that she was confident that they were going to carry the state. We'll have to wait and see on that one. 84% of the vote is in North Carolina. Look at that. It couldn't be much closer than that. 3,000 votes separating them, a little less than 3,000 votes. Ross Perot's down there at 14% of the vote. Of those 283,000 Ross Perot votes, you wonder how many of them might have gone to George Bush in a conservative southern state. And then in the state of Montana, where they've got a couple of very spirited races for governor and for the 1 congressional seat now, Bill Clinton is in the lead there with 6,000 vote lead over George Bush, a 4 percentage point lead. Tells you something about the population in Montana. Almost half the vote has been counted, and each of the candidates just 60,000. Andrea Mitchell is at the Clinton rally tonight, which is assembled outside from sea to shining sea in Little Rock, Arkansas. They call it Little Rock, by the way, because there was a little rock in the Arkansas River that was a navigational point. And Andrea Mitchell, that's as much of local trivia as I'm going to give you at this hour.
Well, this isn't at all trivial, Tom. This is a crowd of about 40,000 people. They've been listening to patriotic hymns and gospel music. It is absolutely freezing in Little Rock. It was about 65 or 70 degrees at this time last night. It's, I would say, about 25 or 30 degrees. I'm no Willard, but it's awfully cold. And a lot of these folks traveled here without winter clothing. It doesn't seem to bother them at all. They're waiting, obviously, for Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Chelsea, and Al Gore and Tipper Gore and their children. We understand that the 2 families are going to come out and be introduced, and then we will hear first from Bill Clinton, then from Al Gore, and then I would expect we'll see what we've been seeing throughout this campaign. Bill Clinton plunging into this crowd of friends and admirers and shaking as many hands as he can. It's been quite an extraordinary evening for those people here at the old State House in Little Rock. As you can see, the Democratic Party has not only recaptured the... Right.
Can I just say there's James Carville right in the middle of it all with the balding head and the red scarf, and just ahead of him is Mandy Grunwald. That won't mean a lot to a lot of folks, but those were the 2 key political strategists who worked for Bill Clinton. James Carville graduated from LSU and had a checkered career as a political consultant, then got Harris-Wofford home in Pennsylvania to the U.S. Senate, and then took on the Clinton campaign and has been the resident genius there. Came up with the slogan, "It's the economy, stupid."
inside out still?
I don't know. He had to because that's right. He had very little time to eat. That's what he does for superstition's sake, right? Superstition's sake.
John Chancellor,
yes.
I'm not going to check on his clothes, but I can tell you this is a very happy man. For one thing, he won Louisiana for Bill Clinton. And there have been many times when we went back to Louisiana during this campaign, and other campaign strategists said it was nuts to go to Louisiana, but James Carper was right.
He has this relationship with Mary Matlin, who is the political director for President Bush, of all things. It really is the stuff of political novels and certainly films about how they maintain their relationship.
They're supposed to go to Venice when this is over, and I wondered if that was Venice, Italy, or Venice, California. I mean, that's a fairly odd bunch, couple.
They are leaving for Venice, Italy on Thursday morning, says James. And he told me that the one thing he's really sad about today is that Mary is suffering this loss.
Well, yes, I'm sure, Andrea.
Not that sad.
Well, it's a zero-sum game, isn't it, that they've been playing?
Listen, Bill Clinton, we were talking about his style earlier. Let's try to give the American people a kind of roadmap to how he may operate. He does love this campaigning business. Andrew, you told me the story that he was working late one night at a crowd, and he came around the corner. There was a knot of men gathered outside a place, and he went over and started shaking their hands, thinking that they were waiting to see him. Turns out they just left the bar because it closed.
That's right. He even went down an alley. This was in Iowa one night, about 1 o'clock in the morning, and he ran down the alley looking for the one guy who had gotten away and hadn't been shaking his hand. Bill Clinton started out in New Hampshire believing that if he could go door to door, retail politics, and shake every hand in America, they'd all vote for him.
Ran for student body president, freshman class president first at Georgetown University, then student body president, was a Rhodes Scholar. He has had a passion about politics and about being involved in the political arena since he was in late junior high, and it has come to fruition in a way that perhaps not even he could have imagined as a young man growing up in Hope, Arkansas, the stepson of an alcoholic father, a protector to his mother and his brother, who eventually got into drug difficulties when Bill Clinton was governor, and Clinton had to authorize a state highway patrol sting on his own brother, thinking that was the only way that he could save his life. My guess is, Andrea, that when he gets to Washington, that as he promises, he'll be working that city very hard. He will not be confined to the Oval Office or the trappings of the presidency. He'll want to get out and press the flesh in ways that we have not seen it done before.
I think that's true. Not in the way Jimmy Carter tried to carry his own suit bag and walk up Pennsylvania Avenue, but I think you're going to see bus trips, for instance.
Andrea, I know how we can get Bill Clinton to appear. We're going to go to a commercial, and as soon as we do that, he'll probably appear. So we'll be back with more after this.
No one has to tell you that doing business today is more challenging than ever. But all over the world, one company is helping you meet those challenges head on, no matter what it takes. New challenges, new thinking.
In a world of sweeping changes, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the Prudential, rock solid in securities, insurance, and real estate.
Introducing new waterproof formula Bathroom Duck. The only multi-surface bathroom cleaner that waterproofs as it cleans to resist dirt buildup. Like water off a duck's back. Watch how dirty water just slides off the side, cleaned with Bathroom Duck. Its unique waterproofing formula resists dirt buildup to make cleaning easier. New Bathroom Duck. Nothing fights bathroom dirt like duck. From S.C. Johnson Wax.
Here are two television pictures that tell it all tonight. This is in Houston, Texas, at President Bush's campaign headquarters. The Bush-Quayle sign being removed as he is being removed from the White House by Bill Clinton. And this is the scene in Little Rock, the capital of Arkansas. The flags festooning the Capitol stage, awaiting the arrival of the governor, his wife, their daughter Chelsea, the new Vice President of the United States, Senator Al Gore of Tennessee, his wife Tipper, and their children. Some 40,000 people there altogether. Live at the old State House in Little Rock, Arkansas, on what Andrea Mitchell says is a very cold night down there, some 25 or 30 degrees, she would guess, claiming that she's no Willard, but then Willard wouldn't know either.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us all join together.
We want to remind our affiliated stations along the line that we'll be staying with this scene right through. We don't want to miss the President-elect of the United States.
Tom Brokaw, Bill Clinton's being introduced right now.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea. Very dramatic entrance. 12:20 in the morning. Wednesday, 11:21 in Little Rock, Arkansas. The new President of the United States, his wife Hillary, their daughter Chelsea. A formidable political marriage. The first decision that Bill Clinton made after getting the nomination, securing it, was to select this man as his vice president, and it was one of the best decisions that he could have made, it turns out. They were more than the sum of their parts. Tipper Gore and Hillary Clinton were a natural team as well. And they introduced a new style to American presidential politics. Two young men who went to the old-fashioned bus and captured the fancy of the country. Both couples have lived virtually all of their married life in politics. Al Gore, born in Washington, D.C., the son of a distinguished senator, served in Congress after having served in Vietnam. Bill Clinton and Hillary met at Yale Law School. He persuaded her to come to Arkansas and join him there. They both taught at the University of Arkansas Law School. And then he began his political career running first unsuccessfully for Congress, then successfully for Attorney General, then elected governor at the age of 34, defeated, and then returning to be elected altogether 5 terms. Now in his home state, he stands before them, President-elect of the United States, the 42nd.
My fellow Americans, on this day, with high hopes and brave hearts, in massive numbers, the American people have voted to make a new beginning. This election is a clarion call for our country to face the challenges of the end of the Cold War and the beginning of the next century. To restore growth to our country and opportunity to our people. To empower our own people so that they can take more responsibility for their own lives. To face problems too long ignored, from AIDS to the environment, to the conversion of our economy from a defense to a domestic economic giant. And perhaps most important of all, to bring our people together as never before so that our diversity can be a source of strength in a world that is ever smaller, where everyone counts and everyone is a part of America's family. I want to begin this night by thanking my family, my wife, without whom I would not be here tonight, and who I believe will be one of the greatest first ladies in the history of this republic. I also want to say a special word of thanks to our daughter for putting up with our absence, for supporting our effort, for being brave in the face of adversity, and for reminding us every day about what this election is really all about. I want to thank my mother, my brother, my stepfather, my mother-in-law and father-in-law, my brothers-in-law, and my sister-in-law who carried this campaign across this country and stuck up for me when others were trying to put it down. I love them and I thank them. I want to thank the people of this wonderful small state. Time after time, when this campaign was about to be counted out, the Arkansas travelers exploded out of this state around the country to tell people the truth about what we had done here together, how we had pulled together, what we believed in, and what we could do as a nation. I had the best staff and cabinet you can imagine. They kept this state together, and even when we weren't here, we continued to lead the country in job growth and keeping taxes and spending down and in pulling the people of Arkansas together to show what we could do if the nation pulled together and moved forward too. I want to thank the people who are in that infamous group, the FOBs, the Friends of Bill and the Friends of Hillary. No person who ever sought this office was more aided by the friends of a lifetime, and I will never forget you. I want to thank the people in the new Democratic Party, headed by our chairman, Ron Braun, the new members of Congress, the new blood, the new direction that we are giving. And finally, I want to thank the members of my brilliant, aggressive, unconventional, but always winning campaign staff. They were unbelievable. And they have earned this. I want to say, if I might, a special word of thanks to two people who lost their lives in the course of this campaign. without whom we might not be here tonight. Our friends Paul Tully and Vic Razor, our prayers are with them. They're looking down on us tonight, and they're awful happy. Not very long ago, I received a telephone call from President Bush. It was a generous and forthcoming telephone call of real congratulations and an offer to work with me in keeping our democracy running in an effective and important transition. I want all of you to join with me tonight in expressing our gratitude to President Bush for his lifetime of public service, for the effort he made from the time he was a young soldier in World War II, to helping to bring about an end to the Cold War, to our victory in the Gulf War, to the grace with which he conceded the results of this election tonight in the finest American tradition. Let's give Mr. Bush and his family a hand. I heard tonight Mr. Perot's remarks and his offer to work with us. I say to you, of all the things that he said, I think perhaps the most important that we understand here in the heartland of Arkansas is the need to reform the political system, to reduce the influence of special interest and give more influence back to the kind of people that are in this crowd tonight, with the tens of thousands, and I will work with him to do that. And finally, let me say how profoundly indebted I am tonight, beyond the folks at home, beyond the wonderful people who worked in this administration, the Lieutenant Governor and others to keep our government going. Beyond all the others, I have to say a special word of thanks to my magnificent running mate, Senator Al Gore, and his family. I want to tell you that Al and Tipper, Hillary and I have become friends. I admire them for what they stand for. They're enjoyable to be with. They believe in our country. Al Gore is a man of almost unparalleled combination of intelligence, commitment, compassion, and concern to the people of this country, to our obligation to preserve our environment, to our duty to promote freedom and peace in the world. And together, we're going to do our best to give you a new partnership for a new America. I want to thank Al's children, his brother-in-law, and his wonderful parents. They made about as many votes in some states as we did. I think we carried every state that Senator and Mrs. Gore campaigned in. Their percentage was the best of all. I want to say that we have established a partnership in this campaign that we will continue into this new administration. For if we have learned anything in the world today, it is that we can accomplish more by teamwork, by working together, by bringing out the best in all the people that we seek. And we will seek the best and most able and most committed people throughout this country to be a part of our team. We will ask the Democrats who believe in our cause to come forward, but we will look too among the ranks of independents and Republicans who are willing to roll up their sleeves, be a part of a new partnership, and get on with the business of dealing with this nation's problems. I remind you again tonight, my fellow Americans, that this victory was more than a victory of party. It was a victory for the people who work hard and play by the rules. A victory for the people who feel left out and left behind but want to do better. A victory for the people who are ready to compete and win in the global economy, but who need a government that offers a hand up, not a handout. That is what we offer, and that is what tomorrow we will begin to work to provide to all of you. Today, the steel worker and the stenographer, the teacher and the nurse, had as much power in the mystery of our democracy as the president, the billionaire, and the governor. you all spoke with equal voices for change. And tomorrow we will try to give you that. You can trust us to wake up every day remembering the people we saw in the bus trips, the people we saw in the town meetings, the people we touched at the rallies, the people who had never voted before, the people who hadn't voted in 20 years, the people who had never voted for a Democrat, the people who had given up hope. All of them together are saying, we want our future back, and I intend to help give it to you. I say to all of those who voted for us, this was a remarkable coalition for change. Many of you had to put aside this or that personal ambition to be a part of a broad, deep commitment to change this country. I ask you to keep that commitment as we move from election to governing. We need more than ever, for those of you who said, let's put the public interest over personal interest, to keep it right there for 4 years so we can turn this country around. I say to all those who voted for Mr. Bush or Mr. Perot, those who voted for the president, those who voted for Ross Perot, I know you love your country too. I ask you to listen to the voice of your leaders. I ask you to join with us in creating a reunited states, a united country with a new sense of patriotism to face the challenges of this new time. We need your help too, and we will do our best to deserve it. When we seek to offer young people the opportunity to borrow the money they need to go to college and the challenge to pay it back through national service, when we challenge the insurance companies, the drug companies, the providers and the consumers, the government to give us a new health care system, when we offer those on welfare new opportunity and the challenge to move to work, when we ask companies to take the incentives we offer to put American people to work and export American products, not American jobs, all of this is a part of a new patriotism to lift our people up and enable all of us to live up to the fullest of our potential. I accept tonight the responsibility that you have given me to be the leader of this, the greatest country in human history. I accept it with a full heart and a joyous spirit. But I ask you to be Americans again, too. To be interested not just in getting, but in giving. Not just in placing blame, but now in assuming responsibility. Not just in looking out for yourselves, but in looking out for others, too. In this very place, 1 year and 1 month ago today, I said, we need more than new laws, new promises, or new programs. We need a new spirit of community, a sense that we're all in this together. If we have no sense of community, the American dream will continue to wither. Our destiny is bound up with the destiny of every American. We're all in this together, and we will rise or fall together. That has been my message to the American people for the past 13 months. And it will be my message for the next 4 years. Together, we can do it. Together, we can make the country that we love everything it was meant to be. I still believe in a place called hope. God bless America. Thank you all.
Bill Clinton, a new timbre in his voice now that he's President-elect of the United States.
I would like to ask Senator Gore to come up here and say a few words as we begin our new partnership for a new country. Please welcome him to the platform.
Thank you, President-elect Bill Clinton. For Tipper and me and our 4 children, this has been an extraordinary journey. I want to, first of all, thank Bill and Hillary and Chelsea, knowing of all the sacrifices they have made and the hardships they have endured. And I would like to thank the person who is most important in my life, Tipper Gore. To our four children, Corinna, Kristen, Sarah, and Albert, to my parents, Albert and Pauline Gore, and to my brother-in-law, Frank Hunger, I can never express the thanks that I feel in my heart. This has been a time of discovery, a time of restored dreams and renewed hope, a time when the strength and promise of America has revealed itself, poised to meet the challenges of a new day. None of this could have been possible for me without the people of the state of Tennessee, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I also want to thank the wonderful men and women on the staff who have helped us secure this victory, and I want to say to all of you who have helped us reach this moment that I look forward to the high challenges of national office, and I consider it a matter of tremendous honor and pride to work in behalf of Bill Clinton to be successful in leading this nation toward a new and brighter future. Bill Clinton spoke sensibly and honestly to the American people. As the attacks against him became more and more desperate, he remained calm. He believed in the American people and kept faith that hope would indeed triumph over fear. Bill Clinton won because he was willing to lose. He refused to mislead voters. He stuck to his beliefs. He asked for your vote by challenging you to make America better. Where I come from, we have a name for that. It's called character. Bill Clinton will govern this nation in the same way. He truly is a new generation of Democrat. He believes in the rights of people, but he believes in the responsibilities of citizens as well. Our government's policies must be changed. The promise of America depends upon a commitment that under freedom we will enable the strong to prosper, but we will not abandon those in need of help. While we give supreme value to the rights of the individual, we expect that freedom to be exercised with respect toward others and with decent restraint. We respect the values of community, and among them is our obligation to protect the environment in which we live. We feel good tonight having won an election, but think of how we're going to feel when we change a country. There is a sense of excitement and possibility this evening. We have won, and many of you will be able to tell your children about it one day. But if we change this country, if we restore it to greatness, then we will have given them something much greater than the memory of this evening. We will have restored the basic thread in the American dream, the responsibility of one generation to the next. We will have given them back their future. This election is not simply a change of leaders. It is a change of generations. For the first time, the executive office will be occupied by leaders born after World War II. I don't want to overstate the dimensions of this difference. After all, neither Bill Clinton nor myself are as young as Teddy Roosevelt or John Kennedy when they took office, nor does that change of generations represent a difference of belief. We share, as did our predecessors, an unyielding commitment to the principles on which this country was established over 2 centuries ago. But we will bring a different perspective and a renewal of energy. We are the children of modern America, close to its desires and to its difficulties, charged with the exuberant optimism which so often characterizes a younger generation of leaders. And only the optimist, only those who believe that constructive change is within our powers can hope to achieve it, and we intend to accomplish that achievement. Although this is not the first time we have witnessed the elevation of a new generation of leaders, it is the first time that both candidates have come from the South. It is symbolically an expression of the reality that sectional wounds of the past are finally and irrevocably healed. We are one country now, and merit, not geography, will from this time forward be the only test for the highest offices our nation has. And we pledge to you to work toward the day when gender and race will also be totally irrelevant to the selection of our leaders. The deeper meaning of this election is our commitment to end the divisions in our nation. Those who helped us to win this victory represented an astonishing diversity of interests and opinions. They were willing to put aside those differences in pursuit of a common cause. Let us now bring the same spirit of accommodation which won this election to the far harder task of governing this nation. We all have a common stake in national growth, in justice, and in the strengthening of freedom. Surely, if we could bridge our differences for the sake of an election, we can put them aside on behalf of a far greater cause, the future of the American nation. The election is a mandate for change. It is good to remember that this election also affirms certain fundamental things about our lives together as Americans. We are still participants in a great experiment: the sovereignty of the people to rule themselves, the power to create and to destroy governments of persons elected from among them, and the idea that governments exist in order that citizens may exercise their inherent rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are still the most radical political ideas ever expressed in the history of nations. And this year, it was, after all, the American people who forced the debate to stay on the issues when others would wander. This year, it was you, the people, who disciplined our politics, our politicians, and everyone else to focus on the things that matter to you. And you have given us a great opportunity to help America move forward, to end the distress of the present, and to renew this nation's voyage toward ever-enlarging opportunity for all our people. And that's the journey we will attempt. Not just Governor Clinton and I, but all of those who supported us, and those multitudes who may have voted for our opponents, but who share our belief in America's great possibilities. And so to all of you I say, welcome aboard the great ship USA. We're about to embark on a new journey together, and it's time for us to go.
Al Gore and Bill Clinton, the ticket, the President-elect of the United States, and the Vice President-elect of the United States. Bill Clinton talking about high hopes and brave hearts, a new beginning, empowering people. Al Gore referring to their generation as the children of modern America. Welcome to Spaceship America.
Welcome to the next 4 years of Clinton-Gore oratory, into which they put poise, intelligence, and the entire kitchen sink.
The tradition was in good shape, John. The record will show the two combined acceptance speeches totaled out at about 25 minutes, 24:20, by my inexact count.
And since I'm the only true yuppie in the crowd, I'd like to point out that they are shaking hands to the strains of Fleetwood Mac, the same song that they played during the Democratic convention when the two couples came out, and even Hillary and Tipper, Did a little dancing together, if you'll remember.
There are even those among us who are past the half-century mark who recognize that. and we know as well that before you get too high on all of this, that there were younger members of the Clinton campaign who thought that song was outdated. So there. We're going to hear a whole new brand of music coming out of the White House. No more of the Oak Ridge Boys and the Gatlin Brothers. It'll be much more contemporary rock and roll. Lyrics read in advance by Tipper Gore. We'll be back right after this.
Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
This symbol outside means you have the standard inside that an entire library of software has been written to. The Intel microprocessor. Think of it as a library card that lets you run the software of today and tomorrow. So check out computers with Intel, the computer inside.
Introducing Ford Taurus and the look. Look at this and this. In fact, when you look at all the ways we continue to improve Taurus, you'll see why it's still without equal. Ford Taurus.
To me, toothpaste was just a habit, and I bought whatever was on sale. When we were on vacation, I tried the Arm & Hammer Dental Care toothpaste, and I thought it was dynamite. Such a clean, healthy feeling, like the dentist just cleaned my teeth. And then I read that more dentists recommend Arm & Hammer than any other baking soda toothpaste. When I come out of the dentist office, my teeth feel as perfect as they're going to be. And that's the feeling I get every time I brush. And that's a wonderful feeling.
Get Arm & Hammer Dental Care for that healthy, fresh from the dentist feeling of clean.
All 4 Escort LX models equipped with air conditioning, AM/FM stereo, power steering, and more. Now share the same low price of just $10,499. 4 Escorts, one price. It's that easy.
A killer is on the loose in New York. The cops can't stop him, but guess who can?
There's no way on earth I am going to babysit some Hollywood rump wrangler.
James Woods and Michael J. Fox are not on HBO.
Somebody call a cop!
Not on Showtime.
We need another cop besides me!
Only on NBC, the television premiere, The Hard Way, Sunday.
Bill Clinton is the new president of the United States, but George Bush retains his dignity in his adopted home state of Texas. NBC News now projects that Texas, its 32 electoral votes, will go into George Bush's column. He's in Houston tonight. He has said in the past that he would retire there. Also in the state of South Dakota, which has been strong Republican territory the last 3 times, George Bush, the winner of the 3 electoral votes in the great state of South Dakota. So this now is how the this is how the map is shaping up as we color in blue. First Texas and then South Dakota. The president just could have expanded the middle stripe of the country. He would have done a lot better tonight. He has 118 electoral votes. Bill Clinton well past the margin needed for victory with 362. The national vote, now 70% of it has been counted. Bill Clinton with a 5-point spread. Ross Perot holding steady at 18. That's a very impressive showing for him tonight. And if it stays there, it goes a little bit higher. He'll be getting a lot of high marks for all that. There are a lot of states that are just too close to call, and we'll show you why, beginning in the state of Florida. It was one of the great battleground states. More than 80% of the vote is in. And as you can see, only about 20,000 votes separate George Bush and Bill Clinton 1 percentage point. That's very tight indeed. North Carolina, 91% of the vote is in. It's even closer there. In the percentages, it's a flat tie. And about 2,000 votes, a little more than that, separate the two. In Arizona, 11% of the vote has been counted. Remember, this is the home state of Barry Goldwater, and we've got a race that is too close to call. 4,000 votes separating them there in North Carolina. You've got just
some final business on the Senate side, Tom. We can now project a winner in Utah, where Republican Congressman Bob Bennett has defeated Democratic Congressman Wayne Owens. Bennett, a Mormon, a conservative, moves on, filling the seat vacated by retiring Jake Garn. The other 3 Senate races that are still outstanding are still too close to call. In New York, Alphonse D'Amato and Robert Abrams now separated by less than 100,000 votes, with 3% still outstanding. In Oregon, Bob Packwood trying to turn back the challenge of Congressman Les O'Coin. That one too close to call, with 1/3 of the vote counted. And in New Hampshire, this is one that's been going on since we came on the air. The governor, Judd Gregg, still trying to prevail against Professor John Rao, but he has yet to do so. 64% of the vote counted. We still have 3 races outstanding. Democratic senator is now at 58, Republicans at 39. Tom?
Katie Couric, some thoughts?
Tom, before we sign off, just wanted to tell you a very controversial measure in Oregon which would have declared homosexuality, quote, wrong, abnormal, and perverse, and would have made discrimination against groups because of their sexual orientation legal, has been voted down in the state of Oregon.
And John Chancellor, as you look back on this evening.
Today's vote was for a bit more government, not big government, but a little bit more. And I think that'll be very important as this administration develops.
And
not liberalism, activism.
And the fact is that we cannot overlook the 20% of the vote that went for Ross Perot, almost from coast to coast, 18 to 20%. It's going to be a big factor and a big bargaining chip as they do business across the country. Well, we have a new era before America. 2 baby boomers, 2 gentlemen from the South, highly educated and determined to change this country in the way they spelled out for the past 11 months or so. That's our election coverage on Decision 92. Katie and Bryant will be back tomorrow, and we'll have a lot of work ahead of us as we cover this new passage in American history, 1992.